Dead America. Tales from the Front Lines. The Cruise Ship. By Derek Slayton. Chapter 1. Day 0, 9:07 a.m. Palm Springs, Florida. The morning sun cast long shadows across the modest villa's front yard as Sergeant Robinson drove his combat knife repeatedly into the skull of the zombie pinned beneath him. Blood sprayed across the concrete walkway with each violent thrust, the creature's arms flailing uselessly as the blade found its mark again and again. Contact right," Robinson's voice carried across the yard, sharp and commanding despite his exertion. The sergeant's words had barely left his lips when Privates Evans and Perry snapped their assault rifles toward the street. Both men were barely 20, their faces still carrying traces of the boyish features that had followed them through basic training. They'd each completed a single tour in the sandbox, but the horrors of overseas combat hadn't prepared them for the nightmare that had descended on American soil in the early morning hours. Half a dozen creatures charged down the residential street toward their position, faster than anyone should be moving at this hour. The zombies showed no signs of decay or deterioration, appearing almost normal except for the vacant, dead expression in their eyes and the blood that stained their clothing from run-ins with the undead. Evans and Perry raised their weapons in perfect synchronization, their training overriding the surreal nature of their targets. The distinctive crack of assault rifle fire echoed through the suburban neighborhood as both soldiers squeezed their triggers, unleashing controlled bursts toward the advancing horde. Bullets tore through the air, finding their marks with deadly precision. The first zombie's head snapped back violently as a round punched through its forehead, dropping it instantly to the asphalt. The second creature managed 2 more stumbling steps before Perry's shots ripped through its skull, sending it crashing into a parked car. Each soldier burned through half a magazine, their muzzle flashes creating brief strobes of light in the morning shadows. The remaining zombies in the pack fell in rapid succession, their bodies littering the street like grotesque mannequins. From across the road came the sound of additional gunfire, as Captain Barrett and the other 2 members of their squad engaged another cluster of zombies that had emerged from between houses. Barrett's voice cut through the din, carrying the authority of a man who'd led soldiers through multiple combat deployments. "Fall back to the house," he shouted, his words punctuated by the crack of his rifle. The captain was in his early 30s, his weathered face bearing the marks of a career soldier who'd seen action in some of the world's most dangerous places. Visible scars traced across his left cheek and neck, while other wounds remained hidden beneath his tactical gear. Despite the chaos, his movements remained fluid and controlled as he led Private Gardner and Corporal Sanchez across the yard. Barrett sprinted toward the villa's front entrance, his boots pounding against the concrete as zombies continued to pour into the neighborhood from multiple directions. Sergeant Robinson pulled himself off the ground behind them, wiping zombie blood from his knife blade before following his captain's lead. The front door stood between them and temporary safety, its heavy wooden construction promising at least momentary protection from the creatures outside. Barrett didn't slow his approach, instead, building momentum as he prepared to breach the entrance. His boot connected with the area just beside the lock mechanism, the impact sending a sharp crack through the morning air. The lock assembly tore free from the wooden frame with a splintering sound, but the door only opened a couple of feet before slamming into an obstruction on the other side. Without hesitation, Barrett raised his assault rifle and angled the barrel toward the doorway. He squeezed the trigger multiple times, sending rounds through the wood at head level. The gunshots echoed through the home's interior, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. "Clear the house," Barrett commanded. Private Gardner pushed past his captain, following Corporal Sanchez through the now open doorway. Both soldiers were in their early 20s, but their similarities ended there. Gardner had served under Barrett's command for over a year, developing the kind of intuitive teamwork that came from shared combat experience. Sanchez, on the other hand, had been assigned to their unit only hours before this mission began, making him an unknown quantity in a situation where trust could mean the difference between life and death. Despite the lack of familiarity, the new corporal was proving himself capable under pressure, his movements precise and confident as he entered the villa's living room. "Take left down the hallway. I'll cover the garage," Sanchez directed, his voice steady despite the ongoing gunfire from outside. "Copy that," Gardner replied, already moving toward the hallway entrance. Gardner crossed the living room quickly, his rifle held at the ready as he navigated around furniture and decorative items scattered throughout the space. The sounds of combat continued unabated outside, creating a constant backdrop of tension as he focused on clearing the villa's interior. The hallway stretched before him, lined with family photographs and artwork that seemed almost obscene in their normalcy. As Gardner approached the master bedroom at the end of the corridor, disturbing sounds reached his ears, low moaning mixed with wet, tearing noises that made his stomach clench with recognition. Gardner pressed his back against the wall beside the bedroom door, listening carefully to confirm what he suspected he'd find inside. The sounds continued, unmistakably organic and violent. Taking a deep breath, the private pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The scene that greeted him was one that would haunt his dreams for years to come, should he live that long. A zombie knelt beside the bed, its face buried in the torn abdomen of what had once been the villa's owner. Fresh blood covered the creature's chin and chest as it ripped away chunks of flesh with methodical hunger. Gardner didn't allow himself to hesitate. He raised his rifle and fired a single round into the zombie's head, the bullet punching through bone and brain tissue before embedding itself in the wall beyond. The creature collapsed forward onto its victim, finally still. For good measure, Gardner moved closer to the bed and placed his rifle's muzzle against the bite victim's temple. The man was clearly dead, but in this new reality, death was no longer permanent. Gardner squeezed the trigger once more, ensuring the victim wouldn't return as another threat. Gardner made his way back down the hallway, calling out "clear" as he reached the living room. However, he was fairly certain nobody heard his announcement, as Captain Barrett and Sergeant Robinson were both throwing their full body weight against the front door while zombies pressed against it from outside. The door shook violently with each impact, the damaged lock mechanism preventing them from securing it as the creatures outside attempted to force their way in. Barrett's boots scraped against the hardwood floor as he struggled to maintain his position. "I need something heavy," Barrett shouted, strain evident in his voice. "I'm on it, Cap. Perry, give me a hand with the couch," Evans responded immediately. The two privates rushed toward a large sofa positioned in the center of the living room. They each grabbed an end, preparing to lift what they assumed would be a substantial piece of furniture. Instead, they nearly hit themselves in the face as the couch practically flew upward, revealing itself to be a cheap, lightweight construction. "It's no good, Cap," Perry called out. Barrett and Robinson continued their desperate battle against the door as zombie hands began appearing in the gap between the frame and the wood. The three privates stood frozen for a moment, unsure how to assist their leaders as the creatures battled to get inside. Before anyone could figure out what to do, Corporal Sanchez appeared around the corner from the garage area, moving with his rifle at the ready. "Move, move," Sanchez commanded. Gardner immediately recognized the tone and dropped to the floor without question. Sanchez rushed toward the door with his rifle raised, his finger already moving toward the trigger as he got into firing position. His aim was precise and confident as he opened fire through the narrow gap between the door and its frame. Several rounds punched through the wooden wall itself, while others found their intended targets on the other side. The zombies pressing against the door suddenly lessened their pressure as Sanchez's bullets found their marks. "Jesus Christ, Sanchez, that was a little close, don't you think?" Robinson asked, his voice carrying a mixture of gratitude and agitation. "Sorry, Sarge, but I'm a pretty damn good shot, and didn't have time to explain it," Sanchez replied, his tone matter-of-fact. Robinson chuckled despite their circumstances, shaking his head as he continued pressing against the door. "We need a plan, and we need it now, because I don't think they're respecting the no solicitation sign," Robinson said. "Transportation, we need transportation," Barrett declared. "Well, our ride is out. That thing is toast," Perry observed. "Sanchez, you went to the garage. Any luck?" Gardner asked. "There's a pickup in there that just might do the trick," Sanchez confirmed. Robinson let out a groan as the zombies resumed pressing their full weight against the door, the pressure causing him physical discomfort as he fought to keep it closed. "That's got my vote," Robinson said through gritted teeth. "Keys?" Barrett asked. Sanchez reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys, dangling them for effect with a slight smile crossing his features. They were sitting on the dash, he explained. We're in business. Now we just need something heavy to hold this door. Gardner, Perry, see if there's a washing machine or something you can drag out here, Barrett instructed. Captain, I got another idea, Sanchez interjected. The corporal reached behind his back and pulled a hand grenade from his belt, holding it up in the same manner he'd displayed the keys, though this time his expression carried a distinctly mischievous quality. Barrett let out a chuckle, shaking his head at the young corporal. I know you're new here, Sanchez, but you are definitely one of us, Barrett said with approval. Just let me know where you want it, Sanchez replied. Perry, Evans, set up a fire line to cover us to the garage. Corporal, when I give the signal, toss it out the window, then run like hell, Barrett commanded. The soldiers nodded and immediately moved into position, their training taking over as they prepared for the coordinated assault. Sanchez moved to the living room window while the others took their designated positions. Once everyone was ready, Sanchez pulled the pin from the grenade, the distinctive metallic click, somehow audible despite the creatures outside resuming their assault. Fire in the hole, Sanchez announced. He fired a single round from his handgun through the window glass, shattering it completely before lobbing the grenade through the opening. As soon as the explosive device cleared the house, Barrett and Robinson broke away from the door, staying low to allow the privates clear fields of fire. Perry and Evans opened up immediately, their assault rifles chattering as they poured rounds toward the front entrance. Bullets tore through the leading edge of the zombie horde, dropping several creatures and forcing others to stumble over the fallen bodies. Everyone maintained a mental countdown, breaking away from their positions just seconds before the grenade detonated. The explosion shook the entire villa down to its foundation, the concussive force lifting zombies into the air like rag dolls before slamming them back down onto the concrete walkway. The soldiers rushed toward the garage, their ears ringing from the blast, disorienting them, but they kept moving. Sanchez tossed the truck keys to Captain Barrett, who caught them smoothly before sliding behind the vehicle's steering wheel. Robinson joined him in the cab, while the other 4 soldiers climbed into the pickup's bed. But Barrett held his breath as he turned the key in the ignition, silently hoping the truck was operational rather than a project vehicle abandoned by its previous owner. The engine turned over immediately, humming to life with reassuring reliability. He reached over and slid open the rear window, calling out to his men. "You boys hang on tight back there, this is going to be bumpy," Barrett warned. The 4 soldiers in the truck bed took kneeling positions, gripping the edge of the bed with one hand while keeping their weapons ready with the other. Barrett located the garage door opener and pressed the button, listening to the small motor chug to life as it began pulling the metal door upward. Within moments, zombies appeared at the garage entrance, drawn by the sound of the opening door. Sanchez and Perry immediately opened fire, their bullets punching through the thin metal and finding targets on the other side. As soon as the door reached sufficient height, Barrett threw the truck into reverse and slammed the accelerator. The vehicle shot backward, its rear bumper slamming into several creatures as they broke through the zombie line. Barrett got them to the street and cut the wheel hard before shifting into drive and flooring the gas pedal. The truck tires squealed against the asphalt momentarily before gaining traction, propelling them forward with increasing speed. As they accelerated down the residential street, Barrett glanced toward the next intersection and spotted their previous vehicle. The SUV sat wrecked on the roadside, its windows shattered and body damaged. "Sergeant, figure out how to get to the target." Chapter 2. Captain Barrett pressed the accelerator harder, the pickup truck gaining speed as they navigated through the residential neighborhood. Around them, the situation continued deteriorating rapidly. Zombies ran in all directions across lawns and between vehicles, some pursuing cars, while others chased down individuals who had been caught outside when the outbreak began. The creatures moved with frightening speed and purpose, their fresh appearance making them even more disturbing than decaying corpses would have been. Barrett had to slam on the brakes as a sedan ran a stop sign directly in front of them, the driver swerving wildly at the last second to avoid collision. Barrett's first instinct was to flip the driver off for the reckless maneuver, but he held back when he spotted movement in the car's rear seat. A zombie thrashed violently behind the driver, its arms reaching forward as it tried to get at the person behind the wheel. Barrett kept his foot on the pedal, picking up speed again as the sedan disappeared around a corner, its driver still fighting for survival. "Talk to me, Robinson. Where am I going?" Barrett asked, his eyes glued to the road ahead. Sergeant Robinson sat in the passenger seat, hunched over a handheld GPS device as he tried to chart their course. His finger traced across the small screen, doing his best to find them a way through the unfamiliar town. "Okay, 3 blocks up, hang a left," Robinson directed. "I thought it was on this road," Barrett questioned, glancing briefly at his sergeant. "It is, but when we get to the highway, we'd have to go underneath an underpass," Robinson explained. Barrett considered it for a moment, shaking his head and letting out a sigh, knowing that the sergeant was right. "Okay, hanging a left in 3 blocks, Barrett confirmed. Barrett maintained his focus on the road ahead, weaving between zombies that darted out from between parked cars and houses. Some managed to get their hands on the vehicle, while others missed it entirely, however all needed to be avoided. He cut the wheel hard as they reached the designated intersection, the truck's tires skidding against the asphalt as he made the sharp turn. He was immediately forced to slam on the brakes, bringing them to an abrupt stop that sent all 4 soldiers in the truck bed sliding forward. The butts of their rifles smacked audibly against the rear window of the cab. "Sorry, gang, hold on," Barrett called out through the open rear window. Sanchez wasn't particularly thrilled with the sudden stop, but when he looked over the top of the truck cab toward the road ahead, he understood they had no alternative. A massive pileup stretched across the road, with half a dozen cars involved in what must have been a multi-vehicle collision. 10 times that number in zombies swarmed around and through the wreckage, completely clogging the roadway. Barrett shifted into reverse, backing them away from the blocked intersection before returning to their original route. The truck's engine rumbled as he pushed ahead, searching for another path to their destination. "So the underpass it is, then?" Robinson asked. "Whatever's there can't be any worse than that," Barrett replied, immediately wincing as the words left his mouth. Barrett let out a sigh, shaking his head at breaking his own superstition about tempting fate with overly optimistic statements. Robinson let the comment hang in the air for a moment before letting out a laugh. "We damn well better live through the day, because I'm not letting you live that one down," Robinson said. Barrett remained silent for a moment before a chuckle formed as well. It was the only response he could manage under the circumstances. Both men stayed quiet for the remainder of their drive toward the highway, tension filling the cab as they hoped the underpass would prove passable. As they came within a block of their destination, the concrete structure came into view, forcing Barrett to slam on the brakes once again. The underpass was clogged with creatures swarming around what appeared to be wrecked vehicles. Robinson pulled a small tactical scope from his pocket, raising it to get a better view of the situation ahead. While Robinson studied the underpass with the scope, Barrett looked around to search for alternative routes. Unfortunately, no roads ran parallel to the highway in this area, and every cross street they had passed was swarming with zombies. "What do you think, Sarge?" Barrett asked. "I think the left lane is clear," Robinson replied after careful consideration. "Clear?" Barrett questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Okay, clear enough for us to squeeze through." "The wreck looks like it's just on the right lane," Robinson clarified. Barrett motioned for the scope, taking it and examining the underpass for himself. He quickly identified what Robinson was seeing, even if what he was seeing didn't fill him with confidence. "How much further past this is the target?" Barrett asked. Robinson pulled up the GPS again, scrolling across the display for a moment before locating their destination. 2 blocks up, 1 to the left. The condo complex is on the right," he reported. Barrett weighed their limited options, recognizing that the terrible choice in front of them was better than anything they had passed on the drive. "You boys hang on back there, 'cause we have to punch through that," Barrett announced through the rear window. "Do what you gotta do, Cap, we'll manage," Sanchez replied, his voice carrying the steady confidence of a professional soldier. Barrett nodded before releasing pressure on the brake pedal. He pressed the accelerator, and the truck quickly began building speed as they approached the underpass. The captain let out a motivational yell as they reached the edge of the concrete structure, the truck's front end plowing into the crowd of zombies. He held his breath, hoping the creatures weren't obscuring additional wrecked vehicles that could stop them dead in their tracks. Everyone inside the truck lurched forward at the sudden deceleration as they impacted the zombie horde, but the vehicle continued pushing through the mass of bodies. Some creatures bounced off the front grille, flying through the air before landing on the concrete, while others disappeared beneath the tires, causing violent bumping that shook all the occupants. Barrett kept the accelerator floored, the tires spinning as they kicked off corpses before finally clearing the underpass. They regained speed on the far side, but their violent passage had gained the attention of every zombie within earshot. Barrett glanced in the rearview mirror as they pulled away, spotting several dozen creatures in pursuit. Even the ones they ran over were trying to keep pace, although failing quite badly at it. "I don't think they like that little maneuver, Sarge," Barrett observed. "I don't think I would have either," Robinson replied dryly. Both men let out brief, nervous laughter as Barrett made the turn 2 blocks ahead. They sped down the street with a handful of zombies giving chase, the condo complex finally coming into view ahead. A stone fence surrounded the property, providing some security, though multiple entrances had been cut into the barrier without gates to seal them. Inside the courtyard sat a large swimming pool surrounded by lounge chairs and tables, with the 4-story residential building rising just beyond the recreational area. Barrett called out as they approached the complex. "We're going to be exposed, so as soon as I slam on the brakes, everybody move their asses to the building," he commanded. Sanchez responded by smacking the roof of the truck twice with his palm, the metallic sound confirming the message had been received by all 4 soldiers in the bed. "Robinson, what's the unit number?" Barrett asked. 323, so assuming 3rd floor, Robinson replied. "Lead the way," Barrett instructed. "You got it, Cap," Robinson acknowledged. Barrett slammed on the brakes as he positioned the truck beside the stone fencing, the vehicle skidding to a halt just outside one of the open entrances. Everyone quickly exited the truck and began running toward the residential building. Perry fired several shots down the road as they moved, targeting a couple of zombies that had gotten closer than the others during their approach. Barrett let out a sharp whistle, signaling for Perry to pick up his pace and rejoin the group. The 6 soldiers rushed through the courtyard, their boots pounding against the concrete as they navigated around the swimming pool toward the building's entrance. Much to Robinson's relief, the door was unlocked, allowing him to push through and hold it open for the others. The 5 remaining soldiers quickly entered the lobby area of the condo building. Everyone raised their weapons immediately, sweeping the space to ensure they were alone as Robinson secured the deadbolt on the entrance door. Robinson kept his weapon trained on the door as zombies slammed into it from outside, the impacts creating loud thumping sounds that echoed through the lobby. He maintained his defensive position until he was certain the barrier would hold, then finally lowered his guard. Robinson and Sanchez stood together for a moment, watching the zombies pressed against the door and window, their faces contorted with mindless hunger as they reached toward the glass. "Well, that was fun," Sanchez commented. "Not half as fun as it's going to be getting back to the truck," Robinson replied. Sanchez let out a chuckle, giving Robinson a playful punch in the arm before turning around to check on the others. Each of the privates called out clear as they finished sweeping different sections of the lobby area. Captain Barrett stepped up, speaking with authority. "All right, come on, let's get to the target and get the hell out of here." Chapter 3. Captain Barrett led the squad up the concrete stairwell toward the 3rd floor, their boots echoing softly against the steps as they ascended. The stairwell was narrow, forcing them to move in single file, with each soldier maintaining visual contact with the man ahead. Despite being in coastal Florida rather than overseas, they treated the approach like any raid in the sandbox, weapons hot and ready to engage at a moment's notice. The building itself appeared to be a typical mid-range residential complex, the kind that housed young professionals and retirees who wanted ocean proximity without beachfront prices. Barrett reached the 3rd floor landing and paused, listening carefully for any sounds of movement or distress from beyond the heavy fire door. He motioned for Robinson to take position at the door while the others arranged themselves in a tactical formation behind him. The sergeant grabbed the handle and placed his ear against the metal surface, listening for several seconds before nodding to indicate he heard nothing concerning. Barrett held up his hand, counting down silently with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. With a subtle nod from Barrett, Robinson yanked the door open and the squad moved into action. The door flew open and Barrett led the group through into an interior hallway that stretched in both directions from the stairwell entrance. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in clinical brightness. Doors lined both sides of the corridor, each marked with brass apartment numbers that gleamed under the artificial lighting. A few potted plants sat near some doorways, and a bulletin board covered with community notices hung on the wall near the elevator. Much to their surprise and relief, there were no signs of zombie activity anywhere in the hallway. Nothing was overturned, the framed artwork hung perfectly undisturbed on the walls, and not a single spot of blood stained the carpeted floor. The building's interior seemed completely insulated from the nightmare unfolding outside. 323, let's move, Barrett directed quietly. The soldiers advanced down the hallway in formation, their weapons ready despite the apparent lack of immediate threat. They passed several doors, noting that most showed no signs of disturbance. They reached apartment 323, and the squad automatically formed a defensive perimeter around Barrett as he stepped up to the door. Sanchez positioned himself to cover the approach from the stairwell, while Robinson flanked the doorway from the opposite side. The privates maintained overwatch of the hallway in both directions. Barrett raised his fist and began knocking forcefully on the door, the sound echoing through the corridor with surprising volume. He used the firm, authoritative pattern that identified law enforcement or military personnel to anyone familiar with such visits. Several tense moments passed, with no response from inside the apartment. He pounded his fist against the door again, this time with enough force to wake anyone who might still be sleeping through the apocalypse unfolding outside. "Are we sure they're, not infected?" Barrett asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "The intel said she was in the clear," Robinson replied, his own voice equally subdued. "Lucky for us, military intel is never wrong," Sanchez added with a barely contained smirk. Robinson and Barrett exchanged a quick glance and a barely audible chuckle. Both men had enough experience with intelligence reports to understand Sanchez's sarcasm. The moment was interrupted by a woman's voice coming from the other side of the door, muffled but clearly annoyed. "You better have a damn good reason for knocking at my door this early in the morning. It's the first day off I've had in weeks," the voice called out with obvious irritation. Barrett stepped closer to the door, speaking clearly but not shouting. "Penelope Green?" "Dr. Penelope Green. But yeah, I'm her. Who are—" Penelope's voice trailed off abruptly. Barrett could hear her footsteps moving closer to the door, presumably to look through the peephole. After a moment of silence, her voice returned with considerably more concern and confusion. "What the hell is going on? Why do I have soldiers at my door?" "Ma'am, I really need you to open the door for me," Barrett said, keeping his tone calm and professional. "For what reason?" "I'd done nothing wrong," Penelope replied, her voice carrying a mixture of fear and defiance. "We're here to rescue you," Barrett explained simply. "Rescue me from what?" she asked, genuine confusion evident in her tone. Barrett and Robinson exchanged another glance, both amazed that someone could remain completely oblivious to the outbreak that was rapidly consuming their community. The sounds of vehicles crashing and distant screaming had been audible for hours, yet Dr. Green seemed genuinely unaware of any crisis. "Ma'am, does your condo overlook the pool area?" Barrett asked. "Yes, it does," Penelope confirmed, her voice suggesting she was wondering where this line of questioning was leading. "Go look outside. Take a good long look at what's happening down there. We'll wait here and be ready when you unlock the door," Barrett instructed. Penelope's voice carried hesitation as she responded. "I don't understand what you expect me to see, but fine." Barrett could hear her footsteps moving away from the door as she walked deeper into the apartment toward what must be the living room or bedroom windows. The soldiers waited in tense silence, weapons ready, but pointed toward the floor as they listened for her reaction. After nearly a minute of silence, they heard Penelope gasp audibly, followed by what sounded like her stumbling backward from the window. When she spoke again, her voice was several octaves higher and filled with panic. "Oh my God. Oh my God, what are those things?" Barrett could hear her struggling to control her breathing, and he suspected she was fighting to keep her stomach contents down after witnessing the carnage below. Her footsteps pounded across the apartment floor as she ran back to the door. Multiple locks clicked and scraped as Penelope worked frantically to open the door. When it finally swung open, she stood there, pale and shaking, her dark hair disheveled and her eyes wide with shock. "I need to know what in the hell is going on," she said breathlessly, stepping aside to allow them entry. Barrett pushed through the doorway, with the others following immediately behind him. Robinson secured the door while the others quickly swept the apartment to ensure it was clear. The space was neat and organized, with medical journals scattered across a desk and what appeared to be research materials covering most surfaces. Barrett guided Penelope into the kitchen area, which offered some privacy while keeping them away from the windows. She moved mechanically, still processing what she'd witnessed outside. "I don't have all the details, but the short version is that there was a biological agent released in Texas over the weekend. By the time anyone knew it existed, it had already begun spreading," Barrett explained, keeping his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. "A biological attack? What kind of agent are we talking about?" Penelope asked, her scientific mind immediately engaging despite her emotional state. "I don't know the specifics, and I get the sense the people above me don't know either, which is exactly why they sent us to pick you up." "I'm assuming you're a doctor of something complicated," Barrett replied. "I have a PhD in structural virology, which means I study the molecular structure of viruses and how they interact with host cells. My specialty is understanding how viral proteins fold and function, particularly in relation to," Penelope began, her academic instincts taking over. Barrett held up his hand, stopping her mid-explanation with a slight smile. "Yeah, something complicated," he said. Penelope paused, then smirked slightly as she nodded her head. She seemed to almost appreciate the fact that Barrett acknowledged he wouldn't understand her specialty, rather than pretending to follow along. "So what's the plan now that you're here?" she asked. "There's a handful of naval vessels offshore coordinating rescue operations like this one. We're going to get you to an extraction point and transport you to a secure location where you can analyze this thing and, hopefully, figure out how to stop it," Barrett explained. "I need a few minutes to get my things," Penelope said, already moving toward her office. "You have 2 minutes," Barrett replied firmly. Penelope nodded and disappeared into her office while Barrett surveyed the apartment. It was clearly the home of someone dedicated to their work, with scientific equipment and research papers organized throughout the living space. Barrett looked toward the large windows where Privates Evans and Perry were staring down at the courtyard with curious looks etched on their faces. "Don't you boys have something better to do?" Barrett asked. "Come here, Cap, take a look at this," Evans called out, his voice carrying a note of fascination. Barrett walked over to the window and looked down at the courtyard 3 floors below. "What am I looking at?" he asked. "Look at the pool itself," Perry directed, pointing toward the water. Barrett adjusted his view and spotted half a dozen creatures flailing about in the swimming pool. They splashed around desperately, their arms windmilling as they struggled to get out of the water. However, they seemed to lack the coordination necessary to swim or climb out, leaving them trapped in an endless cycle of thrashing and sinking. "Interesting," Barrett observed. "They can't swim." "Doesn't look like they can climb out either," Evans added. "They just keep going under and then fighting their way back to the surface." "Well, once we're out to sea, I'll feel a hell of a lot safer," Barrett said. Barrett stepped away from the window and pulled out his tactical radio, switching to the command frequency before keying the microphone. "This is Captain Baird for base. Come in," he transmitted. Static filled the air for several seconds before a crisp female voice responded through the speaker. "This is base. Go ahead, Captain," the voice replied professionally. "Penelope Green is secured and in hand, preparing to move to extraction point," Barrett reported. "Stand by," came the immediate response. Barrett closed his eyes and let out a deep internal sigh. He'd been in the military long enough to recognize that stand by usually preceded bad news. The pause stretched longer than normal, which only reinforced his suspicion that their extraction wouldn't proceed as originally planned. "Captain?" The voice returned after nearly 30 seconds of silence. "I'm here, base," Barrett acknowledged, Your initial extraction point has been compromised, the operator informed him, her tone remaining professional despite delivering obviously unwelcome news. Are you telling me all the boats at the docks are gone? Barrett asked. According to my information, the docks themselves are gone. The entire marina infrastructure has been overrun and is no longer viable for extraction operations, came the sobering reply. Barrett rubbed his forehead with his free hand, processing this development. Well, I can see how that would be a problem. I need an alternative extraction point. Operations are winding down rapidly, and you're one of the last teams still on dry land. Most extraction points have been compromised or abandoned, the voice explained. That's just great. So how the hell do we get out of here? Barrett demanded, his frustration beginning to show. How close are you to the airport? The operator asked. Barrett immediately waved Robinson over, and his sergeant approached while pulling out the GPS device, apparently sensing what information would be needed. Airport? Barrett asked Robinson. Robinson quickly scrolled across the GPS display, locating the airfield and calculating the distance from their current position. Maybe a mile and a half to the north, Robinson reported quietly. It's going to be a challenge getting there, but it's doable, base. Where's our pickup? Barrett asked into the radio. There is a commercial helicopter service operating out of the south end of the runway. According to our drone surveillance, there are 3 helicopters sitting on the tarmac that appear to be operational, the operator explained. That's great, base. Can your drone see any pilots? Barrett asked, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. As Barrett finished his transmission, Sanchez raised his hand from across the room, prompting Barrett to give him a questioning look. You can fly a helicopter? Barrett asked with surprise. I sure can, Cap, Sanchez confirmed with confidence. Is there anything you can't do? Barrett wondered aloud. Juggle, but I am practicing, Sanchez replied with a smirk. Barrett let out a chuckle and shook his head before bringing the radio back to speaking position. Okay, base, we're squared away on the pilot situation. You just make sure you have a landing spot for us when we get airborne, Barrett transmitted. The lead ship has a clear flight deck, and I'll make sure it stays that way, the operator confirmed. Thank you kindly, Barrett replied before switching off the radio. Barrett looked around at his squad, then shook his head at their evolving situation. This is gonna be fun, he muttered. Don't worry, Cap. If you can get me to that helicopter, I'll get us home safe, Sanchez assured him with the confidence of someone who'd never failed to deliver on a promise. A moment later, Penelope emerged from her office dressed in jeans and a t-shirt with a large military-style backpack slung over her shoulder. The pack appeared heavy, presumably loaded with research materials and equipment. I have all the research I keep here, so I'm ready to go when you are, she announced. You heard the lady. Let's get this show on the road. Chapter 4. The group staged in the lobby of the condo building, the soldiers methodically checking their weapons and ammunition counts as they prepared for the fight ahead. The men looked out the front window, where the zombies continued to press. As the soldiers readied themselves, Penelope stepped over to the front window, studying the creatures pressed against the glass with the analytical eye of a scientist. She examined them closely, noting that most displayed serious bite wounds on their arms, necks, and faces, while a couple showed no visible injuries whatsoever. The wounds appeared fresh, with blood still wet on their clothing and skin. Penelope reached into her backpack and pulled out a notepad and pen, jotting down observations as she spoke to herself in the manner of someone accustomed to working alone in a laboratory. The bites are clearly causing people to turn into whatever these things are, but there's some other cause, she murmured while writing. Private Evans, who'd been listening while checking his rifle's sight alignment, looked up from his weapon. It's the virus, ma'am. It's something to do with A-type blood, he said. Penelope turned from the window, her attention immediately focused on this new information. Blood type? Are you sure? She asked. Pretty damn sure, Evans replied, then tensed up for a moment as he realized he'd cursed in front of the doctor. Sorry, ma'am, but yes, I'm pretty sure, he corrected himself. Private Gardner looked up from loading a fresh magazine into his rifle. Yeah, they burst into the barracks in the middle of the night with their hair on fire, pulling every soldier with A-type blood, Gardner explained. We may be grunts, But even we can put that together, Perry added from his position near the door. Penelope nodded thankfully, scribbling additional notes as she processed the new information. Captain Barrett finished his weapon check and walked over to where Penelope stood by the window. "Okay, Penelope, here's what's going to happen. We're going to have to fight our way through that," Barrett said, pointing toward the front of the building where a dozen zombies pressed against the glass and door, their faces smeared with blood and their eyes vacant. "As soon as we're through, we're hauling ass to the truck at the front entrance. I want you in the cab. When you get there, slide into the middle seat and buckle up. Sergeant Robinson is going to be riding shotgun in case we have to fight our way out. Do you have any questions?" Barrett continued. "I'll stick beside the sergeant there and do whatever you need me to do," Penelope replied, slipping her notepad back into her pack. "Glad to hear it. Now, have you ever been around live gunfire before?" Barrett asked. "Been to the firing range a few times, but that's about it," Penelope answered. "Well, it's going to be loud when we start popping off in here. Just cover your ears and move when we do, and we'll get you to safety," Barrett instructed. "I have no doubt that you will, Captain," Penelope said with more confidence than she felt. Barrett nodded as he turned to address the rest of his squad. "All right, boys, let's get this done," he commanded. The soldiers moved as a single unit, forming a firing line with Barrett positioned in the center. Their movements were precise and coordinated, each man taking his designated position without need for additional instruction. Barrett lined up directly in front of the main door, raising his assault rifle to shoulder level, which prompted the others to mirror his action. The zombies outside seemed to sense the activity within the lobby, their moaning growing louder as they pressed harder against the glass. Cracks had already begun to spiderweb across the large windows from the sustained pressure. "Light 'em up," Barrett shouted. All 6 soldiers began pulling their triggers in controlled bursts, sending a torrential barrage of bullets through the front windows of the condo building. The glass exploded outward in a shower of glittering fragments, followed immediately by the distinctive crack of rifle rounds finding their targets. Within seconds, zombie heads exploded in sprays of blood and brain matter, the bodies dropping to the concrete walkway outside. The sustained fire lasted less than 10 seconds, but its effectiveness was absolute. As quickly as the assault began, the lobby fell quiet, except for the ringing in everyone's ears and the tinkle of falling glass. "Let's move," Barrett commanded. Barrett rushed toward the destroyed entrance, stepping carefully through the frame where the door had been. He jumped over the pile of bodies at the front of the building, landing in a combat stance with his rifle raised and ready. His eyes immediately swept the courtyard, spotting movement coming from several different directions as zombies converged on their position, drawn by the gunfire. "I got left," Barrett called out. Barrett adjusted his aim as he moved, firing controlled bursts toward a zombie approaching from the side entrance to the complex. The creature stumbled and fell as the rounds found their mark, its body sliding across the concrete. Private Perry stepped up to cover the right flank, his rifle chattering as he fired 3-round bursts toward a trio of creatures that had emerged from behind the pool area. The back of the lead zombie's head exploded in a spray of gore, causing it to collapse immediately. The creature behind it stumbled over the falling body, losing its balance and careening sideways before toppling harmlessly into the swimming pool with a loud splash. Sergeant Robinson charged straight up the middle of their formation, keeping his weapon trained on the area around their truck. Penelope followed close behind, staying just a couple of steps back for safety. She forced herself to stare at Robinson's back, not wanting to witness the violence erupting around her. Several more shots cracked through the air from different directions as the soldiers eliminated targets of opportunity during their advance. The coordinated movement resembled a well-rehearsed dance, each man knowing his role and executing it flawlessly. They reached the truck within 30 seconds of exiting the building. Robinson immediately threw open the passenger door so Penelope could climb inside, his eyes never leaving the surrounding area as he maintained vigilance. Before Penelope could locate her seatbelt, Barrett and Robinson were already in the vehicle, with Barrett turning the ignition and bringing the engine roaring to life. Barrett threw it into gear and slammed the accelerator to the floor, causing the rear tires to spin momentarily before finding traction. The truck lurched forward, leaving rubber marks on the asphalt as they accelerated away from the complex. "Sergeant, get me to the airport," Barrett directed. "I'm on it, Cap," Robinson replied, pulling out the GPS unit. As they drove through the suburban streets, Penelope forced herself to look around at the deteriorating situation throughout the city. Zombies ran in every direction, chasing after anything that moved. She winced as she witnessed someone being tackled on a sidewalk just 2 blocks away, grateful that their speed prevented her from seeing the gruesome conclusion. "Straight on this road for 5 more blocks, then hang a right when you see the fence around the airport," Robinson instructed, his finger tracing their route on the small screen. Barrett nodded without taking his eyes off the road ahead. He deftly maneuvered around obstacles, both vehicular and human, weaving through traffic and creatures with equal skill. The truck's powerful engine allowed him to maintain speed even when forced to take evasive action. They covered the distance to the airport perimeter in less than 10 minutes, Barrett making the designated turn and following the chain-link fence that surrounded the airfield. He drove along the barrier, searching for an entrance gate while keeping one eye on the road ahead. "Talk to me, Robinson," Barrett said when no entrance became apparent. Robinson stared intently at his GPS display, cross-referencing their position with the airport layout. "There should be a gate here," he said with confusion. "Well, there's not," Barrett replied with growing frustration. Barrett continued along the fence line for another 100 yards before spotting one of the helicopters sitting on the tarmac beyond the barrier. "Oh, to hell with this," Barrett muttered. Barrett raised his voice so the soldiers in the truck bed could hear him over the engine noise and wind. "Hang on, this is going to suck," he warned. Barrett gave the men in back a few seconds to brace themselves before cutting the steering wheel sharply to the left. The truck bounced violently as it jumped the curb, becoming briefly airborne before the front end slammed down and collided with the chain-link fence. The vehicle's forward momentum carried them through the barrier, though their speed decreased considerably as the fence wrapped around the front bumper and grille. Barrett fought to maintain control as the truck swerved, metal scraping against metal as sections of fencing dragged alongside them. Once he had the vehicle pointed straight again, Barrett accelerated toward the helicopter, not wanting to spend a second longer on the ground than absolutely necessary. The aircraft sat approximately 50 yards from their breach point, its rotors drooping motionless in the morning air. Barrett brought the truck to a sliding stop close to the helicopter, a large tourism model that had likely spent its life providing scenic flights over the beaches and coastal waters. Now it represented their ticket to safety and escape from the nightmare consuming the mainland. "Sanchez, get this thing in the air," Barrett commanded. The corporal vaulted from the truck bed, sprinting to the helicopter and throwing himself into the pilot's seat. His hands moved quickly over the controls as he began the startup sequence, while the privates formed a defensive perimeter around the aircraft. "Come on, Penelope, let's get you secure," Robinson said, taking her hand and helping her from the truck into the helicopter's passenger compartment. She flinched as several shots rang out from the defensive line, but the sound was quickly overwhelmed by the increasing whine of the helicopter's turbine engine and the rhythmic beating of rotor blades beginning to turn. "Get your asses on board, we are leaving," Sanchez shouted over the growing noise. Sanchez glanced toward the privates, who were firing at approaching targets while beginning their tactical withdrawal toward the aircraft. About 50 yards up the runway, a large mass of zombies were running toward their position. The horde appeared to number close to 100 creatures, all moving at a frightening speed. The privates maintained their disciplined retreat, firing and moving in coordinated bounds until they reached the helicopter. Perry was the last man aboard, slamming the passenger door shut as soon as his boots left the tarmac. "We're good, go, go, go," Perry yelled. Sanchez immediately applied power, and the helicopter lifted off smoothly into the morning sky. Within seconds, they had gained enough altitude to render the zombie horde below completely harmless, though the creatures continued running toward the spot where they had been, apparently unable to comprehend that their prey had escaped vertically. 10 seconds after takeoff, they had achieved a clear view of the entire airport complex, prompting Sanchez to maintain a hover. "Mother of God," Robinson breathed. The scene spread out beneath them was truly apocalyptic. A commercial airliner had somehow crashed through the main terminal's windows, its fuselage embedded in the building while flames consumed both aircraft and structure. Black smoke billowed into the sky, creating a pillar visible for miles. Several groups of people were attempting to escape through emergency exits, only to find zombies waiting for them outside. The brief glimpses of individual struggles played out like a horrific silent movie from their vantage point above. After observing this devastation for several moments, Barrett activated his headset microphone. "Sanchez, get us out of here," he directed. "Copy that, Cap," Sanchez replied. The corporal gained additional altitude before banking toward the east. Within moments, the blue expanse of the Atlantic Ocean came into view, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. "Okay, everybody, settle in and try to enjoy the ride." Chapter 5. Nearly half an hour passed as Corporal Sanchez piloted the helicopter eastward over the Atlantic Ocean, the coastline of Florida gradually disappearing behind them until only endless blue water stretched in all directions. The aircraft maintained a steady course toward the fleet of vessels that awaited them somewhere beyond the horizon. Conversation inside the helicopter was virtually non-existent, as everyone finally had a moment to absorb the magnitude of what had transpired during their escape from the mainland. The adrenaline that had carried them through the morning's violence was beginning to fade, leaving behind a heavy silence broken only by the rhythmic beating of rotor blades and the steady drone of the turbine engine. Barrett stared out the window at the ocean below, his mind processing the images of destruction they had witnessed at the airport, the crashed airliner embedded in the terminal building, the columns of smoke rising from multiple fires throughout the city, and the endless masses of infected civilians running through streets that had been peaceful neighborhoods just hours earlier. Robinson sat quietly in his seat, occasionally checking his equipment but mostly lost in thought. The sergeant's weathered face reflected the strain of leading men through combat situations that defied all previous experience and training. Fighting human enemies was one thing, but the creatures they had encountered operated by rules no military manual had ever addressed. The only activity during the flight came from Penelope, who sat hunched over her notepad, furiously scribbling observations and theories. While her information about the virus remained extremely limited, she already had dozens of ideas bouncing around in her scientific mind. The blood-type connection that Evans had mentioned was particularly intriguing, as it suggested a specific biological mechanism rather than random infection. After several more minutes of silence, Sanchez's voice crackled through their headsets, breaking the contemplative mood that had settled over the group. "I got the ship in view, Captain," he announced. Barrett leaned forward and looked out through the helicopter's windscreen, spotting a cluster of vessels sailing in formation across the dark waters. The fleet consisted primarily of military ships, their gray hulls and bristling communication arrays clearly identifying them as naval vessels. However, several larger commercial shipping vessels sailed among them. The lead ship quickly came within view. A clear landing zone had been marked out on the vessel's rear deck, where a figure stood ready with reflective signal batons to guide their approach. Sanchez adjusted their heading slightly, lining up with the designated landing area as the ship grew larger in their vision. The pilot's hands moved smoothly over the controls, making minute adjustments to compensate for the wind conditions and the vessel's movement through the water. After a few tense moments of maneuvering, they settled onto the deck with barely a bump, Sanchez demonstrating the skill that had earned him his pilot's certification. The helicopter's rotors began spinning down as he methodically worked through the shutdown checklist. "That was some damn fine work out there. I'm proud as hell, boys," Barrett said, his voice carrying genuine appreciation for his squad's performance. The soldiers responded with a mixture of nods and quiet expressions of satisfaction as they began exiting the aircraft. Despite the successful mission, the weight of what they had witnessed prevented any real celebration. Before they could fully disembark from the helicopter, a Navy petty officer approached Barrett. "Are you Captain Barrett?" the sailor asked. "The one and only," Barrett confirmed. "Sir, General Sutton needs to see you in his office. Please come with me," the petty officer directed. "What about our VIP here?" Barrett asked, nodding toward Penelope. "She can wait with the rest of your men. Someone is coming up now. But I need you to follow me, sir," the sailor replied. "Robinson, you're with me. The rest of you hang tight," Barrett instructed. Robinson fell into step beside his captain as they prepared to follow the Navy guide, leaving the remainder of their group on the flight deck. As they walked toward the ship's deck, Penelope called out after them. "Thank you for saving me, Captain," she said. "It's my pleasure, ma'am. Now see what you can do about what's happening out there," Barrett replied over his shoulder. Penelope gave him a confident nod as Barrett and Robinson followed the petty officer through a heavy steel door into the ship's interior. The sudden transition from bright sunlight to artificial lighting required a moment for their eyes to adjust. The sailor led them down a long corridor lined with pipes and electrical conduits, the utilitarian design typical of military vessels, where function took precedence over comfort. Their footsteps echoed off the metal deck plating as they navigated through the ship's maze-like interior. Eventually, they stopped outside an unmarked door. The petty officer knocked firmly and waited for a response from within. "Come on in," came the muffled reply. The sailor opened the door and popped his head inside the compartment. "General, I have Captain Barrett for you," he announced. "Thank you, sailor. That will be all," General Sutton replied. The petty officer stepped aside, allowing Barrett and Robinson to enter the cramped quarters that served as the general's shipboard office. General Sutton appeared to be in his 50s, his gray hair and lined face reflecting the stress of command during an unprecedented crisis. The expression he wore suggested he had aged considerably in the past 24 hours. "It's good to have you back, Barrett. Did everybody make it in one piece?" Sutton asked. "We had a couple of close calls, but we're still standing," Barrett reported. "Glad to hear it. How soon until you can be operational again?" the general inquired. Barrett and Robinson exchanged a concerned glance before Barrett responded to the question that suggested their day was far from over. "General, I don't know what people are telling you, but the mainland is pretty damn close to being a lost cause," Barrett said bluntly. "Oh, believe me, Captain, I know. Several teams didn't make it offshore," Sutton acknowledged grimly. "So where's the mission?" Barrett asked. "There's a cruise ship down near the Bahamas, and there's a VIP on board that we need extracted," Sutton explained. "So all of the carnage happening on shore just bottled up in a claustrophobic nightmare? What's not to love?" Barrett replied with a smirk. "Trust me, Captain. I know how it sounds. However, fate appears to finally be on our side, as the ship had a major engine malfunction a few days ago. It was due to dock, but wasn't able to do so," Sutton continued. "So it's just been sitting out in the ocean this whole time? No way for the infection to get on board?" Robinson asked. "That's what our intel says," Sutton confirmed. "If that's the case, then why are we risking bringing the virus on board?" Barrett questioned. "Because sooner or later they're going to have to make landfall, assuming they want to continue eating. We need our VIP and we don't have time to waste," Sutton explained. "How are they going to react when they see armed soldiers running through the halls? Those ships have satellites, so news of what's going on has to have reached them by now," Robinson pointed out. "We've taken care of that too, Sergeant. We have a ship a few miles away from them that's jamming all communications. No phones, no radio, no television. They're completely in the dark," Sutton replied. Barrett began pacing back and forth within the confines of the small office, his mind working through every possible way a mission like this could go sideways. It just might be doable. "So what's the play?" Barrett finally said. "Initially, we were going to send a boat and have you get on and off quietly, but since you brought us a helicopter, I think a direct approach might be easier," Sutton suggested. "So we pose as civilians who are there to fix the engines and communications," Barrett concluded. "That should give us access to the manifest, make it a little easier to find our VIP," Robinson added. "Which is who, by the way?" Barrett asked. General Sutton retrieved some papers from his desk, shuffling through them for a moment before locating the relevant document. "His name is Brent Chapman, and he's a—" Sutton began. Barrett raised his hand, interrupting the general's explanation. "It doesn't matter what he does. It's above my pay grade. However, I do need to know if he has a wife, kids, and if any of them are infected," Barrett said. "Sadly, we don't have that information, but it's a 60-40 shot, and from what the research team tells me, we could use his expertise," Sutton replied. "Okay, looks like our day isn't over quite yet," Barrett observed. "You have full reign of the armory. Take whatever you need," Sutton offered. "General, I have a question if you don't mind," Robinson interjected. "Of course, Sergeant," Sutton replied. Once we secure the VIP, what do we tell the captain of the ship? Robinson asked. You don't have to tell them anything, Sutton answered. I know I don't have to, sir, but I feel like we should. If we're bringing the virus to them, they deserve to know what's going on. Give them a fighting chance against what's coming their way, Robinson argued. General Sutton paused, considering the ethical implications of Robinson's concern. Sergeant, you are to tell them nothing, he finally said. General, Robinson protested. Sutton raised his hand, signaling for the sergeant to remain calm. If I can finish, Sergeant, he said. Sorry, sir, Robinson replied. Getting the VIP to safety is the only thing that matters, and you telling the captain what's happening can only endanger that mission. However, once you're airborne, you have my word that I will personally contact the captain and fill him in on what's going on, Sutton explained. Robinson considered the compromise before giving a satisfied nod. Thank you, General, he said. If there's nothing else, then you boys should get moving. Time is something we don't have the luxury of, Sutton concluded. We'll get the job done, General, Barrett assured him. I know you will, Barrett. Good luck. Chapter 6. The 6 soldiers sat in tense silence as Corporal Sanchez piloted the helicopter across the brilliant blue waters of the Atlantic toward their target. Each man wore generic gray coveralls over their tactical gear, the civilian clothing designed to help them blend in among the cruise ship's maintenance crews and technical staff. The mission requirements had forced them to leave their standard Kevlar body armor behind, opting instead for much slimmer tactical vests that could be concealed beneath the coveralls. While this left them more vulnerable to ballistic threats, the zombies they might encounter wouldn't be armed with firearms, making the trade-off acceptable for maintaining their cover. Captain Barrett gazed out over the water, watching the late morning sun create thousands of glittering diamonds across the ocean's surface. For a few moments, he allowed his mind to wander, appreciating the simple pleasure of natural beauty in a world that seemed to be descending into madness. You all right there, Cap? Robinson asked, noticing his captain's contemplative mood. Yeah, Robinson, I'm good. Just ready for this day to be in the books, Barrett replied. Is that the only thing? Robinson pressed, sensing there was more weighing on his captain's mind. Barrett hesitated for several moments, glancing around at the other soldiers in the helicopter before making a decision. He switched his headset to a private channel and showed the frequency to Robinson, who immediately adjusted his own radio to match. Thanks, Sergeant. I didn't feel like sharing with everyone, Barrett said, once they had established the private communication link. Whatever you say to me is in confidence. What's on your mind? Robinson said. We've run more missions together than I can count. A lot of them were cut and dry, and in others we had to leave civilians behind in less than ideal situations. Hell, this morning alone, how many people did we leave behind to fend for themselves? Barrett asked. But this feels different, Robinson observed. It does. Right now, the people on that ship are as safe as they can be. No infection, no virus, no nothing. But we're bringing it to them, Barrett explained, his voice carrying the weight of moral uncertainty. I know, Cap, but what can we do? If we bail, they'll just send another team, Robinson pointed out. You're right, Robinson. There's nothing we can do. But I don't have to feel good about it, Barrett said. Damn right you don't, Robinson agreed. Barrett looked toward the cockpit when he noticed Sanchez waving his hands to get his attention. The captain quickly switched his radio back to the common frequency so he could communicate with his pilot. Sorry, Corporal. What's going on? Barrett asked. I got the ship in sight, coming up on the right, Sanchez announced. Barrett looked out the helicopter's window and spotted what was easily the largest cruise ship he had ever seen in his life. The vessel stretched across the horizon like a floating city, its white hull gleaming in the sunlight, and multiple decks rising like a skyscraper laid on its side. Jesus Christ, how is that thing not sinking to the bottom of the ocean under its own weight? Barrett wondered aloud. Apparently, the shipmaker had to spend an ungodly amount on frame fabrication to prevent that very thing from happening, Gardner replied unexpectedly. How in the hell do you know that, Gardner? Perry asked with surprise. Gardner held up a printed document which confused everyone in the helicopter. While we were getting prepped, I had one of the sailors print out some specs on the ship. I figured it might come in useful if things don't go smoothly, Gardner explained. Well, first off, thanks for jinxing us, Private, Robinson said with mock concern. The comment drew a few chuckles from the men before Barrett jumped in. Well, Gardner, since you've doomed the mission, you might as well let us know what we're in for, Barrett said. Gardner shook his head in defeat before pulling the paper up and reading from it in an official tone. This state-of-the-art ship boasts 15 fun-filled levels, he began in the voice of a tour guide. It's the length of nearly 4 city blocks, or 3,300 feet for those who don't know what a city block is. I'm looking at you, Perry, Gardner continued. The men chuckled as Perry responded with a playful middle finger directed at his friend. There are 2,400 staterooms, which is enough for the 3,000 passengers, who are taken care of by the 1,000-strong crew. There are 7 swimming pools, more dining options than a mall food court, and a whole host of other amenities that we won't have the time to enjoy, Gardner concluded his impromptu briefing. Evans and Perry offered mocking applause as Gardner finished his presentation, the levity helping to ease some of the tension as they approached their destination. That's a mighty fine report there, Gardner, Perry said with exaggerated appreciation. Now we just have to hope we don't need any of that knowledge, Evans added. Hang on, gang, we're coming in for the landing, Sanchez announced. The mood in the helicopter immediately shifted from joking to businesslike as the soldiers snapped into operational mode. They checked their equipment one final time, ensuring their weapons were properly concealed and their civilian disguises were convincing. As the helicopter descended toward the cruise ship's landing pad, Barrett could see the massive scale of the vessel more clearly. The deck stretched out, with multiple levels visible above and various recreational facilities scattered across the available space. Swimming pools, deck chairs, and what appeared to be miniature golf courses created a resort-like atmosphere. The aircraft touched down smoothly on the designated landing area at the front of the ship's upper deck. Almost immediately, Barrett spotted 2 men walking toward them from the direction of the ship's superstructure, their purposeful stride suggesting they were ship's officers coming to greet the unexpected arrivals. Before the approaching officials reached them, Barrett addressed his team one final time. Remember, last names only, no rank. We're undercover, and we're on the clock, so let's locate the VIP and get the hell out of here, understood? He instructed. A chorus of, "Yes, Cap," came from the men as the helicopter's rotor blades slowed to a more manageable speed. Barrett was the first one out of the aircraft, his boots touching the deck as he immediately moved toward the 2 men approaching their position. He adopted the confident but respectful demeanor of a civilian contractor arriving to solve technical problems. "Good morning, gentlemen," Barrett called out as he approached. The older of the 2 men was distinguished in appearance, wearing a crisp white uniform jacket with gold trim and a name tag reading Captain Hayes. His companion hung back a few steps, dressed more casually in khaki pants and a red polo shirt with Jacob displayed on his name tag. "Good morning, sir. Did the company send you? Because we were afraid that our messages weren't getting out," Hayes said, relief evident in his voice. "They did indeed send us. We caught a bit of your message about the engines going down, and when we didn't hear back from you, we kind of pieced together the communications glitch," Barrett replied smoothly. "It's a lot more than a glitch. We have nothing. No phones, no radio. Hell, we don't even have television," Jacob interjected, frustration clear in his tone. "Well, don't worry, Jacob. My team and I are here to get you up and running," Barrett assured him. Captain Hayes stepped forward with the polished manner of someone accustomed to dealing with passengers and crew, extending his hand in greeting. "That's much appreciated. I'm Captain Hayes. This is my right-hand man, Jacob," he said. "You can call me Barrett, and this is my team," Barrett replied, shaking the offered hand while gesturing to his men. "We're damn happy to have you here, Barrett. Where would you like to get started?" Hayes asked. "I'll take a team down to the engine room to see what we're working with there. Captain, if you'd be so kind as to escort Robinson and Sanchez to the bridge and give them access to your systems, that would be great," Barrett said. "Why do they need access to my systems?" Hayes asked, a note of caution entering his voice. "Because they're going to be working on the communications issue," Barrett explained. "I would have thought they would want to start in the comms room," Hayes observed. Before Barrett could formulate a response, Sanchez stepped forward with the confidence of someone who had clearly thought through this scenario. "Hey, Captain Hayes, I fully intend on working my way to the comms room, but the last time I had a situation like this, the issue wasn't in the comms room. It was a virus in the main computer system. Now, as much as I enjoyed spending 3 days on a cruise ship on someone else's dime, I got a date with a solid 9 tomorrow, and I fully intend on making it. And I'm not talking a Boise 9. I'm talking a Miami 9, which is about a 37 in Boise. So if it's okay with you, can you please let the experts handle it? Sanchez said, delivering the explanation with just the right mixture of technical authority and casual arrogance. Captain Hayes stared at Sanchez for several long moments, clearly unsure how to respond to the verbal dressing down he had just received from what he believed to be a civilian contractor. After processing the unexpected confrontation, he nodded slowly. "Of course. My apologies," Hayes said. "No apologies needed, Captain. But if you're feeling broken up about it, a prime rib sandwich is a surefire way to mend a broken fence," Sanchez replied with a disarming grin. Robinson fought to suppress a laugh as he watched Hayes struggle with Sanchez's unconventional approach to customer relations. The ship's captain eventually nodded, though his expression suggested he wasn't entirely sure what had just happened. "I think I can arrange that. Now, Barrett, if you would like to follow Jacob here, he'll take you down to the engine room," Hayes said, apparently eager to move the conversation back to safer ground. "Thank you, Captain. Robinson, I'm on Channel 6. Let me know when we're up and rolling. Now let's get this done." Chapter 7. Jacob led the group of disguised soldiers across a long, open corridor that stretched toward the rear of the massive cruise ship. The walkway was elevated above the main floor, providing an impressive overview of what appeared to be a sprawling 4-level entertainment district that formed the heart of the vessel's passenger activities. To their right stretched a giant wall of glass, extending from floor to ceiling, offering passengers a breathtaking panoramic view of the Atlantic Ocean. The late morning sun poured through the transparent barrier, bathing the entire area in brilliant natural light that created an almost cathedral-like atmosphere within the ship's interior spaces. Below them, the entertainment complex spread out like an indoor city, complete with cafes, ice cream shops, bars, and numerous recreational facilities designed to cater to every manner of entertainment preference for both children and adults. Colorful signs advertised everything from pizza joints to sushi bars, while game arcades and souvenir shops filled the spaces between dining establishments. Captain Barrett let out an impressed whistle as he took in the scope of the entertainment complex spread out below them. "This is one hell of a ship you have here, Jacob," he said. "First time on one of our Jupiter-class ships?" Jacob asked with pride in his voice. "It is, and I have to say, it's certainly a sight to behold," Barrett replied. "This is our main entertainment area where most of the action happens. Most of the main dining areas are near the rear of the ship, with the bulk of the cabins in the middle," Jacob explained, gesturing toward different sections of the vessel. "So we're not even to the middle yet? Because I haven't seen a single stateroom," Barrett observed. "Yeah, sorry, Barrett. It's a bit of a hike down to the engine room. We'll be turning off here in a minute, so we're almost halfway home," Jacob apologized. "It's no problem, Jacob. Not our first rodeo," Barrett assured him. "But hoping it's our last for a while," Private Evans added from behind them. Barrett glanced back at Evans, giving him a sharp look that clearly communicated the need to maintain their cover and keep unnecessary comments to a minimum. Evans immediately understood the silent reprimand and nodded his acknowledgement. "Have you boys been out at sea long?" Jacob asked conversationally. "Been on shore for a little while. Flew out special just for you," Barrett replied, keeping his answer vague but plausible. "Well, we really appreciate it. Pardon my language, but it's been a hell of a trip so far," Jacob said with frustration. "Don't worry, Jacob. We've heard it all. And we won't tell the captain you got a little salty on the walk," Barrett replied with a knowing smile. Jacob let out a chuckle, shaking his head as they continued making their way through the ship's corridors. "Captain Hayes? He's the most straight-laced man I've ever worked for. That said, you get a couple of cocktails into him and he'll make even the most seasoned sailor blush with his language," Jacob confided. "So he's a good man?" Barrett asked. "Yes, he is. Been with him on this ship for the last year. And as you can see, there's a lot to take on, especially with a packed house like we currently have," Jacob confirmed. Before Barrett could pursue that line of questioning further, Evans spoke up again from their small formation. "I'm sorry to interrupt," Evans began, Barrett's eyes widened in alarm at Evans opening his mouth again, but the private gave his captain a confident nod that suggested he had a specific purpose and knew what he was doing. "Did you have a question, Evans?" Jacob asked politely. "Yeah, sorry. You said there's a packed house?" Evans inquired. "There is right at around 3,000 guests, and another 800 ship employees too," Jacob confirmed. "So, if it's a packed house, then where is everybody?" Evans asked, pointing down toward the recreation area floor. Barrett followed Evans's gesture and realized his soldier had made an excellent observation. The entertainment complex below hosted only about 50 people total, including the ship employees going about their duties. For a vessel supposedly carrying over 3,000 passengers, the public areas seemed remarkably empty, looking more like a shopping mall on a slow weekday than the bustling hub of activity he would have expected. "That is a good question. It's getting close to lunchtime. Shouldn't this place be a little more crowded?" Barrett added, his instincts immediately recognizing that something was wrong with the situation. Jacob visibly tensed at the question, his casual demeanor shifting to something more guarded. He didn't respond immediately, which put Barrett's internal alarm system on high alert. "Jacob, is there something you want to share?" Barrett pressed. Rather than answering the question, Jacob pointed toward a door ahead of them in the corridor. "We're right through here," he said, deliberately avoiding Barrett's inquiry. Jacob picked up his pace considerably, pushing through the indicated door before making an immediate turn that led them into what was clearly a crew-only section of the ship. The corridor here was much more utilitarian than the passenger areas, with exposed pipes running along the ceiling and industrial lighting that created a harsh, functional atmosphere. They walked in silence for what Barrett estimated to be about 100 yards, the only sounds being their footsteps echoing off the wooden deck and the distant hum of the ship's mechanical systems. As they continued through the crew sections, several ship employees passed them going in the opposite direction. Most of the crew members looked tired and overworked, which wasn't particularly unusual for people working on a cruise ship. However, one individual they encountered looked genuinely ill, with pale skin and the kind of exhausted appearance that suggested serious sickness rather than simple fatigue. "Jacob, where is everybody?" Barrett asked again, his tone making it clear that he wouldn't accept another deflection. Finally, Jacob stopped walking and turned to face the group, his expression suggesting he was reluctantly preparing to share information he had been hoping to avoid discussing. "Most people are in their rooms because they're sick," he admitted. "Sick with what?" Barrett demanded. "It's not a big deal. It happens on cruise ships. One person gets sick and it spreads pretty quickly," Jacob replied, though his tone suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as his audience. Barrett stepped forward and grabbed Jacob firmly by the arm, pulling him back against the corridor wall. He kept his voice low but allowed a distinctly menacing tone to enter his words. "I need to know what they're sick with, right now," he said. Jacob was clearly terrified by the sudden escalation, having no way to understand why civilian mechanics would react so aggressively to news of passenger illness. "It's not a big deal, it's just a flu," he stammered. Barrett stared at him with an intensity that only increased Jacob's fear and confusion. "I'm sorry, I didn't say anything because the last time we had an illness this bad, Captain Hayes almost got demoted because of the number of complaints. Since you're from the company, I didn't want you to report us," Jacob explained, his words tumbling out in a rush. Barrett's concern continued to escalate as he processed this information. "Jacob, when did people start getting sick?" he asked. "I don't know, about 3 days ago, I think," Jacob replied. Barrett looked back toward his men, noting the alarm in their expressions as they all recognized the significance of that time frame. 3 days ago corresponded exactly with the beginning of the virus spreading on the mainland, which suggested a connection that Barrett desperately hoped was coincidental. "Has anybody else been on this boat since your last docking?" Barrett asked, continuing his interrogation. Jacob looked at Barrett with confusion, clearly unable to understand why a mechanical repair contractor would be asking such questions. "I don't understand," he said. "I don't need you to understand, I just need you to answer the question," Barrett replied firmly. "Has anybody else been on this boat since your last docking?" he repeated. Jacob hesitated for a moment, clearly thinking through recent events before nodding slowly. Yeah, there was. 3-4 days ago, we had a patron have a few too many at one of the bars, and he took a header over the railing, fell 15 feet to the ground. We feared that he had a broken back, so we had to call the mainland for a med chopper. They landed an hour later and flew him out of here, Jacob explained. Barrett felt his stomach drop as the pieces of a horrifying puzzle began falling into place. I need to know exactly when that was, he demanded. Jacob was clearly confused by the intensity of Barrett's questioning, but he could hear genuine fear in the supposed contractor's voice, which motivated him to comply. He pulled out his phone and began scrolling through his notes, searching for the relevant entry. It happened around 11:30 in the evening, so 3.5 days ago, give or take, Jacob reported after finding the information. Jesus Christ, Barrett muttered, the timeline confirming his worst suspicions. What? What's wrong? Jacob asked, now beginning to sense that something much more serious was happening than a simple mechanical repair visit. Let me guess, about half of your people are sick? Barrett asked, though he already suspected he knew the answer. Jacob stared at Barrett with growing confusion and concern. How did you know? He asked. Barrett hesitated, recognizing that he was approaching a critical decision point. He didn't want to panic Jacob or compromise their mission, but he also understood that the situation on the ship was far more dangerous than anyone aboard realized. You're just going to have to trust me, he finally said. Barrett reached inside his coveralls and pulled out his military radio, switching it to the designated frequency before keying the microphone. Sanchez Robinson, do you copy? He transmitted. I got you, Barrett. Are you in engineering? Robinson's voice crackled through the speaker. No, not yet, but we have a big problem. Chapter 8. Inside the bridge control room, several ship's personnel maintained their stations, despite the ship's current stationary position. The sophisticated array of navigation equipment, communication systems, and monitoring devices created a complex web of blinking lights and digital displays that would have been overwhelming to civilian eyes. Captain Hayes stood at the front of the bridge, gazing out through the large windows that provided a commanding view of the ocean in all directions. The elevated position offered an unobstructed panorama of blue water stretching to the horizon, broken only by the occasional whitecap or distant cloud shadow moving across the surface. Sergeant Robinson approached the ship's captain, hoping to engage him in conversation that would keep Hayes occupied, while Sanchez worked at gaining access to the ship's computer systems. So this is your view every day? Robinson asked. Every single day. Even on my days off, I'll come up here at sunset to catch the view, Hayes replied, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who genuinely appreciated his work environment. Why not enjoy it on deck with a cold one in hand? Robinson suggested. The company discourages the captain from drinking in public, even out of uniform, but I do have a nice 25-year-old scotch in my room that provides me with a nice nightcap, Hayes confided. 25-year-old scotch? I need to put in a transfer request to be a captain because you're making some bank, Robinson said with exaggerated envy. Hayes let out a genuine laugh, which Robinson matched with his own chuckle. The sergeant glanced back toward Sanchez, who was working intently at one of the bridge computer terminals, his fingers moving rapidly across the keyboard as he navigated through various system menus. The two men shared a meaningful look across the bridge. Sanchez gave a subtle nod toward a crew member who was hovering over his shoulder, clearly curious about what the supposed communication specialist was doing to their systems. Robinson understood immediately and turned his attention to the young sailor. "Young man," Robinson called out, pointing directly at the crew member. The sailor looked up with surprise, clearly not expecting to be singled out by one of the civilian contractors. "Who, me?" he asked. "Yes, you. Come up here for a minute," Robinson directed. The crew member looked toward Captain Hayes for permission, who nodded his approval for the man to leave his assigned station. With Hayes's blessing, the sailor walked over to where Robinson stood by the windows. Behind them, Sanchez felt a surge of relief as his unwanted observer moved away from the computer terminal. "Finally, I can get some work done," he muttered under his breath. Sanchez's fingers flew across the keyboard as he minimized the diagnostic screen he had been pretending to work on and navigated to the ship's passenger manifest system. The computer required several layers of security clearance, but the captain had been gracious enough to lend him his ID badge, rendering the security useless. After several minutes of careful navigation through the ship's database, he located the information he needed. "Found you, Mr. Chapman," he said quietly to himself. Sanchez studied the passenger record more closely, noting a photograph of a middle-aged white man with graying hair and distinguished features. The accompanying passport information confirmed the identity, while additional links revealed details about the man's travel companions. "And Mrs. Chapman," he added, as he discovered the entry for what was presumably Chapman's wife, Elisa. He continued examining the passenger records, paying particular attention to the cabin assignment. The computer showed room number 1311, which further investigation revealed to be a one-bedroom suite located on the ship's 13th deck. "And no kids. That's the only way to travel," Sanchez observed with a chuckle. Sanchez glanced up and noticed the crew member beginning to walk back toward his workstation. Having obtained all the information necessary for their mission, he quickly closed the manifest screen and returned to the communications diagnostic display he had been using as cover. "Hey, Robinson, I think I got some information about what we're looking for," Sanchez announced. "That's good work, Sanchez. Should I let Barrett know?" Robinson replied. Before Sanchez could respond, Robinson's radio crackled to life with Barrett's urgent transmission. "Sanchez, Robinson, do you copy?" Barrett's voice carried through the small speaker. "I got you, Barrett. Are you in engineering?" Robinson answered. "No, not yet. But we have a big problem," Barrett replied, his tone immediately putting everyone in the bridge on alert. Captain Hayes heard the exchange and stepped closer, concern evident on his face. "A big problem? If he's not in engineering yet, how would he know?" Hayes questioned. Robinson raised his hand, gesturing for Hayes to remain quiet as he walked over to where Sanchez sat at the computer terminal. The ship's captain followed closely, wanting to hear the rest of the conversation. "I got Sanchez with me. What's going on, Barrett?" Robinson transmitted. "The ship had visitors from the mainland 3.5 days ago." Barrett's voice crackled through the radio. Robinson and Sanchez exchanged a look of dread, as they both understood exactly what that timeline meant for them and everyone else aboard the cruise ship. "Where are you at right now?" Robinson asked. "Towards the back of the ship, but still pretty close to the staterooms," Barrett replied. "Hang tight. I'm going to get eyes on things," Robinson said. "Copy that," Barrett acknowledged. Captain Hayes stepped forward, his confusion and growing alarm evident in his voice. "What in the world is going on? Why would you care someone showed up 3.5 days ago?" he demanded. "Are people on board sick? I mean, a lot of people?" Robinson asked, ignoring Hayes's question while posing one of his own. Hayes was taken aback by the direct inquiry, clearly unsure how to interpret the line of questioning. "Yeah, but what does that have to do with the medical team that flew out?" he asked. "Captain, I need to talk to your medbay right now," Robinson stated firmly. "Now wait a damn minute. What are you talking about?" Hayes protested. Robinson stepped forward and spoke with enough force and authority to make everyone in the bridge control room instinctively lean back. Even Sanchez reacted to the unexpected volume and intensity of his sergeant's voice. "Everybody on this ship is in grave danger. I need you to do what I tell you, and I need you to do it right now," Robinson commanded. Hayes stared at Robinson for several long moments, studying the conviction and barely controlled fear he could see in the sergeant's eyes. After processing the gravity of Robinson's tone, he gave a forced nod and pointed toward the crew member who had returned to his station beside Sanchez. "Get the medbay on the line. Put it on speaker," Hayes ordered. The crew member picked up the bridge phone and dialed the medical bay's extension. He held the receiver against his ear, waiting for someone to answer so he could transfer the call to the bridge's speaker system. "Nobody is answering, Captain," the sailor reported after nearly a minute of listening to the continuous ringing. "How is that possible?" Hayes asked with growing concern. "I don't know, but it's still ringing," the crew member confirmed. Robinson could see that Captain Hayes was beginning to feel overwhelmed by the rapid escalation of problems he didn't understand. The sergeant stepped in, speaking with the authority of someone accustomed to taking charge during crisis situations. "Do you have cameras down there?" Robinson demanded. "Just the entrance and lobby area. We don't have them in the exam rooms, for obvious reasons, Hayes replied. Pull them up now, Robinson ordered. Captain Hayes looked toward the crew member at the computer terminal, who gestured for Sanchez to step aside. The sailor's fingers moved quickly across the keyboard, accessing the ship's security camera system and displaying the feeds on a large television screen mounted on the bridge's rear wall. What in the holy hell am I looking at? Hayes breathed. The images displayed on the monitor were confusing and horrifying for anyone encountering them for the first time. For the soldiers who had spent the morning fighting through the mainland outbreak, the scenes were all too familiar. A dozen zombies moved frantically through the medical bay's corridors and lobby area. Several creatures ran down the hallways in apparent search of prey, while others were hunched over motionless forms on the floor, tearing away chunks of flesh with their teeth and hands. I think I'm going to be sick, the crew member said, turning away from the screen. Hayes composed himself with visible effort, speaking in a forced, calm tone that barely concealed his mental struggle to process what he was witnessing. I need to know what I'm looking at, he said quietly. Robinson hesitated momentarily as Sanchez shrugged in his direction, the gesture suggesting that their cover had been completely blown and there was no point in maintaining the deception any longer. Please. People are hurt and possibly dead on my ship, and you seem to know a lot more than you're letting on, Hayes pleaded. We're here because that's happening on the mainland, everywhere, not just Florida, Robinson explained, his words hitting the bridge crew like a physical blow. The sergeant's revelation sucked the air out of the control room, leaving every crew member within earshot struggling to comprehend just how bad things were out there. We're here to get someone who we think might be able to help mitigate what's happening, Sanchez added. Whatever you need, Hayes said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who knows they're no longer in control of the situation. Robinson nodded his appreciation before pulling out his radio and clicking it on. Captain Barrett, we have visual confirmation. They're loose in the Medbay. Repeat, they're loose in the Medbay. Chapter 9. Captain Barrett paced back and forth in the narrow employee corridor, his boots creating a rhythmic echo on the deck plating as he waited for Sergeant Robinson's response from the bridge. The confined space felt more like a cage with each passing second, the walls seeming to close in as tension mounted. Jacob stood pressed against the corridor wall, his eyes darting between the soldiers as he watched their casual demeanor transform into something far more serious. The friendly maintenance crew that had seemed almost jovial during their walk through the ship's entertainment areas had vanished, replaced by focused professionals whose very posture suggested imminent violence. The three privates had instinctively spread out in the corridor, positioning themselves to cover both directions while keeping their backs to the walls. Their relaxed conversation had died completely, replaced by the kind of alert silence that preceded action. It can't be that bad, can it? I mean, it's just the flu, Jacob said, his voice carrying the desperate hope of someone clinging to a rapidly crumbling sense of normalcy. He looked around at the three privates, searching their faces for some sign of reassurance or contradiction to Barrett's concern. However, they completely ignored his question, their attention remaining fixed on their captain as they waited for orders. Their professional detachment was somehow more frightening than any explanation could have been. Before Jacob could voice any additional questions, the radio in Barrett's hand crackled to life with Robinson's urgent transmission. Captain Barrett, we have visual confirmation. They're loose in the Medbay, Robinson's voice carried through the small speaker. Barrett let out a frustrated grunt as he processed the implications. The confirmation meant their worst fears had been realized, and time was now working against them in ways that Jacob couldn't yet comprehend. Copy that, Sergeant. I need the location of the VIP and eyes on a path to them, Barrett responded. Working on it, Robinson confirmed. Barrett held the radio for a moment longer before making a sudden decision. He tossed the device to Jacob, who caught it more through luck than skill, fumbling briefly with the device. All right, boys, we can drop the charade, Barrett announced to his squad. The words seemed to flip a switch in all four soldiers simultaneously. They began unzipping their civilian coveralls, revealing tactical gear that had been carefully concealed beneath the loose-fitting work clothes. Combat vests, ammunition pouches, and holstered sidearms emerged as the coveralls fell away. The transformation was swift and professional, like watching actors shed their costumes after a performance. Within seconds, the maintenance contractors had become an armed military unit ready to throw down. Jacob stared at them in complete confusion, his mind struggling to process what he was witnessing. "What in the hell is going on? Who are you?" he demanded, his voice rising in pitch as fear overwhelmed his ability to maintain composure. "I'm Captain Barrett, and we're here to extract a VIP who is aboard," Barrett replied matter-of-factly. "VIP? What are you talking about?" Jacob asked, his confusion deepening as he tried to understand why military personnel would be conducting extraction operations on his cruise ship. "We don't have time for the details right now, but there's been a biological attack on the country, and it's now aboard this ship," Barrett explained. The words hit Jacob like a physical blow. His face went white as all the blood drained from it, leaving his skin with an almost translucent quality under the harsh corridor lighting. Every disaster scenario he had ever considered paled in comparison to what Barrett was describing. "Biological attack? So the people who are sick are going to die?" Jacob asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The privates exchanged knowing glances that spoke volumes about their recent experiences. Their expressions carried the weight of having witnessed firsthand what happened to people infected with the biological agent. They shook their heads at Jacob's question, though whether they were responding to his naivety or the inadequacy of his understanding wasn't clear. Barrett snapped his fingers and pointed toward the equipment cases they had been carrying. "You got it, Cap," Gardner acknowledged. All three soldiers laid their cases on the corridor floor and cracked them open simultaneously, revealing assault rifles nestled in protective foam alongside spare magazines and a collection of hand grenades. They began distributing weapons and ammunition with the fluid efficiency of soldiers who had performed these actions countless times. "Hey now, easy there, fellows," Jacob said nervously as he watched the arsenal being distributed. "Relax, Jacob, they're not for you," Barrett assured him. "Then who are they for?" Jacob asked, almost afraid of what the answer might be. "You'll find out soon enough because we need your help," Barrett replied. Jacob stood in stunned silence for several long seconds, his mind reeling from the rapid succession of revelations that had completely upended his understanding of the day's events. When he finally found his voice, it carried a mixture of fear and determination that surprised even him. "Yeah, whatever you need," he said. "Good man," Barrett acknowledged. Barrett grabbed his radio and clicked it on. "Talk to me, Robinson. Where are we going?" he transmitted. "The VIPs are in room 1311. I'm pulling up schematics to figure out the best way there." Robinson's voice crackled through the speaker. "Tell them there's no need. I can get us there," Jacob interjected quickly. "Our tour guide can get us there," Barrett relayed to Robinson. "What route are you taking? Because we're scanning the ship's cameras, and those things aren't just at the Medbay," Robinson warned. "Jacob, how are we doing this?" Barrett asked. Jacob began pacing in the small corridor, his footsteps echoing off the metal walls as he mentally navigated through the ship's complex layout. The vessel was enormous, with 15 decks and hundreds of rooms that could easily confuse someone unfamiliar with its design. After several moments of intense concentration, he had mapped out what he thought would be a viable route. "I can get us most of the way there through the crew passageways, but 1311 is on the other side of the ship, which means we're going to have to cross over the center portion at some point," Jacob explained. "What does that mean?" Barrett asked. "It means we're going to have to go through a public area," Jacob replied. "Of course we are. Where are you thinking?" Barrett said. "I think the dining room on the 6th floor," Jacob suggested. "The dining room? Are you serious? It's nearly lunchtime. I know most people are down in their rooms, but that doesn't sound like a great idea," Barrett objected. "Dining room, Barrett, it's exclusively for dinner. Those doors don't open up until 4 p.m., so if there is anybody in there, it's going to be limited to a handful of staff. And since half of my people are sick, my guess is the ones who showed up aren't infected with whatever this is," Jacob explained. The captain smirked, nodding at the young man. He clicked on the radio, speaking forcefully. Robinson, we're going to be heading through the 6th floor dining room. Take a look and tell me what you see, Barrett transmitted. Several tense seconds passed as Robinson checked the security cameras covering their intended path. The brief delay felt much longer than it was, each man hoping that the path would be clear. Hey Cap, I got a little bit of activity in the hallway outside. Nothing you boys can't handle. Inside the dining room looks quiet, like nobody has been in there since last night, Robinson reported. Good, if that's the case it's still locked up tight, Jacob confirmed. Jacob reached into his pocket and pulled out a magnetic key card, holding it up for Barrett to see. This will get us in, he said. Sergeant, we got the keys to the kingdom and a tour guide. I think we're set, Barrett transmitted. Captain, hang on a second. Sanchez wants to talk to you. Robinson's voice came through the radio. After a brief pause, Sanchez's voice replaced Robinson's on the communication channel. Hey Cap, I've been looking at the cameras, and the Sarge and I have a direct route to the VIP with virtually no resistance. If we move now, we can extract them and be back before any of those things know we're here, Sanchez proposed. I appreciate the offer, Sanchez, but we got this, Barrett replied firmly. Captain, we can... Sanchez began to argue. Barrett's voice took on a sharper edge as he cut off his corporal's protest. Corporal, your orders are to stay there and monitor the cameras, he commanded. Sanchez's disappointed sigh was audible through the radio speaker. Yes, Captain, he acknowledged with reluctance. Barrett paused for a moment, recognizing that his tone had been unnecessarily harsh. I know you're capable, Sanchez, but you're the only pilot we have. I'm not risking you unless absolutely necessary, he explained. I appreciate that, Captain, Sanchez replied. Absolutely, Corporal. Now, do me a favor and put the ship's captain on, Barrett requested. A few seconds elapsed before Captain Hayes's voice came through the radio. What can I do for you, Barrett? Hayes asked. I need you to issue a lockdown order for the people on this ship, Barrett directed. With what we're seeing on the cameras, I'm not sure people are going to care what I say, Hayes replied with concern. Well, even if it keeps one person in their room, it's worth it, Barrett reasoned. Barrett, what do you want me to tell them? Hayes asked. Just tell them that there's an emergency and it's imperative that they stay in their rooms so that we can clean it up. It's for their own safety, Barrett instructed. What about the people who are in rooms with infected loved ones? What about their safety? Hayes questioned. Barrett hesitated, realizing he hadn't considered that particular scenario. He thought through it for a moment before responding. Tell people that if they are in a room with someone who has flu-like symptoms, that they need to isolate themselves. Get into the bathroom, lock the door, and don't open it until someone comes to their room and tells them it's safe to do so, Barrett directed. Thank you, Barrett, Hayes said. No. Thank you, Captain. I know this isn't easy, but we're going to get through it, Barrett assured him. I hope so, Hayes replied quietly. The radio connection went silent, and Barrett clipped the device back to his belt. He surveyed his men, who had completed their equipment checks and now stood ready for combat. The narrow corridor had become an impromptu staging area for what was about to become the most dangerous phase of their mission. Jacob watched the final preparations with growing awareness that he was about to accompany these soldiers into whatever hell had overtaken his ship. Okay, Jacob, we're following you. Lead the way. Chapter 10. Jacob walked nervously down the service area hallway, his footsteps echoing off the metal walls as Captain Barrett and the 3 privates followed close behind. The crew passageways were narrower than the main corridors, making it feel claustrophobic. They moved with purpose, knowing that they were operating on a timeline that was rapidly closing. The atmosphere in the corridor was tense, with each soldier maintaining proper spacing and keeping their weapons at the ready. Their earlier casual conversation had been replaced by the focused silence of professionals moving through hostile territory. As they came around a corner, Barrett spotted movement ahead and immediately raised his rifle into firing position. 2 figures were visible in the distance, but as they drew closer, Barrett realized they weren't zombies. Instead, 2 ship workers stood frozen in the hallway, dropping the dishes they were carrying as they threw their hands up in terror at the sight of armed soldiers. The workers trembled visibly at the sight of the military unit, their faces pale with fear. Barrett quickly lowered his weapon when he recognized they posed no threat. Sorry about that, Barrett said. The workers remained shaken, their eyes darting between the soldiers and their assault rifles. Jacob noticed their distress and approached them slowly, speaking in the calm, authoritative voice of someone accustomed to managing crew members during emergencies. I need you to listen to me. Find the nearest room that has food and water, get inside, and lock it up tight. Do not come out until I come and get you, Jacob instructed. The two workers continued trembling, their attention split between Jacob's words and the heavily armed soldiers behind him. Jacob recognized their distraction and snapped his fingers sharply to focus their attention. Did you hear what I said? He demanded. Both workers snapped to attention, nodding furiously at their superior. Good, now move fast, Jacob ordered. The two workers moved swiftly down the hallway, pressing themselves against the wall as they squeezed past the soldiers. Once they had cleared the military unit, they broke into a full sprint, wanting to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the armed strangers who had invaded their workplace. Jacob shot Barrett a meaningful glance that was part plea and part demand for the captain to exercise more restraint with his crew members. Barrett recognized the look and nodded in acknowledgement. I'm sorry about that. I'll try my best not to shoot your people, Barrett said. That's appreciated. Now, come on, we're almost to the stairwell, Jacob replied, already moving forward again. Jacob continued leading them down the hallway, making a sharp turn to the left before hitting a sloped ramp that descended several decks through the ship's interior structure. The ramp was designed to allow crew members to move heavier equipment between levels without using the passenger elevators. I feel like we're going in the wrong direction, Gardner observed as they descended. Trust me, this is the right way, Jacob assured him. Jacob continued leading them through the corridor system, making a right-hand turn and stopping beside a door marked with deck numbers and emergency exit information. This stairwell goes all the way up to 8, but we just need to get to 6, Jacob explained. Barrett moved to the front of their formation, motioning for Jacob to step back and allow the soldiers to take point. Jacob complied immediately, getting out of their way. Barrett readied his assault rifle and made eye contact with each of his subordinates to ensure they were ready to breach. Perry, you're with me. Gardner, Evans, cover our rear. Jacob is going to be in the middle. Move fast and be on alert, Barrett commanded. The three privates nodded in acknowledgement, adjusting their positions and checking their weapons one final time. Barrett looked over at Jacob, who moved into position behind him and Private Perry as directed. Once everyone was properly positioned, Evans threw open the stairwell door, allowing the squad to move inside. Barrett stepped onto the landing and quickly assessed their situation. The stairwell stretched both above and below them, with one floor beneath their current position and 6 floors rising above. He swept the area below with his rifle before his attention was drawn upward by disturbing sounds filtering down from the upper levels. His finger moved to hover near the trigger as the unmistakable sounds of moaning and shuffling footsteps echoed through the stairwell from somewhere above. Barrett listened intently, trying to gauge the distance and number of creatures, but the echoes bouncing off the metal walls made that impossible. After a few tense seconds, he made his decision and began leading the group up the stairs as quietly as possible. Despite their best efforts to move silently, their boots created metallic echoes on the steel steps that resonated throughout the confined space. The sound filtered upward to the creatures above, and before they had reached the next landing, the moaning intensified significantly, followed by the thundering sound of multiple sets of feet moving rapidly down the stairwell. Move, 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 Barrett shouted. Barrett picked up the pace dramatically, taking the steps 2 at a time as he rounded the next corner. On the landing above, he spotted a lone creature that had outdistanced the others in its descent. The zombie turned and made direct eye contact with Barrett, who responded by putting a single bullet through its forehead. The gunshot was deafeningly loud in the enclosed stairwell, the sound bouncing off the walls and amplifying into a thunderous crack that seemed to last several seconds. The noise sent the other creatures in the stairwell into a frenzy, their moaning becoming more aggressive and urgent. Barrett continued running up the stairs, adrenaline mixing with growing concern as the sounds from above indicated they were facing more than just a few isolated zombies. He reached the 4th floor landing and turned to look up toward the next level. only to witness half a dozen creatures stumbling over each other in their haste to reach the fresh meat. The zombies lost their footing on the narrow stairs, collapsing in a tangle of limbs as they struggled to pull themselves back up to their feet. Barrett opened fire immediately, squeezing off half a dozen rounds in rapid succession. Several of his shots found their targets, blowing out the backs of zombie skulls and dropping them permanently. However, most of his rounds struck the creatures in the torso, creating a bloody mess but failing to stop them. He took careful aim at another creature's head, only to have his target obscured as another zombie stepped directly into his line of fire. The creature in front stumbled on the top step, losing its balance and falling directly toward Barrett's position, forcing him to jump back to avoid being knocked down. Private Perry stepped forward without hesitation, firing a single well-placed shot into the back of the falling zombie's head. The bullet exploded through the creature's skull, splattering blood and brain matter across Barrett's leg and the stairwell wall. Barrett looked up again and saw the zombies that had been knocked down beginning to pull themselves upright, while additional creatures from the upper floors continued their descent toward the squad's position. "We can't stay here," Barrett declared. Private Evans rushed to the stairwell door, pulling it open and allowing Gardner to move through into the hallway beyond. Gardner had barely taken a step into the open corridor before he was forced to engage targets, sending several 3-round bursts into a trio of creatures that had been waiting just outside the stairwell. The bullets tore through the zombie heads with devastating effect, dropping what had once been cruise ship passengers enjoying their vacation. As the bodies hit the floor, Gardner advanced to provide room for the others to exit the stairwell. The privates quickly established defensive positions in the hallway, which was wider than the crew passages they had been using, with large glass windows on both sides providing views into various ship facilities. Barrett was the last man out of the stairwell, yanking the door closed just as the pursuing creatures reached it from inside. He kept his rifle trained on the door, watching for any sign that the zombies might be able to open it from the other side. The handle rattled as creatures pressed against the barrier, but the door held secure. "Jacob, we need to be somewhere else," Barrett said, his attention split between the door and their surroundings. Jacob began to respond, but his voice was immediately drowned out by gunfire erupting from the privates' positions. They shouted "Contact!" as they sent bullets flying down the hallway toward a group of zombies that had emerged from a side corridor and were now charging directly at their position. Barrett turned away from the stairwell door, satisfied that it would hold against the creatures trapped inside, and joined his men on the firing line. All 4 soldiers scanned the area methodically, expecting additional threats to emerge at any moment from the various doorways and intersections that branched off from their current position. "Jacob, where are we going?" Barrett demanded. Jacob struggled to maintain his composure as gunfire echoed around him, but managed to snap back into focus and provide the navigation they desperately needed. "There's an open area up ahead on the right, so we can get to the other side of the ship," he explained, pointing toward their destination. "I'm sold. Let's move," Barrett replied. The group moved swiftly down the hallway in tactical formation, with all 4 soldiers maintaining overlapping fields of fire and ready to engage any threat that presented itself. 20 yards ahead of them, the hallway came to an abrupt end, turning sharply to the right and opening into what appeared to be a much larger space. As they reached the halfway point of their advance, a lone creature emerged from around the corner, immediately focusing on their group with predatory intensity. Private Evans smoothly acquired the target, squeezing his trigger and sending a single round through the zombie's head. The creature dropped instantly, but before its body had even hit the ground, 24 additional zombies came rushing around the corner. "Light 'em up," Barrett commanded. All 4 soldiers opened fire simultaneously, their rifles creating a devastating wall of gunfire that cut down the leading zombies. However, despite their accurate shooting and disciplined fire control, they weren't eliminating the creatures quickly enough to prevent the horde from advancing steadily toward their position. As the firefight continued, Jacob spotted movement in a small restaurant area to their right. Through the windows, he could see 3 of his staff members waving frantically at him from behind the kitchen counter, trying desperately to get his attention. "Barrett, on the right!" Jacob shouted, slapping the captain's arm to get his attention. Barrett followed Jacob's indication and immediately saw what had caught the crew member's attention. Without hesitation, He yelled out. "Get inside," Barrett ordered. Barrett rushed through the restaurant's entrance, with Jacob and his soldiers following in close pursuit. The 5 men crowded into the small dining establishment, quickly closing the door behind them and throwing the deadbolt to secure their position. All 4 soldiers maintained their aim through the large glass windows as zombies pressed against the barrier from outside. The creatures' numbers continued to grow, with nearly 24 zombies now gathered outside their improvised refuge, clawing at the glass and leaving bloody smears across the transparent surface. "So what do we do now, Cap?" Perry asked. Barrett let out a frustrated grunt as he stared at the mass of creatures, separated from them by only a single pane of glass. His only source of relief came from observing that the glass appeared to be withstanding the pressure from the zombie horde pressing against it. "We take a breath, then we're fighting our way out of here." Chapter 11. Barrett stood at the front of the small restaurant, his rifle held at the ready, as he stared out at the mass of zombies pressed against the reinforced glass. The creatures were a disturbing mixture of ship crew and passengers, their vacation clothes and uniforms now torn and stained with blood. Most displayed grievous wounds across their bodies, bite marks and torn flesh that told the story of how they became members of the ravenous living dead. The zombies clawed mindlessly at the glass barrier, their faces contorted with an insatiable hunger that had replaced any trace of their former humanity. Despite the horrific view, the captain continued his watch. While Barrett focused on the ghouls outside, Jacob's attention turned to the 3 crew members who had taken refuge in the restaurant's kitchen area. The 2 men and 1 woman appeared to be in their early 20s, all clearly terrified by the violence they had witnessed. The young woman stepped forward when she recognized Jacob, relief evident on her face at seeing a familiar authority figure. "Mary, are you all right?" Jacob asked. "We are, but Jacob, what is going on?" Mary replied, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. "I don't know exactly, but it's bad," Jacob admitted. "Why are those people?" Mary began, pointing toward the front of the restaurant where the zombies continued their assault on the glass. Mary struggled to find words to describe what the creatures were doing, their behavior so far outside normal human experience that language seemed inadequate. Despite her inability to complete the sentence, Jacob understood exactly what she was trying to ask. "I don't know why they're doing what they're doing, but they are dangerous, which is why you need to stay in here," Jacob explained. Mary nodded her understanding, but visibly tensed as Captain Barrett approached their group. The military officer kept his weapon lowered, recognizing that the young woman was already frightened enough, without having an assault rifle pointed in her direction. "The door looks like it's holding, but we need to get moving," Barrett said. "Barrett, this is Mary," Jacob said. Mary and the captain made eye contact, the young woman managing a frightened wave of greeting despite the circumstances. "It's nice to meet you, Mary. Is there another way out of here?" Barrett asked. Mary nodded hesitantly, clearly nervous about everything that was happening around her. "There is, but it's not going to take you very far," she warned. "As long as it takes us out of here, that's all I need," Barrett replied. Mary gestured for Barrett to follow her, with Jacob joining them as they moved toward the rear of the kitchen area. They walked past the other 2 crew members, who remained silent and pressed themselves back against the walls to stay out of the way of the armed soldiers. Mary led them to a service door at the back of the kitchen, throwing it open without hesitation. The sudden movement caused Barrett to flinch, his combat instincts reacting to a boneheaded move, something he would have chewed a private out for. "Relax, it just goes to a hallway," Mary said, noticing Barrett's reaction. Barrett's first instinct was to reprimand her for the careless action, but he restrained himself and instead chose to speak softly but forcefully. "From here on out, you need to assume one of those people is on the other side of every door you open," he explained calmly. "Because if they are, and you open the door like that, it'll be the last thing you ever do," he continued. His words hit Mary hard, making her realize how carelessly she had just acted when her life was at stake. She nodded solemnly before responding. "This hallway runs back to a storage room that's shared by a few of the restaurants on this floor. Because of how many people have gotten sick, we were the only one opening up this morning," Mary explained. "This will work. Thank you, Mary," Barrett acknowledged. Barrett let out a sharp 2-finger whistle, the sound cutting through the ambient noise and immediately getting the attention of his remaining soldiers. Within seconds, all 3 privates appeared in the kitchen area, ready for new orders. "We're in business, boys. Let's move like we're on a clock," Barrett commanded. As the soldiers filed into the hallway, Jacob remained at the doorway for a moment to provide final instructions to his staff members. "Mary, I want you to lock this door up tight and keep it shut until the captain gives the all clear," Jacob directed. "I'll do that. We heard his lockdown order earlier," Mary confirmed. "And whatever you do, don't go out into the front part of the restaurant. With any luck, those people will lose interest and wander off," Jacob added. Mary nodded her understanding as she prepared to close and secure the door, leaving Jacob and the soldiers alone in the narrow service corridor. Barrett pushed his way to the front of their small formation, which required careful maneuvering in the confined space. The hallway was barely wide enough for 2 people to pass each other, forcing the soldiers to move in single file behind their captain. Barrett kept his rifle at the ready as they advanced down the hallway toward the storage area that Mary had described. The corridor was typical of the ship's service areas, with exposed pipes and electrical conduits running along the ceiling and industrial lighting that created a very bright artificial glow. They paused at a set of swinging doors that marked the entrance to the shared storage room. Barrett held up his hand to halt the column while they prepared for entry, ensuring everyone was ready to respond to whatever they might encounter inside. Barrett moved through the doors first, sweeping the small storage room with his weapon, while his squad followed and took flanking positions to cover all corners of the space. The room was filled with restaurant supplies, cleaning equipment, and food storage containers stacked on metal shelving units. After several tense seconds of clearing the space, a chorus of "clear" came from the privates as they confirmed the room was unoccupied. "Where do we go now, Jacob?" Barrett asked. Jacob took a deep breath, clearly reluctant to reveal their next move. He pointed toward a set of double doors on the left side of the storage room, knowing his answer wouldn't be well received. All of the soldiers turned to look where he indicated, spotting heavy metal doors secured with an electronic keypad lock. "Do I even want to know?" Gardner asked with apprehension. "There's a big open area 50 yards across. There should be another set of doors like this on the opposite side, for the storefronts," Jacob explained. "And if there's not?" Evans pressed. "Then we better hope we can get into one of the stores," Jacob replied honestly. Barrett approached the doors and attempted to position himself at the edges to get a glimpse of what awaited them on the other side. The doors were solid metal construction with no windows or viewing ports, making reconnaissance impossible. "We're gonna have to open it up," Barrett concluded. Gardner and Perry took positions beside the left door, establishing a staggered formation that would allow them to control the opening. Gardner placed his hand on the door handle while Perry planted his feet firmly on the ground, about 6 inches from the door, positioning himself to act as a human backstop against any pressure from the other side. Barrett nodded his readiness, and Jacob swiped his keycard through the electronic lock. The mechanism disengaged with an audible click that seemed unnaturally loud in the confined storage room. Gardner turned the handle and pulled the door back just a few inches, but the sound of the lock disengaging had already alerted zombies to their presence on the other side. A split second later, 3 creatures slammed into the door with tremendous force, the impact pushing Private Perry backward despite his braced position. He threw his entire body weight behind the door, managing to prevent it from opening more than a foot, but the gap was sufficient to allow the zombies to thrust their arms through the opening. Barrett reacted swiftly, raising his rifle and opening fire immediately. The bullets tore through zombie flesh at close range, sending blood splattering across the storage room walls and floor. The gunfire only served to attract additional creatures to their position. Barrett continued firing, burning through the remainder of his magazine as he tried to stem the tide of creatures. The initial 3 zombies were dispatched, but their bodies fell in the doorway between the frame and the door itself, preventing it from being closed properly. Barrett peered through the opening and spotted approximately 24 zombies racing toward their position across the open area beyond the doors. Hold the door," Barrett shouted. Barrett ejected his spent magazine as all 3 privates and Jacob combined their strength against the door, struggling to prevent it from being forced open by the approaching horde. Barrett loaded a fresh magazine and resumed firing, managing to score several headshots that dropped individual zombies but did little to stem the tide. "We have to move," Barrett declared. "Back to the restaurant," Jacob suggested. "Get there and get the door open," Barrett ordered. Jacob nodded and turned to sprint back toward the restaurant where Mary and the other crew members waited. He pounded on the door urgently, getting Mary to unlock and open it for their retreat. Barrett glanced down the hallway and saw Jacob standing in the doorway, waving them toward safety. He fired several more rounds before calling out his final orders to his men. "I'm finishing this mag and then we're hauling ass to the restaurant. Here we go," Barrett announced. Barrett didn't wait for acknowledgement, knowing his soldiers would follow his lead without question. He raised his rifle and began firing controlled 3-round bursts into the massive zombies approaching the door. The bullets ripped through the creatures closest to the opening, some rounds exploding heads while others struck center mass. Within seconds, Barrett had expended his entire magazine, managing to drop half a dozen creatures whose bodies created a temporary barricade that slowed the advance of the zombies behind them. "Let's move," Barrett commanded. Barrett turned and sprinted down the hallway towards safety, with each of his soldiers following in rapid succession. Evans peeled away from the door first, followed immediately by Perry. Gardner was the last to abandon his position, pushing off from the door with both hands. As soon as Gardner released the pressure, the combined weight of the creatures on the other side sent the door flying open with tremendous force. The heavy metal door clipped Gardner in the foot, throwing off his balance and stride. Gardner stumbled forward, catching himself with his hands to prevent a complete fall, but the momentary delay was enough for the first zombie through the door to close the distance between them. Private Gardner let out a pained scream as the creature's teeth sank into his leg, the bite sending him crashing to the floor of the hallway. Perry glanced over his shoulder and immediately saw what had happened to his fellow soldier. "Gardner!" Evans shouted, turning back to help his friend. Evans started toward the fallen soldier, but Perry grabbed him and forcibly shoved him back toward the restaurant door. "He's gone. Come on," Perry yelled. The 2 remaining privates raced toward the restaurant entrance, where Barrett stood watching helplessly as zombies swarmed over Gardner's position. Barrett began pulling the door closed, but movement from Gardner caught his attention and made him pause. Gardner reached toward his tactical vest with a blood-covered hand, grasping the pin of the grenade attached to his vest. With a grim, bloody smile that spoke of a soldier's final act of defiance, he pulled the pin before his body went limp. "Fire in the hole," Barrett shouted. Barrett slammed the restaurant door shut and threw the deadbolt, taking cover behind the kitchen equipment as the grenade detonated on the other side of the wall. The explosion shook the entire kitchen area violently, sending pots, pans, and dishes clattering to the floor in a cascade of noise. As quickly as the sound erupted, silence fell over the kitchen. Each surviving soldier sat breathing heavily, processing the loss of their friend and teammate in the sudden quiet that followed the blast. Chapter 12. In the bridge control room, Sergeant Robinson and Corporal Sanchez kept their eyes glued to the security monitors displaying camera feeds from the restaurant where Captain Barrett were trying to reach. The screens showed multiple angles of the dining area, which was completely empty, however. Zombies still roamed the halls just beyond the doors. While the situation there hadn't changed dramatically, they wanted to make sure it stayed that way. On a separate monitor, Sanchez kept watch on another open area that was positioned closer to their current location, one that could take them to the stateroom section of the ship. He knew they had been ordered to stand down and maintain their position, but he wanted to remain prepared for action if circumstances changed. Captain Hayes paced behind them, his anxiety growing with each passing minute. The ship's commander had been thrust into a nightmare scenario that no maritime training could have prepared him for, watching his vessel and passengers being consumed by a horde of zombies from within. "It's taking them too long to get there. They should have been there by now. Something's wrong," Hayes said, his voice tight with worry. "Relax, Captain. Barrett is one of the toughest men I know. They're going to be fine," Robinson replied, though his own concern was evident in the way he leaned closer to the monitors. Captain Hayes walked over to another bank of screens, clicking through different camera views positioned throughout the ship. Each new angle brought fresh horrors into focus. Zombies ran wild through corridors that had been peaceful just hours earlier. while crew members and guests were being torn apart by creatures that had once been their fellow passengers. The images were too much to process. A zombie in a ship's uniform chased a screaming woman down a hallway. In another feed, a group of creatures surrounded what appeared to be a family that had been trying to reach an emergency exit. After several clicks through the nightmarish scenes, Hayes had seen enough, forcing himself to step away from the monitors. "Is it really like this on the mainland?" Hayes asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Like this, and a whole lot worse. There's 4,000 people on this boat, and a lot of them are locked up tight in their rooms. Just think about what Miami looks like right now," Robinson explained. Hayes got a mental image of the chaos that must be consuming the mainland, immediately shaking his head to force the thoughts from his mind. The scale of destruction was too overwhelming to contemplate while trying to maintain his composure as the ship's captain. Before Hayes could comment further, Robinson's radio crackled to life with Barrett's voice cutting through the static. "Sergeant, do you read me?" Barrett transmitted. Barrett's tone sounded off to Robinson. He had known the captain for years, through multiple deployments and countless operations, and could immediately tell when something was wrong. "I'm here, Captain. What's your status?" Robinson responded. "We're trapped in a fourth-floor restaurant," Barrett reported. "One exit is swarming with too many of those people, and the other is wide open thanks to a grenade detonation." Robinson felt his stomach drop at the mention of the grenade going off, knowing that it would have been used as a last resort. "Jesus, who in the hell threw a grenade?" Robinson asked. "Private Gardner, just before he died. He had a dozen of those things on him," Barrett replied, his voice carrying the weight of loss. Robinson winced at the news, sharing a pained look with Sanchez. The sergeant had served with Gardner long enough to consider him family, and the news hit him like a physical blow. "I'm sorry, Cap, he was a good man," Robinson said. "Yes, he was. But we'll have time to mourn later. Right now, I need you to get to the VIPs, Barrett directed. "Captain?" Robinson questioned. "I know, it's risky, but we're trapped and not going anywhere. The longer we wait, the worse it's going to get," Barrett explained. "What about you and the others?" Robinson pressed. "We're secure, and if Mary here is telling me the truth, she makes a hell of a chicken parm sandwich. So we're going to put that to the test and hang tight until you get the VIPs off," Barrett replied, the smirk on his lips coming through the radio. "You got it, Cap. I'll let you know when they're safe," Robinson confirmed. "Copy that, Sarge. Happy hunting," Barrett signed off. Robinson clicked off the radio, clipping it to his belt before noticing Sanchez waving him over to the monitoring station. "Our path looks pretty clear, but we better move fast," Sanchez reported, pointing to several camera feeds that showed their intended route. "Captain, does your badge open up the doors we need to get through?" Robinson asked Hayes. "It opens up every door on this ship," Hayes confirmed. "Excellent. Do you have a radio up here?" Robinson continued. Hayes nodded, pointing to one of the bridge crew members who held a device up. "Good. You're going to follow us on the monitors and let us know if we're walking into something we can't handle," Robinson instructed. "We got you covered, Robinson," Hayes assured him. "Thank you. Sanchez, let's move," Robinson commanded. Both soldiers moved to the door of the control room, checking their weapons and adjusting their gear for the mission ahead. The weight of their equipment felt reassuring as they prepared to venture into hostile territory. "Don't fire unless you have to. I don't want to let these assholes know where we are until we don't have a choice," Robinson instructed. "Hand to hand it is. I'm down," Sanchez replied enthusiastically. Sanchez tapped a combat knife secured to his tactical vest, wearing an expression that suggested he was genuinely excited about the prospect of close-quarters combat. Robinson opened the bridge door carefully, leading the pair out into a small stairwell that descended several flights before terminating at another door. Once there, the two soldiers paused before proceeding. The sergeant cracked the door open slightly, peering out to assess the situation beyond. On the other side was a long hallway with walls adorned with framed photographs, documenting the ship's construction and maiden voyage. The images told the vessel's complete story, from initial frame assembly to its ceremonial casting off. The corridor appeared to be primarily administrative, lacking the shops and attractions that drew heavy passenger traffic. This meant foot traffic was considerably lower, which worked in their favor. The two soldiers emerged from the stairwell, moving quickly but quietly down the hallway. Their boots were nearly silent on the carpeted floor as they covered approximately 50 yards before reaching the first intersection. Robinson held up his fist to signal a halt before carefully peering around the corner. He spotted two zombies just a few yards away, hunched over what appeared to be the remains of a crew member who still lay bleeding on the ground. The sound of the creatures feeding was audible from Robinson's position, making his stomach turn as he listened to the wet, tearing sounds of flesh being consumed. Robinson used hand signals to communicate the situation to Sanchez, indicating the number and position of the threats around the corner. Both men quietly slung their rifles over their shoulders and drew their combat knives, preparing for a silent assault. The creatures had their backs to the soldiers as Robinson and Sanchez stepped out from cover, but one of the zombies heard their approaching footsteps. It let out a horrific moan and launched to its feet, sprinting directly toward Sanchez. Sanchez didn't panic under the assault. He stood his ground and delivered a powerful front kick to the zombie's midsection as it closed the distance. The impact was sufficient to knock the creature off its feet and onto its back, giving Sanchez the opportunity to drop down and plant his knee into its chest before delivering a fatal strike to the head with his blade. The second creature rose from its feeding position a few moments later, spotting Sanchez and immediately charging toward him. Robinson reacted by lowering his shoulder and delivering a devastating tackle to the side of the running zombie, the impact reminiscent of a cornerback trying to force a fumble. The collision sent the creature sprawling across the hallway floor, allowing Robinson to plant his boot on the back of its neck. He applied pressure while the zombie thrashed violently beneath him, the sound of cracking bones audible as the creature struggled under his pressure. After a few moments, he leaned down and ended its suffering with his knife. The two soldiers quickly drew their rifles again, scanning the area to ensure that the noise hadn't attracted any unwanted attention. Once they were confident they remained undetected, they continued their advance toward the stateroom section. After covering another 100 yards through the administrative corridor, they reached a set of double doors equipped with windows that would allow them to observe the next section. They positioned themselves on either side of the entrance, using the glass panels to get a clear view of what lay beyond. The area ahead was modestly sized by cruise ship standards and was filled with various tourist shops and boutiques. Jewelry stores, clothing outlets, and souvenir stands lined both sides of a central walkway. A handful of zombies milled about randomly, no more than a dozen visible from their current position. The soldiers spoke in hushed tones, careful not to alert the creatures to their presence. "So where are we going, Sanchez?" Robinson whispered. "There should be a set of double doors that leads to the stairwell about 50 yards down on the right, between a couple of stores. Do you see it?" Sanchez replied. Robinson followed Sanchez's directions and spotted their target. However, several zombies were positioned uncomfortably close to the doors. "I see it, but we're going to have company," Robinson observed. "We can light them up, we just need to get through it," Sanchez suggested. "Those doors open into the stairwell. They'll be able to push through it," Robinson pointed out. Sanchez smirked as he reached into his tactical vest, producing a long plastic zip tie with satisfaction. "We get through and I can use this to lock the doors. It's not going to hold forever, but it'll hold long enough," Sanchez explained. "I like it, but why in the hell do you have those?" Robinson asked with amusement. Sanchez shrugged casually. "They came in handy over in the sandbox, and they've always been a part of my loadout since," he explained. "Well, I was going to make a snarky comment, but seeing as how you were right, I'll hold off," Robinson replied. Both men shared a quiet chuckle before refocusing on their mission. "Okay, on my mark," Robinson said, preparing to initiate their assault. "Let's do it," Sanchez confirmed. Robinson opened the door carefully, keeping his rifle trained to the left, where a couple of creatures were apparently transfixed by survivors trapped inside a gift shop. Sanchez closed the door gently behind them before aiming to the right, focusing on the trio of zombies positioned near their target stairwell. Both soldiers moved as quietly as possible across the shopping area, constantly scanning for threats while trying to cover as much ground as they could before a ghoul noticed them. They managed to cover about 10 yards before the first zombie turned and spotted them. The creature's moan echoed through the large space, immediately causing every other zombie in the area to begin searching for the source of the sound. "Hit them hard," Robinson commanded. Robinson and Sanchez opened fire simultaneously, sending controlled bursts toward the approaching creatures. They fired while advancing, knowing that they didn't have time to take down every zombie before being overwhelmed by their superior numbers. Robinson covered their left flank, popping off shots in that direction while Sanchez continued firing toward the zombies blocking their path to the stairwell. He burned through half a magazine in seconds, successfully dropping 2 of the 3 creatures in their way. The remaining zombie rushed toward Sanchez, leaping at him in a desperate attack. Sanchez ducked at the last second, then used the creature's momentum against it by grabbing and flipping it over his head. The zombie landed hard on the floor, immediately receiving a bullet to the face from Sanchez's rifle. The 2 soldiers reached the stairwell doors at a full sprint, pushing through and slamming them shut just before the pursuing horde could reach them. Robinson dropped to one knee, using his full body weight to brace against the center of both doors. The doors were pushed open slightly under the pressure from the mob outside, but Robinson managed to hold them mostly closed. While Sanchez worked to secure the zip tie, Robinson heard rapid footsteps approaching from the floor below. Without hesitation, he drew his sidearm and fired several rounds at a zombie as it reached the top of the stairs, all while maintaining pressure against the doors. Despite the awkward shooting position, his aim was true, placing multiple shots in the creature's face before finding the brain. The zombie collapsed just yards away from their position, right as Sanchez successfully secured the zip tie around the door handles. "That's some damn fine shooting, Sergeant," Sanchez observed, looking at the fallen creature. "You should see me when I'm not holding back a mob of cannibals," Robinson replied. Sanchez laughed as he helped Robinson to his feet. Both soldiers performed quick ammunition checks on their rifles before continuing on to find the VIP. Chapter 13. Sergeant Robinson and Corporal Sanchez moved up the large carpeted stairwell that led to the 13th floor. The plush red carpeting muffled their footsteps as they ascended, though both men kept their rifles at the ready. Disturbing sounds filtered down from the floors above, a mixture of moans and scratching that let them know they weren't alone in the stairwell. Robinson took point while Sanchez covered their rear, occasionally glancing back down the stairs to ensure nothing was following them. The stairwell was wide and well-maintained, clearly designed for first-class passengers who expected luxury even in their vertical transportation. Several screams echoed up from the lower levels, followed by the distinctive sound of a door slamming and desperate hands banging against metal. The sounds painted a clear picture of someone trying to escape pursuit, though whether they had succeeded remained unknown. Sanchez glanced over at Robinson, motioning for him to keep moving despite the distraction. They made it up to the 11th floor landing without incident, but stopped when they heard rhythmic banging coming from somewhere above them. The sound was methodical and persistent, suggesting a zombie focused on trying to get through one of the doors. Robinson moved slowly up the next flight of stairs, raising his rifle toward the source of the noise. His movements were deliberate and controlled, careful to avoid making any noise that would let the creature know of his presence. As he gained a better vantage point, Robinson spotted a zombie repeatedly smacking its bloody hands against the door leading to the 12th floor. The creature's palms left dark stains on the white metal surface as it continued its relentless assault on the barrier. Robinson made several hand signals to Sanchez, communicating his intention to move up and engage the creature silently. Sanchez nodded his understanding and shifted his position to provide better overwatch while keeping his finger near the trigger. Robinson slung his rifle across his back and drew his combat knife, gripping it tightly in anticipation. He began moving up to the next floor as quietly as possible, preparing to attack the creature from behind. The zombie was completely focused on the door, apparently sensing or hearing something on the other side that drove its relentless attempts to break through. Robinson could see bite marks and scratches covering the creature's arms, evidence of its own violent transformation. As Robinson reached the landing, the creature struck the door with force, sending the ghoul staggering back half a step. The zombie's head snapped around, its vacant eyes immediately locking onto the sergeant. The ghoul broke from its position and darted toward Robinson, letting out an excited moan as it ran. Robinson was ready for the attack, having anticipated that his approach might be detected. Rather than risk stabbing the creature and potentially being driven backward onto the stairs, the sergeant chose a different tactic. He darted forward, meeting the zombie near the stairwell railing, using the creature's own momentum against it. Robinson grabbed onto the zombie's outstretched arm and pulled forward, redirecting its charge toward the safety barrier. The creature's midsection slammed into the railing with tremendous force, causing it to topple over the edge. Robinson immediately grabbed the zombie's legs and pushed it the rest of the way over the railing. The creature moaned continuously as it fell, the sound echoing through the stairwell before ending with a wet, sickening impact at the bottom. A split second after the body hit the ground, multiple zombies could be heard moaning from lower levels, their attention drawn to investigate the noise. Both soldiers held their breath and remained perfectly still, hoping that none of the responding creatures were positioned on higher floors. After several tense seconds of listening to footsteps and moans from below, they realized they were in the clear. The sounds were moving away from their position rather than toward it. "Come on, let's get up to 13, Robinson whispered. Knowing they had a clear path ahead and that any nearby zombies were now distracted by the noise below, they picked up their pace significantly. Both soldiers bolted up the remaining flights to the 13th floor, taking the steps two at a time while maintaining their weapon readiness. They paused outside the door to the 13th floor, listening carefully for any sounds that might indicate trouble on the other side. The silence was encouraging, suggesting this level might be relatively secure. Robinson carefully opened the door, allowing Sanchez to move through first in a tactical entry. Both soldiers were soon standing in the hallway, looking down what was clearly a first-class section of the ship. The contrast with the crew areas they had been traversing was immediately apparent. Soft red carpet stretched as far as they could see, while elegant lighting fixtures provided warm illumination. Fresh flowers adorned small tables positioned along the walls, and expensive framed artwork hung at regular intervals. "Well, this is definitely nicer than the barracks," Robinson quipped. Both men kept their weapons trained toward the far end of the hallway, anticipating trouble despite the luxurious surroundings. However, as they began working their way down the corridor, no threats materialized. The silence was broken only by disturbing sounds coming from behind several of the stateroom doors. As they moved past the rooms, they could hear moaning and commotion from within multiple units. One room in particular featured the constant sound of banging against what sounded like an interior door. Robinson's imagination filled in the horrifying details. Someone was likely alive in there, probably hiding in the bathroom while their infected loved one tried to break down the door. The thought was gutting, but he forced himself to stay focused on their mission. The two soldiers worked their way down to room 1311, scanning the hallway one final time before Robinson began knocking firmly on the door. After a few moments, a man's voice came through the barrier. "Hello? Is somebody there?" the voice asked cautiously. "Are you Brent Chapman?" Robinson replied. "Yeah, I am. Who are you?" Brent responded. "Sir, my name is Sergeant Robinson, and I'm here to get you and your wife off this boat," Robinson explained. "What are you talking about? You're here to rescue us?" Brent asked, confusion evident in his voice. "I am, sir. Now can you please open the door? It's not exactly safe for us to be making this much noise," Robinson urged. A moment later, they heard multiple locks being disengaged before the door was pulled open. Both soldiers moved inside quickly, with Sanchez immediately securing the entrance behind them. Inside the spacious stateroom, Brent and Elisa Chapman held each other close, clearly frightened by the appearance of armed military personnel in their cabin. Both appeared to be in their 40s but looked good for their age, with the kind of polish that suggested successful professional careers. "Sergeant Robinson, right?" Brent asked. "I am," Robinson confirmed. "Please tell me what's going on, because we've heard rumors of people going crazy, and then the captain telling everyone to stay in their room. And now you're here to rescue us? I'm so confused," Brent said. "Mr. Chapman, there's been a biological attack on the country, and it's bad, apocalyptically bad," Robinson explained. Brent tensed up visibly at the mention of biological warfare. He looked over at his wife, who gripped his hand tightly while giving him a knowing nod that suggested she understood the implications. "Well, I can see why you're here then," Brent said grimly. So you're some big-shot scientist that studies biological something or others, Sanchez interjected. Brent let out a chuckle at the casual job description, though he was unsure whether Sanchez spoke from ignorance or was deliberately trying to break the tension in the room. Either way, he appreciated the lighter moment. Yeah, something like that, Brent replied with a slight smile. Sir, I need you and your wife to get your things together. No luggage, just things that fit into your pockets or anything that might be useful in your research, Robinson instructed. All I have is my laptop and I got a backpack case for it, Brent said. Good, get it now and get ready to move, Robinson directed. Brent and Alyssa moved quickly to gather their essential items, putting on shoes and collecting the few possessions they could carry. Robinson pulled out his radio and clicked it on. Barrett, do you copy? Robinson transmitted. I read you, Sergeant. Give me some good news, Barrett's voice crackled through the speaker. We're in the target's room, they're safe and healthy, and we're getting ready to move them back to the control room. Once they're safely there, we'll start figuring out how to break you out of there, Robinson reported. That is good news, Sergeant, but you're to get them on board the chopper and get them to the fleet, Barrett replied firmly. Barrett, I can't leave you behind, Robinson protested. You can, and you will, Sergeant. That's an order, Barrett commanded. Yeah, well, to hell with your orders. You can court-martial me after I come save your ass, Robinson shot back. Barrett let out a sigh over the radio, clearly recognizing that there was nothing he could do to deter his stubborn sergeant. Sergeant, is Sanchez with you? Barrett asked. He's here, hang on, Robinson replied, handing the radio to his corporal. What's up, Captain? How's that chicken parm sandwich working for you? Sanchez asked. It's the tastiest damn thing I've had in years. Mary wasn't lying, Barrett replied. So, what can I do for you? Sanchez continued. I need your word on something, Barrett said, his tone becoming more serious. You got it, Sanchez confirmed. When you get the VIPs back up top, I want your word that you'll get them to the helicopter and take off with them, Barrett explained. You want me to leave you behind? Sanchez asked. No, I want you to leave Sergeant Robinson behind. He seems hell-bent on getting a court-martial for ignoring a direct order, and I'd hate to see him drag you down too, Barrett clarified. Sanchez let out a laugh, immediately understanding what Barrett was really asking. I'll do what you need me to do, Captain, but I do have a question for you, Sanchez replied. What is it, Sanchez? Barrett asked. If I come back after dropping them off, are you going to court-martial me too? Sanchez inquired. Barrett's laughter came through the radio clearly. If you can convince General Sutton to let you come back after us, then have at it, Barrett said. I appreciate it, Captain. I'll make sure the VIPs get home safe, Sanchez promised. The pleasure's mine, Corporal. Hand me back over to Robinson, Barrett requested. Robinson took the radio back with a grin on his face. The kid's got some balls. I hope he does come back, Robinson said. Barrett's tone shifted dramatically, becoming deadly serious as he continued. Robinson, you watch yourself out there. It's getting really bad, Barrett warned. Robinson recognized the gravity in Barrett's voice, a tone his captain rarely used. Rather than let the mood become too somber, he responded with a touch of sarcasm. I'll watch out for the VIPs. You just make sure you watch out for whoever Mary is. Because I'm going to want one of those chicken parm sandwiches once I get you out, Robinson said. A light chuckle came back over the radio connection. You got it, Sarge. Be safe, Barrett said before signing off. Robinson clicked off the radio and secured it back to his belt. As he finished, Brent and Alyssa approached with their minimal gear ready. We're ready to go when you are, Sergeant, Brent announced. Robinson nodded before turning to his corporal. Sanchez, let's get these people to safety. Chapter 14. Sergeant Robinson and Corporal Sanchez checked their weapons, making sure they were topped off before moving out of room 1311. Both soldiers performed methodical equipment checks, confirming their magazine counts and ensuring their blades were ready to be drawn. Brent and Alyssa were pacing nervously near the large windows, afraid to go out into the danger. The couple had spent hours listening to the sounds of violence echoing through the ship's corridors, and the prospect of leaving their safe haven was terrifying. Don't worry, stick with us and you'll be fine, Sanchez said. Thank you, Brent replied. Sanchez nodded before walking over to Robinson. Are we ready to do this? Sanchez asked. Just about, Robinson replied. Robinson pulled out the radio, changing the frequency before clicking it on. The device crackled slightly as he adjusted the channel to reach the bridge crew, who had been monitoring their progress through the ship's security cameras. "Captain Hayes, do you copy?" Robinson transmitted. "I read you, Robinson. How can I help?" Hayes responded. "We're in room 1311 and are about to head out. How's our route back to the helicopter looking?" Robinson asked. "The way you came is completely overrun with those people. You're not going to be able to go that way," Hayes reported. "With the commotion we made? That's not surprising. Is there another way?" Robinson asked. "There is. Give me just a minute to check it out," Hayes replied. "Copy that," Robinson acknowledged. Robinson put the radio to his side, looking back at Brent and Alyssa. "As soon as we know where we're going, we're heading out. I want the two of you to stay in between us. There's most likely going to be a lot of gunfire, so prepare yourself for that," Robinson explained. The couple gave the sergeant a nod as the radio crackled back to life. "Okay, Robinson, I think I have your route," Hayes announced. "Let's hear it," Robinson replied. "When you exit the room, hang a right and move to the far end of the hall. There's going to be another passenger staircase that will take you down," Hayes began. "How crowded is the staircase?" Robinson asked. "There's a handful of those people, but you're only going to have to move down 2 floors, Hayes explained. 2 floors? That's nowhere close to the deck, Robinson pointed out. "But it will take you to a maintenance staircase," Hayes continued. "Get off on the 11th floor, turn left and head halfway down. It's a gray metal door, you can't miss it," Hayes added. "I think we can handle that," Robinson replied. "Just have my key card ready, because you'll need it to open it up," Hayes reminded him. "Thank you, Captain. I'll be in touch," Robinson said. Robinson clipped the radio to his belt, nodding to the others. "It's time to move," he announced. The foursome lined up at the door, the soldiers having their rifles at the ready. Robinson positioned himself at point while Sanchez took rear guard, with the Chapmans protected in the middle of their formation. With a subtle nod, Robinson opened the door and darted out into the hallway. The corridor was exactly as they had left it, with soft carpeting and elegant lighting that seemed out of place given the horror that had consumed most of the ship. He glanced to his left, making sure it was still clear before moving to the right, the rest of the crew right behind. Sanchez kept watch on their rear as they moved, his rifle sweeping back and forth to cover potential threats from the rooms they passed. The group moved quietly down the plush corridor, their footsteps muffled by the expensive carpeting. They got halfway up the hallway when screaming filled the air from up ahead. The sound was raw and desperate, cutting through the relative quiet like a knife. Robinson immediately stopped the group, raising his rifle and aiming toward a room on the left where the noise was coming from. A moment later, the door was pulled open and a scared young woman darted out, pulling it closed behind her with frantic urgency. She collapsed to the ground, hitting her head against the wall, hard enough to daze her. Her blonde hair was disheveled and her vacation clothes were torn, suggesting a violent struggle. Moaning and banging quickly followed against the door, however it was securely shut. The sounds from inside were persistent and violent, suggesting whatever was trapped in there was determined to break free. The young woman saw movement out of the corner of her eye, spotting the soldiers approaching her position. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out, terror having stolen her voice. Robinson quickly put his hand up to show he was friendly. "It's okay, we're not going to hurt you," Robinson said. "My husband, he just attacked me," the woman stammered. She looked back over to the door as the creature inside continued slamming its hands against it. The impacts were getting stronger, and Robinson could see the door frame beginning to flex under the assault. The sound intensified as it heard her speaking, causing her to cry. "What's going on? I don't understand what's going on," she pleaded. Robinson's heart dropped, knowing that there was nothing he could say that would make the woman feel better. He lowered his weapon, stepping towards her and gently helping her up off the ground. "You're going to be okay," Robinson said. "But my husband, why did he try to hurt me? He's the sweetest man I've ever met. He'd never hurt anyone," the woman continued. Robinson tried to console her, which put Sanchez on edge. "Sergeant, we have to keep moving," Sanchez urged. Robinson let out a frustrated sigh, his instincts wanting to help the woman, but knowing that Sanchez was right. "I'm sorry, I really am, but you need to get someplace safe because we need to go," Robinson explained. The woman began freaking out, looking like she was about to panic cry. As Robinson struggled to figure out what to say, Alyssa stepped up, holding out the room key. "Our room is safe. It's room 1311 just down the hall. There are some drinks and leftovers in the refrigerator. Help yourself," Alyssa offered. The young woman looked at Alyssa, staring at the key for a moment before reaching out and grabbing it. Alyssa gave her a nod, trying to let her know it was okay. After a moment, the young woman reluctantly walked off, trying her best not to look back at her room where her zombified husband was still trying to break out. "Sarge, we gotta move," Sanchez repeated. Robinson stared at the woman, making sure she got to the room safely before turning and keeping them moving. He was shaken by the incident, but snapped back into the moment as they reached the staircase. The sergeant opened the door, ever so slightly, listening for movement. The stairwell was one of the passenger areas, with elegant railings and wide steps designed to handle large numbers of travelers. Just below, on the next landing, he heard moans and foot shuffling before pulling the door closed. "We got hostiles to the right just below. I'll handle them, Sanchez. You watch up," Robinson directed, his voice barely above a whisper. The corporal nodded as Robinson pushed the door open. He took a single step onto the landing before raising his rifle and opening fire. The carpeted, well-lit staircase became a battlefield in an instant, with bullets ripping through zombie skulls just below. Muzzle flashes lit up the stairwell as brass casings bounced off the railings. The sergeant moved swiftly down the stairs as another zombie rushed towards him from a lower level. The creature moved with frightening speed, its arms outstretched and mouth open in a snarl. Rather than try and fire while descending, Robinson jumped off, taking flight a few steps up from the landing, planting his foot firmly in the chest of the rushing ghoul. The impact sent the creature tumbling backwards, over the threshold of the next set of steps. The carpet didn't soften the landing for the zombie as it cracked its head on the corner of the step, the concrete just underneath the surface breaking the skull. Robinson steadied himself on the landing, rushing up to the next flight down, taking aim and opening fire. His shots were precise despite the intensity of the situation, each round finding its target. As he popped off several rounds, Sanchez fired behind him towards creatures coming at them from the higher levels, the sound of gunfire echoing through the stairwell like thunder. "We have to move," Sanchez shouted. Robinson glanced back, spotting half a dozen creatures running at them from the higher levels. More zombies appeared behind the initial group, drawn by the sound of combat. Sanchez did his best to fend them off, but the tide was too strong and would soon overwhelm them. Robinson continued firing, switching to 3-round burst mode to give him a better chance at hitting targets while moving. The controlled bursts were more accurate than full auto, and he managed to clear out the next few creatures as they descended, reaching the landing for the 11th floor. With the 10th floor landing clear, Robinson threw open the door to the 11th floor, relieved to see it was clear. He darted inside, holding the door open for the others to go through. Sanchez continued firing at the throng of creatures coming at them from above, which had grown to a dozen or more. The horde filled the stairwell from wall to wall, a mass of reaching arms and snapping teeth. Several of them stumbled on the steps, creating a pile-up that gave him a chance to retreat toward the door. One zombie, however, toppled over the top of the pile, flipping over and landing on its back on the stairs right at the landing, managing to pop up to its feet like a zombified gymnast. The creature oriented itself quickly and ignored Sanchez completely while running straight for Brent, who was pushing his wife through the door. The corporal reacted on instinct, reaching out for the zombie to grab onto it, knowing he didn't have the time to adjust his rifle fire. His hand made contact with its shoulder, spinning it around just before it made contact with Brent. In doing so, the creature's attention was pulled to the corporal, who let out a panicked scream as it grabbed onto his arm. Sanchez opened fire, but had to aim low underneath his arm, which only served to pepper the zombie's torso with bullets. The creature bit into his forearm, ripping out a chunk of flesh before Sanchez was able to pull his arm free. Brent reached over, grabbing the corporal and pulling him through the door. Robinson slammed the door shut before the bulk of the horde reached them, the heavy barrier cutting off the pursuing zombies. Everyone stood breathing heavily in the empty hallway, their ears ringing from the gunfire. Robinson looked over to Sanchez, who was bleeding profusely from his arm, dark red blood soaking through his sleeve and dripping onto the carpet. The corporal stared at the wound with a mixture of shock and grim understanding of what it meant. "Well, shit," Sanchez said. Sanchez had 1,000 thoughts running through his head, all of them some variation of knowing he was going to die. As he contemplated his doomed fate, Alyssa touched him gently on the shoulder. "I'm sorry, but thank you for saving my husband," Alyssa said. Sanchez forced a smile, perking up and nodding. "That's what I'm here for, ma'am. He's important, not just to you. And as long as I'm kicking, I'm going to get you to safety," Sanchez replied. Alyssa and Brent looked on approvingly before stepping back, allowing the sergeant to come in. "Christ, man, we gotta do something," Robinson said. "You're right, Sarge, we gotta get these people to the chopper," Sanchez replied. "No, I mean we," Robinson began. Sanchez grabbed Robinson by the vest, pulling him in close and speaking forcefully. "We need to get these people to the chopper," Sanchez repeated. The sergeant could see the pain behind the corporal's eyes, both men knowing he wasn't going to live long. But Sanchez wanted to finish the mission, and Robinson wasn't about to deny a dying man his final wish. "Okay, let's get moving, everybody." Chapter 15. Sergeant Robinson led the group down the maintenance stairwell towards the deck of the ship, relieved that the narrow corridor was empty. The stairwell was utilitarian and cramped compared to the passenger areas they had been traveling through, with metal railings and steps that echoed with each footfall despite their efforts to move quietly. It took several minutes to descend the multiple flights, their progress slowed by the need to check each landing for creatures. The group finally stopped at what appeared to be the deck level, gathering near the exit door while Robinson prepared to assess their situation. Robinson pulled the door open slightly, peering through the narrow gap to make sure they were at the right location and to check for zombies. The bright sunlight temporarily blinded him after the dimmer interior lighting, but as his eyes adjusted, he could see they had indeed reached the ship's main deck. When no ghouls were immediately visible, he turned back to the others. "I want you to stay put while I scout it out," Robinson directed. "Shouldn't I do that?" Sanchez asked as he held up his hastily bandaged arm, the makeshift dressing already showing signs of blood seepage. The wound was worse than any of them wanted to admit, and they all understood what it meant for his remaining time. Robinson shook his head firmly. "We still need you to fly the chopper. I'll take care of the scouting, now hang tight," Robinson replied. Sanchez reluctantly accepted the decision, knowing that the sergeant was right. Robinson carefully opened the door wider and slipped out onto the deck, immediately feeling the ocean breeze and hearing the sound of waves against the ship's hull. He moved quietly towards the front of the ship, staying close to the wall as he advanced. The deck was expansive, with various recreational facilities scattered across the open space. Pool chairs, shuffleboard courts, and outdoor dining areas left sitting abandoned. After covering approximately 10 yards, Robinson reached the end of the wall, which opened onto the large recreational area where the helicopter waited. He carefully peered around the corner to assess the situation ahead. About 3 dozen zombies were scattered throughout the open deck area, some wandering aimlessly, while others seemed drawn to specific locations. The closest creature was roughly 20 yards from his position, but they stretched all the way to the helicopter landing pad, where their escape vehicle sat waiting. Robinson scanned the area methodically, looking for a defendable firing position or some tactical advantage that might allow them to fight their way through. Unfortunately, the open nature of the deck provided little in the way of cover, and engaging that many zombies in such an exposed area would likely result in being overwhelmed. "Well, Robinson, you know what you gotta do," he muttered to himself. The sergeant let out a defeated sigh before retreating back to the stairwell. He closed the door gently behind him, not wanting to alert the zombies to their presence until he was ready for them to know he was there. "So how's it look out there?" Sanchez asked as Robinson rejoined the group. "It looks like I'm going to have to do something stupid," Robinson replied with a smirk. "How stupid?" Sanchez pressed, though his grin suggested he already suspected the answer. Robinson let out a chuckle, shaking his head at the absurdity of their situation before responding. "There's a few dozen of those people between here and the chopper. I'm going to pull them my way and lead them to the back of the boat. Once they're past the door here, you're going to make a run for it. Robinson explained. Brent and Alyssa looked stricken by the announcement, their faces reflecting the belief that the sergeant was preparing to sacrifice himself for their safety. Robinson quickly noticed their expressions and let out a full-throated laugh that echoed through the stairwell. "Oh, come on now, don't give me that look. I'm not jumping overboard or anything. I'm just getting my monthly dose of cardio. I'll be all right," Robinson assured them. Brent and Alyssa breathed a visible sigh of relief at his reassurance, though they still appeared concerned about the risks involved. Robinson lifted his radio and adjusted the frequency to contact the bridge. "Captain Hayes, do you copy?" Robinson transmitted. "I have you, Sergeant," Hayes responded promptly. "I'm going to need a deck side door that's towards the rear of the ship from my current position. Do you have anything that might work?" Robinson asked. There was a brief pause as Hayes presumably consulted the ship's layout on his monitors. "There's a poolside bar about 100 yards from your position. If you get into the back, you'll have access to the crew hallway," Hayes replied. "That will work, thank you," Robinson acknowledged. "Just let me know what else you need from me," Hayes said. "It's going to be a minute, but I'm going to need a route to Barrett," Robinson added. "I'll have one ready for you," Hayes confirmed. "I appreciate it, Captain," Robinson said as he signed off. Robinson clicked the radio off and clipped it back to his belt. He turned to address the group, his expression serious but confident. "Okay, you're going to hear some gunfire, then me running for my life. Give it 90 seconds and you should be clear," Robinson instructed. Brent stepped forward, extending his hand for a handshake, which Robinson accepted with a firm grip. The scientist's hand was soft compared to the sergeant's calloused palm, but his grip was steady and determined. "Thank you for everything," Brent said, with genuine gratitude. "You can thank me by putting that brain of yours to good use," Robinson replied, looking directly into Brent's eyes. Brent nodded solemnly, giving him a nonverbal promise that he would dedicate himself to finding a solution to the crisis they were facing. Sanchez stepped up next, his injured arm hanging at his side but his expression still carrying traces of humor. "I would say it's been a pleasure, Sergeant, but the afternoon session wasn't nearly as good as the morning one," Sanchez said, raising his injured arm slightly. The corporal was still trying to keep the mood light despite the reality of his situation. Robinson gave the young man a grateful nod, appreciating his efforts to maintain morale, even while facing his own mortality. "I appreciate everything you've done, Corporal. Get these people home safe," Robinson said. "You got it, Sarge. But before I go, I have a question for you," Sanchez replied. "Of course," Robinson responded. "What do you want me to tell the general?" Sanchez asked. "What do you mean?" Robinson questioned, not immediately understanding what he was asking. "What do you want me to tell them about you and the others?" Sanchez clarified. Robinson contemplated the question for a moment, understanding that Sanchez was asking what story he should tell about their fate. His gut instinct was telling him to help the remaining passengers on board, which would likely mean not making it back to the fleet himself. Tell him the truth, that the last time you saw anybody, they were running for their lives, so you took off to finish the mission, Robinson finally answered. Sanchez smirked, recognizing the sergeant's selfless decision. He extended his fist for a farewell bump. "I like how you roll, Sergeant. In the next life, I'm tracking you guys down earlier," Sanchez said with admiration. "Until then, Corporal," Robinson replied, bumping fists with the younger soldier. Robinson turned back to the door, taking a deep breath as he prepared for what would likely be the most dangerous phase of their entire mission. He opened the door quietly and slipped out onto the deck, immediately feeling the warmth of the sun and the salt spray from the ocean. Moving carefully along the wall, he advanced toward the front of the ship until he was in full view of the recreational area. The zombies were still scattered across the deck, all of them unaware of his presence. Robinson raised his rifle and took careful aim at the closest creature. The shot rang out across the deck, the bullet finding its mark and dropping the zombie instantly. The sound immediately attracted the attention of every other creature in the area, their heads snapping toward his position as excited moans filled the air. Robinson turned and began sprinting toward the poolside bar, firing several more shots into the air as he ran. The additional gunfire ensured that all the zombies would follow him, drawing them away from the path to the helicopter. The sergeant pumped his legs hard, his boots pounding against the deck as he covered the distance to the bar. The structure was a typical cruise ship amenity, with a curved wooden counter and various nautical decorations that would have been charming under different circumstances. Much to his relief, all the zombie activity remained behind him, with none of the creatures approaching from his front or flanks. He glanced over his shoulder and saw that the closest pursuer was still about 10 yards behind him, giving him enough time to reach his destination. Robinson adjusted his course slightly as he approached the bar, which featured a solid wooden barrier at the front that would provide the protection he needed. As he got within range, he planted his hand on the counter and vaulted over the top, his momentum carrying him cleanly over the obstacle. He stumbled slightly upon landing but caught himself against the back wall of the bar area. Robinson quickly scanned the space behind the counter, confirming that no zombies were hiding in the cramped quarters. A moment later, the leading edge of the pursuing horde reached the bar, pressing against the wooden barrier. The creatures clawed at the counter and reached over the top, but the barrier was high enough to prevent them from climbing over. Robinson raised his rifle and aimed at their heads, ready to fire if necessary. None of the zombies even attempted to climb over the barrier, instead pressing against it and reaching desperately toward him with outstretched arms. The sergeant stood behind the bar for several minutes, catching his breath while waiting for the sound that would indicate the success of their mission. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Robinson heard the distinctive sound of helicopter blades cutting through the air. The rhythmic beating grew louder as the aircraft approached, and he could see it flying about 50 yards off the side railing. Sanchez expertly piloted the helicopter alongside the ship, bringing it parallel with Robinson's position on the deck. The two soldiers made eye contact across the distance, and Sanchez raised his hand in a final salute to his friend before banking away from the vessel. "Godspeed, Sanchez," Robinson said quietly, watching as the aircraft disappeared toward the horizon where the naval fleet waited. Robinson waited until the helicopter was completely out of sight before pulling out Captain Hayes' keycard. He swiped it at the electronic lock on the door behind the bar, hearing the mechanism disengage with a soft beep. He stepped through the doorway into the crew hallway, leaving the frustrated zombies behind as he prepared for the next phase of his mission. The corridor was empty and quiet, much to his relief. "All right, Captain, here I come." Chapter 16. Sergeant Robinson worked his way through the crew corridor, keeping his weapon at the ready as he advanced down the narrow hallway. By now, any survivors would have heeded Captain Hayes' lockdown call, taking shelter in their rooms or secure locations. That meant any sound he heard was most likely coming from a zombie. The silence in the corridor was almost oppressive, broken only by the distant hum of the ship's engines and the occasional creak of metal. Robinson's boots made soft thuds against the deck plating as he moved forward, allowing him to listen intently for trouble. Robinson reached the end of the hallway, which stopped at a large wooden door. The electronic keycard reader sat just beside the frame, its small red light blinking steadily. Before opening it up, he pulled out the radio and adjusted the frequency to contact the bridge. "All right, Captain. How do I get back to Barrett from here?" Robinson transmitted. "I'm not sure if you saw, but your friends got to the helicopter and took off without incident," Hayes replied. "I did see that, but thank you for the info," Robinson acknowledged. "Okay, now in order to get back to Barrett, you're going to need to go through the door at the end of the hallway. That's going to open up into a small entertainment section," Hayes explained. "Of course it is," Robinson muttered. "Don't worry, most of those people are at the main one at the front of the ship. This one is smaller and doesn't really kick off until the sun goes down. That said, you're still going to have some company," Hayes continued. "How many am I looking at?" Robinson asked. "It can't be more than a dozen wandering around, and most of them are over at the movie theater," Hayes reported. "Okay, if they're distracted, that works for me, as long as I don't have to go by it," Robinson replied. "You don't. Just head straight across to the other door, just like the one you're standing at. After that, it's a straight shot to Barrett," Hayes confirmed. "Copy that. I'll let you know when I'm through," Robinson said as he signed off. Robinson cut the radio, affixing it to his belt before readying his rifle. With a swipe of the key card, the door unlocked with a soft beep, and he pulled it open, stepping carefully out into the open space beyond. The room was compact compared to the main entertainment complex. roughly 50 by 50 yards, with various shops and attractions lined along the walls. Jewelry stores, gift shops, and small cafes created a miniature version of the larger commercial areas found elsewhere on the ship. To the left was a small hallway that led to the stateroom section, and to the right was the movie theater Hayes had mentioned. Robinson immediately spotted the threat Hayes had warned him about. A dozen zombies were pressed against the front of the movie theater, their bloodied hands smacking against the glass doors as they tried to get inside. The creatures moved with the relentless persistence that had become their defining characteristic, showing no signs of fatigue despite what must have been hours of sustained effort. As Robinson moved across the open area, he kept his focus on the zombie horde, only to notice that the theater doors were being pulled open ever so slightly, but they appeared to be stuck or held in place. The zombies would gain a few inches of opening before the doors would snap back closed, frustrating their attempts to reach whatever had attracted them. Robinson's mind wandered for a moment, trying to figure out why the doors were behaving that way. He didn't have to wonder about it long, as movement in one of the theater's windows caught his attention. A young girl, no more than 12, started waving at him from the window to the far right of the entrance doors. She looked terrified, and even from a distance he could tell that she had been crying. Her small face was pressed against the glass, her eyes wide with fear and desperate hope. Robinson knew he needed to keep moving, that taking on a dozen zombies was incredibly dangerous for a single soldier. But if she was alive in there, with the doors behaving like that, it meant someone was holding them closed from the inside. The sight of the child changed everything for Robinson. His mission was to reach Barrett, but he couldn't bring himself to walk past a group of survivors who were clearly in immediate danger. The tactical part of his mind told him to keep moving, but his humanity wouldn't allow him to abandon innocent people. To hell with it, Robinson muttered to himself. Robinson retraced his steps, getting back over to the door he had exited from. He swiped the keycard and stepped through the threshold, positioning himself in the door frame with his foot holding the door open. The sergeant aimed his rifle toward the back of the zombie pack, ensuring that his firing line wouldn't endanger whoever was holding the theater doors closed. He squeezed the trigger as soon as he had a clear shot on a zombie, the creature's head exploding in a spray of blood and brain matter. Immediately, most of the zombies broke from their positions at the theater doors, racing in his direction with the frightening speed he'd been dealing with all day. Robinson quickly acquired his next target, popping off another shot and dropping a second creature before it could close the distance. Despite the approaching threat, he kept his aim consistent, making sure his shots were directed away from the theater entrance. Robinson managed to take down half a dozen creatures in rapid succession before the advancing horde forced him to retreat down the hallway to avoid being overwhelmed. He made sure that the door remained open just enough that the pursuing zombies were able to follow him into the corridor. Robinson sprinted approximately 10 yards down the hall before stopping and turning around to face his pursuers. He switched his rifle to 3-round burst mode, knowing that the increased firepower would be necessary to stop the charging creatures in the confined space. He aimed at head level and began unleashing controlled bursts into the creatures as they funneled into the tight corridor. Brass casings ejected from his rifle, bouncing off the metal walls with metallic pings that mixed with the thunderous gunfire. The narrow corridor became a killing field as Robinson systematically eliminated each zombie that entered his field of fire. The creatures had no cover and nowhere to maneuver, making them easy targets despite their speed. Blood splattered across the walls and ceiling as bullets found their marks with devastating precision. As his magazine clicked empty, the last creature fell to the deck with a wet thud. Robinson quickly dropped his spent magazine to the ground, the empty hitting the ground with a clatter before he slapped a fresh magazine into his rifle. Robinson moved cautiously back toward the door, his weapon ready in case any zombies had remained at the theater or if more creatures had been drawn by the gunfire. He stepped carefully over the bodies littering the hallway, making sure each ghoul was down for the count. When he poked his head out of the corridor, he saw that 2 zombies still remained at the theater doors, trying desperately to get inside. Both creatures had their arms trapped between the double doors, with someone on the other side clearly holding the doors as close together as possible. The zombies struggled against the resistance, their moans of frustration echoing through the entertainment area. Robinson pulled out his handgun, keeping it trained on the creatures as he moved. He approached the theater entrance from the side, ensuring that whoever was holding the door wouldn't be in the line of fire. He made eye contact with a large man visible through the glass on the other side of the doors. The man appeared to understand Robinson's intention and tightened his grip on the door handles, ensuring that the trapped creatures remained immobilized. The sergeant raised his handgun and fired at point-blank range, putting a bullet through each zombie's head in a matter of seconds. The close-range shots were devastating, dropping both creatures instantly, and finally bringing silence to the entertainment area. As the echo of gunfire faded, the entire room fell quiet except for the ship's ambient mechanical sounds. Robinson holstered his handgun and surveyed the area to ensure no additional threats remained, then moved toward the theater entrance. Once they were certain that the immediate area was secure, the man inside the theater released his grip on the doors, pushing them open and stepping out. Robinson looked up at the man, who was easily 6'3" and built like a professional athlete. His massive frame filled the doorway, and his arms showed the strain of having held the doors closed for an extended period. "I appreciate your help. My name's Zach," the man said, extending a hand that looked like it could crush walnuts. "I'm Sergeant Robinson. How many people you got in there?" Robinson replied, accepting the handshake and noting the man's impressive grip strength. 10 or so, I think. I didn't stop to count. I was too busy holding those doors closed," Zach explained. "How long were you doing that for?" Robinson asked. Zach gave a nonchalant shrug that suggested the effort hadn't been particularly challenging for him. "An hour or two," he replied casually. Robinson's arms hurt just thinking about exerting that much sustained force for such an extended period. The fact that Zach seemed relatively unfazed by the ordeal spoke to his exceptional physical conditioning. "I'm glad you were able to do that. Is anybody inside sick or bitten?" Robinson asked. "No, everybody's fine," Zach confirmed. "Okay, that's good. I want you to lock this door up tight and wait for help to come," Robinson instructed. "You're not coming in?" Zach asked. "I have to go help some of my friends," Robinson explained. Zach nodded before turning back to the other survivors visible inside the theater. He pointed at one of the crew members, a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. "You lock this door behind us, and keep it that way," Zach commanded with the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. The frightened young crew member immediately complied, getting up from behind the concession stand where he had been taking cover and walking quickly to the doors. "I think it would be safer if you stayed here with the others," Robinson suggested. "You said your friends need help. You helped us, so I'm going to help you," Zach replied, with simple determination. "I appreciate the offer, Zach, but," Robinson began, then looked up at the hulking giant who stared at him with unwavering resolve. Robinson's protest trailed off as he recognized the futility of arguing with someone who had clearly made up his mind. He let out a brief laugh, shaking his head at the situation. "You're not the kind of man who takes no for an answer, are you?" Robinson observed. "In a situation like this, I do not." "Now where are we going?" Zach replied, his tone making it clear that the discussion was over. "We're heading down the crew hallway over there. Come on," Robinson directed, pointing toward their destination. Zach looked back to the other survivors, who gave him thankful nods for having saved their lives. The young girl who had first waved at Robinson pressed her hand against the glass in a gesture of gratitude, her eyes no longer filled with terror but with hope. The two men walked to the door leading to the crew corridor, Robinson using his keycard to unlock the electronic mechanism. The lock disengaged with its familiar beep, and he stepped through into the utilitarian hallway beyond. As they moved into the corridor, Robinson glanced at his unexpected companion, noting that despite Zach's civilian clothes and obvious lack of military training, the man moved with confidence and purpose. Sometimes in desperate situations, Robinson reflected, help came from the most unexpected sources. "Stay close and follow my lead," Robinson instructed as they began making their way toward Captain Barrett's position. "You got it, Sergeant." Chapter 17. Robinson and his new friend Zach walked through the crew hallway, the sergeant keeping his weapon up as they moved toward their destination. Their footsteps echoed softly off the deck as they advanced through the narrow passage. They walked by several side hallways that branched off from the main corridor, each one potentially harboring threats. Robinson kept his rifle at the ready, sweeping each intersection as they passed to ensure nothing could surprise them from the flanks. As they approached the door Hayes had directed them to, a low moan could be heard coming from behind them. Both men turned to spot a zombified crew member emerging from one of the side passages they had just passed. The creature was a twig of a human being, barely out of their teenage years, wearing the remnants of a ship's uniform that was now torn and bloodstained. The zombie let out an excited moan upon spotting them and immediately raced toward their position. "Move, move!" Robinson commanded, raising his rifle to engage the threat. Rather than get out of the way as Robinson expected, Zach stepped forward, directly into the creature's path, his massive hand wrapped around the zombie's throat with the casual ease of someone grabbing a bottle off a shelf. He squeezed as hard as he could, his powerful fingers compressing the creature's windpipe as neck bones began to snap under the tremendous pressure. However, the zombie didn't react to what should have been an incredibly painful assault, continuing to claw at Zach's arm and snap its teeth toward his face. "How do you put these things down exactly?" Zach asked, maintaining his grip while the zombie thrashed in his grasp. "Headshots have been working so far," Robinson replied. Zach lifted the creature completely off the ground, its legs kicking uselessly in the air. He took a step forward, using his full body weight and momentum to drive the zombie's head into the deck with devastating force. The back of the skull crumpled on impact with a wet, sickening sound, leaving the creature motionless on the floor. For good measure, Zach raised his boot and stomped on the back of the zombie's head, delivering one final crack that ensured it would stay down permanently. Blood and brain matter spread across the deck around the destroyed skull. Robinson stared at the large man for a moment, processing what he had just witnessed, before letting out a chuckle of appreciation. "Yeah, that'll work too," Robinson acknowledged. The sergeant led them up to the door that would take them back into the entertainment area. He swiped the key card and opened the door just slightly, enough to get a view of the situation beyond. According to Captain Hayes' directions, the restaurant where Barrett and his remaining soldiers were trapped should be directly across from their position. Robinson got the door open a few inches before seeing all he needed to see. Approximately 100 zombies were pressed up against the restaurant entrance, stretching around the corner into the hallway, their bodies creating a solid wall of undead flesh that made it difficult for him to see inside the establishment. The creatures clawed and moaned continuously, their persistent assault on the barrier creating a constant din of violence. Robinson gently shut the door and pulled out his radio, switching to Barrett's frequency. "Captain Barrett, you still with me?" Robinson transmitted. "Robinson, give me some good news." Barrett's voice crackled through the speaker. "Sanchez got the VIPs off the ship okay, but..." Robinson began, then trailed off as he struggled to deliver the rest of the news. Barrett quickly understood the implication of the sergeant's hesitation. "Don't tell me," Barrett said with a hint of dread. "He got bitten," Robinson confirmed reluctantly. "Damn it." "I said, don't tell me," Barrett replied, his voice carrying the weight of losing another soldier. "I'm sorry, Cap," Robinson said. "I really liked that kid," Barrett admitted. "He's still a trooper, getting the VIP back to the fleet," Robinson said. "And you just couldn't bring yourself to go with him, could you?" Barrett asked. "And miss out on years of reminding you of how I saved your ass?" "Absolutely not," Robinson replied with smirk so big that the captain could hear it through the radio. "Well, from my vantage point, there's 100 of those people just outside the door, so you might want to save the gloating for when you thin those numbers a bit," Barrett said. "Still working on that," Robinson confirmed. "I have an idea," Zach interjected from behind him. Robinson looked back to Zach with surprise, unsure how the civilian could have a plan when he couldn't see what they were dealing with. "Hey, Cap, let me get back to you in a second," Robinson said into the radio. "I'm not going anywhere," Barrett replied dryly. Robinson clicked the radio off before turning his full attention to Zach, curious about what the large man had in mind. "Okay, you have my attention. What do you have?" Robinson asked. "Those people are across at that little lunch place, right?" Zach inquired. "Yeah, and there's 100 of them," Robinson confirmed. "It's no problem," Zach replied with casual confidence. "I like your confidence, but I'm going to need a little more than that," Robinson pressed. 10 yards to our left, there's a steakhouse. It's big, so lots of room to move. Had dinner there last night, pretty solid porterhouse," Zach explained. "I'm not sure how that helps us, although a steak sounds good right about now," Robinson replied. "They have a well-stocked bar," Zach added with meaningful emphasis. Robinson thought about it for a moment, his mind working through the big man's thought process, before he realized what Zach was thinking. "You want to burn them?" Robinson asked. "Having a fire break out on a ship like this can be catastrophic, so I would like to think they have a pretty significant fire suppression system," Zach reasoned. Robinson contemplated the plan for several seconds, hoping that the big man was right about the ship's safety systems. The idea had merit, but it would require precise timing and coordination to work effectively. He pulled out the radio, switching to the bridge frequency. "Captain Hayes, I have a question, and please don't freak out when I ask it," Robinson transmitted. "That statement alone has me freaking out a bit, so you might as well go ahead and ask," Hayes replied with apprehension. "How good is the fire suppression system?" Robinson asked. "It's state-of-the-art. It can flood a room with thousands of gallons of water in a matter of minutes," Hayes confirmed. "Fantastic. And do you have complete control over it from up there?" Robinson continued. "It's pretty automated, but I can switch it on and off if that's what you're asking," Hayes replied. "Excellent. So if we were to, set 100 of those people on fire inside your steakhouse, you could let them burn for a few minutes before putting them out," Robinson explained. There was a long silence on the radio as Hayes processed the implications of what Robinson was proposing. The first thing Robinson heard was a drawn-out sigh coming from the ship's captain. "Yeah, I think I can arrange that. Should I assume I've gotten my last porterhouse from there?" Hayes asked with resignation. "You're the second person that's told me about the porterhouse in the last 5 minutes. It's making my job a lot harder to do," Robinson replied. "So that's a yes then," Hayes pressed. "I'm afraid it is, Captain," Robinson confirmed. "Okay, I'll begin shutting down the fire suppression in that area. You just let me know when you want me to cut it on," Hayes agreed. "Thanks, Captain," Robinson acknowledged before clicking the radio off. Robinson turned back to Zach, nodding as the plan came together. "Okay, so we're going to burn the place down and all of them with it. Now we just need to figure out how to get them in there," Robinson said. "If I can borrow your sidearm, I can pull them over," Zach offered. Robinson gave the large man a concerned look, immediately recognizing the dangerous nature of what he was proposing. "What are you thinking?" Robinson asked. "I'm thinking that there's a single swinging door that goes into the kitchen. I'm going to get inside, wet some towels, and clear myself a path. After that, I'll let them know that I'm there, and hold that door shut while you do what you need to do," Zach explained. "Where's the bar?" Robinson inquired. "It's on the right as soon as you walk in. I'll make sure there are open bottles on the floor near the kitchen, so once you get that spark going, it'll be an inferno before you know it," Zach detailed. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Robinson asked. "I'm as sure as you were when you came to my aid. Besides, we're going to have to take them all out anyway, aren't we? Because we're not getting people off the ship safely if they're running around," Zach said. Robinson contemplated for a moment, wondering if he should tell Zach everything that was happening beyond the ship. The man deserved to know the truth about the scope of the crisis they were facing. But it didn't matter at this particular moment. "That's right, we gotta take them down," Robinson agreed. "Okay, so let me get that sidearm and the key card," Zach requested. Robinson reached to his holster, pulling out his handgun and handing it over to the civilian. The weapon looked like a child's toy in Zach's massive hands, yet he handled it like it wasn't his first time around a firearm. "Give me 10 minutes and I'll kick this thing off," Zach promised. Robinson nodded as Zach used the key card to open the door leading back into the entertainment area. As the door closed behind the big man, Robinson caught it with his hand, making sure it didn't click back shut. He positioned himself at the narrow opening, peering across the space through the crack while keeping his rifle at the ready in case the creatures spotted Zach's movement. The next minute stretched like an eternity as Robinson watched for any sign of discovery or alarm from the zombie horde. The creatures at the restaurant remained focused on their original target, showing no awareness that a new meal opportunity had entered their vicinity. After a solid minute passed without incident, Robinson breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his unlikely partner had made it into the steakhouse safely. Now came the hard part: waiting. "All right, Zach, let's light 'em up." Chapter 18. Zach swiped the key card on the steakhouse door, quickly and quietly slipping inside the darkened restaurant. He pulled the door shut behind him before retreating into the shadows, his massive frame disappearing into the unlit interior of the establishment. From his concealed position, he kept his view trained across the way at the mob of zombies pressed up against the small restaurant where Barrett and his remaining soldiers were trapped. The creatures continued their relentless assault on the barrier, completely unaware that they were being observed. Once Zach was confident he hadn't been spotted, he got to work implementing their desperate plan. Zach moved over to the bar area, his eyes adjusting to the dim lighting as he surveyed the available materials. He grabbed an empty busboy tub from behind the counter and began filling it with as many liquor bottles as it would hold. He stuck to the higher proof liquors, selecting vodka, rum, and whiskey that would burn more effectively than the lower alcohol content beverages. As he loaded the bottles into the container, he spotted a case of buffet warmers stored underneath the counter. The metal containers were designed to keep food heated during service, but Zach recognized their potential for a very different purpose. "That'll work too," he muttered to himself. Zach tossed the case of warmers on top of the liquor bottles, picking up the entire collection like it was an empty cardboard box. It took him several minutes to methodically unscrew the caps on the bottles, spilling the flammable liquid across the restaurant's carpeted floor. The pungent smell of alcohol filled the air as he worked, creating an increasingly potent fire hazard with each opened container. The liquor soaked into the carpet fibers, while empty bottles splashed down as he dropped them after emptying their contents. After pouring out nearly 30 bottles worth of alcohol, Zach pulled out a pocket knife and drove the blade into the top of one of the buffet warmers. Inside was a flammable gel designed to provide sustained heat for food service, but which would serve perfectly as additional fuel for their fire trap. He scooped the gel out and tossed it to the ground, figuring the bigger the blaze, the better. After another minute of work, he had gutted the entire case of warmers, spreading their contents across the alcohol-soaked floor to create a highly combustible mixture. Zach made his way toward the kitchen area, pushing through the swinging door before immediately spotting a heavy metal prep table positioned just beside the entrance. He grabbed onto the substantial piece of equipment and gave it a test pull, making sure it hadn't been bolted down to the floor. "That should do the trick," he said with satisfaction. Zach continued moving through the kitchen, grabbing a handful of dish towels from a nearby shelf and throwing them into the large industrial sink. He turned on the water, letting it soak into the pile of fabric until they were completely saturated. Once the towels were thoroughly wet, he grabbed the dripping pile and tossed it onto the metal table with a heavy thud. The soaked cloth would serve as protection against the smoke that would inevitably fill the kitchen once the fire began in earnest. The large man then marched through the middle of the steakhouse dining area, shoving tables and chairs out of his path to create a clear pathway. He needed to ensure he had a straight shot back to the kitchen when the zombies began their pursuit, with no obstacles that could slow his retreat or cause him to stumble. After clearing his escape route, Zach positioned himself at the restaurant's front entrance, looking across the entertainment area toward the horde of zombies that remained focused on the opposite restaurant. The creatures continued their mindless assault, still completely unaware of his presence or the trap being prepared for them. Zach unlocked the front doors of the steakhouse, pulling both panels open wide and clicking down the footstops to hold them in the open position. This would ensure that the zombies could pour into the restaurant unimpeded once he attracted their attention. Without hesitation, he raised Robinson's handgun and aimed toward the mob of creatures across the way. He pulled the trigger 4 times in rapid succession, not caring where the bullets impacted, but only that the sharp crack of gunfire filled the air and announced his presence to the undead horde. The majority of the creatures pressing against the opposite restaurant immediately spotted him, their heads snapping in his direction as they let out excited moans. Within seconds, they abandoned their original target and began racing toward the steakhouse. Zach turned and sprinted toward the kitchen, firing several more rounds in the handgun off to the side as he ran. He wanted to make as much noise as possible to ensure that every zombie in the area would follow him into the trap they had prepared. He reached the kitchen well before the pursuing creatures, plowing through the swinging door and coming to an abrupt stop beside the heavy metal table. Zach grabbed onto the substantial piece of equipment and yanked it over in front of the door, the legs scraping against the deck, filling the kitchen with a horrific sound. A moment later, the first wave of creatures reached the kitchen entrance, slamming into the swinging door with tremendous force. The impact shot the door open several inches before the metal table stopped its progress, creating a gap that was too narrow for the zombies to squeeze through. The sound of metal clanging against metal echoed through the kitchen as the creatures continued their assault. Zach put his considerable weight and strength behind holding the table in position as the ghouls on the other side continued trying to push through the barrier. Between the substantial mass of the metal table and the pressure he was applying, the door remained essentially immobile despite the creature's efforts. The big man reached onto the table and grabbed a handful of the wet towels, tossing them onto the kitchen floor. He used his boot to position the soaked fabric at the base of the door, hoping to create a seal that would stem the tide of smoke that would soon be pouring into the kitchen from the burning dining area. He looked down at the remaining towels on the table, noting that he had another 4 pieces of soaking wet cloth that would help him keep any smoke that managed to penetrate his defenses out of his lungs. He quickly grabbed one, tying it off around his face so that it covered his nose and mouth. "Okay, Sergeant, it's your turn," Zach muttered to himself. Sergeant Robinson watched from the relative safety of the crew hallway as the horde of zombies raced toward the steakhouse in response to Zach's gunfire. The flow of creatures seemed endless, with dozens upon dozens of undead pouring through the open entrance of the restaurant. The sight gave him hope that Zach had managed to prop the doors open as planned. As he observed the zombie migration, Robinson found himself talking under his breath, unconsciously providing commentary on the unfolding situation. "Yeah, come on, go get you that porterhouse. Yeah, get in there," he muttered. Robinson continued watching until the last few stragglers vanished from view through the steakhouse entrance. He gave the scene another solid minute of observation, making sure no additional creatures were approaching from around corners or side passages. Once he was certain that the majority of zombies were trapped inside the restaurant, he prepared to make his move. Robinson pulled the door open carefully, keeping his rifle at the ready as he swept the entertainment area to ensure nothing dangerous remained in the immediate vicinity. The space that had been filled with 100 zombies just minutes earlier was now eerily quiet, with every creature having followed Zach's bait into the prepared killing ground. The sergeant moved cautiously across the open area, staying low and advancing quickly toward the steakhouse entrance. He paused at the corner of the door, peering around the edge to assess the situation inside the restaurant. Robinson let out an inaudible gasp as he saw the massive crowd of zombies pressed against the kitchen door at the rear of the dining area. The creatures were packed so tightly that they formed a solid wall of undead flesh, all of them focused on trying to reach whatever had made noise in the kitchen. He scanned the rear of the pack carefully, making sure none of them were looking in his direction before making his move. When he felt confident that he remained undetected, Robinson broke from cover and moved quickly across the front entrance of the restaurant. He stayed low and moved with purpose, reaching the bar area without detection and immediately scanning the shelves for a bottle. He selected the cheapest bottle of vodka he could find, quickly unscrewing the cap and shoving a dish towel down into the neck of the bottle. The improvised fuse would provide the ignition source needed to turn the alcohol-soaked dining area into an inferno. Robinson produced a lighter from his pocket and retreated back toward the entrance, keeping one eye on the mass of zombies while he prepared his makeshift incendiary device. Once he reached the doorway, he used his foot to lift up the small doorstops at the base of one panel, allowing that door to swing shut while keeping the other one propped open. Robinson applied flame to the towel fuse, watching as the fabric caught fire and began burning steadily. He let the improvised weapon burn for several seconds to ensure the flame was well established, then drew back his arm and threw the Molotov cocktail as hard as he could toward the mob of creatures. The bottle sailed through the air in a high arc before smacking against the back of one of the zombies. Much to Robinson's dismay, the glass container bounced off the creature and fell to the carpet without breaking, landing with a soft thud. Damn it, Robinson cursed under his breath. Robinson quickly began to pull his rifle off his shoulder, intending to shoot the bottle and shatter it so the burning contents would spread. However, before he could bring his weapon to bear, the flaming towel made contact with the alcohol-soaked carpet beneath it. Within seconds, the fire began to spread with alarming speed, racing across the liquor-saturated floor and quickly engulfing the zombies, who were still focused on reaching the kitchen. Some of the creatures at the edges of the mob turned toward Robinson as flames began consuming their clothing and flesh, their running doing nothing but accelerating the fire on them. "That's good enough," Robinson declared with satisfaction. Robinson stepped out of the restaurant and pulled the remaining door closed behind him, making sure it clicked securely shut. The zombies were now trapped inside with the rapidly spreading fire, unable to escape through the sealed entrance. A moment later, several burning creatures reached the front of the restaurant, their flaming hands smacking against the glass as they moaned in confusion and rage. Sergeant Robinson positioned himself safely outside the steakhouse, watching through the windows as the flames grew exponentially within a matter of moments. The darkened interior was rapidly becoming a spectacular inferno, with orange and yellow flames dancing across every surface as the fire consumed carpet, furniture, and zombie flesh with equal enthusiasm. Robinson stood transfixed by the carnage unfolding inside the restaurant, his finger poised over his radio as he prepared to call Captain Hayes when the moment was right. The fire needed to burn long enough to ensure that every creature inside was thoroughly destroyed, but not so long that it could spread to other parts of the ship. "All right, burn baby burn." Chapter 19. The fire raged with devastating intensity inside the steakhouse as Sergeant Robinson watched from outside the sealed entrance. The flames had consumed everything in their path, turning the elegant dining establishment into a hellish inferno that would have made any arsonist proud. The creatures that had been pressed against the front door had been fully engulfed in the blaze, their bodies collapsing to the ground in charred heaps alongside the rest of the undead mob. Robinson pressed his face as close to the glass as he could without risking burns from the radiant heat, trying to detect any movement amongst the smoldering remains of what had once been 100 zombies. The interior of the restaurant glowed with orange light, but he could see no signs of life or undeath moving within the carnage. Satisfied that their improvised plan had worked exactly as intended, he pulled the radio from his belt. "All right, Captain Hayes, hit the fire system," Robinson transmitted. "Starting it now," Hayes replied immediately. Almost instantly, the sprinkler system inside the steakhouse activated with tremendous force. Water flowed from multiple points throughout the room, like a dozen fire hoses had been triggered simultaneously, creating a deluge that filled the air with steam as it contacted the superheated surfaces. Within seconds, the flames began to die down dramatically, and within a minute, they were extinguished completely, leaving behind a smoking wasteland of charred furniture and destroyed zombies. Robinson stared through the steamed glass into the restaurant, searching for any movement near the kitchen area where Zach had taken refuge. The big man had risked his life to make their plan work, and Robinson found himself genuinely concerned about whether his unlikely ally had survived the ordeal. "Come on, Zach. Tell me you're all right," Robinson muttered to himself. Several tense moments ticked by in what felt like an eternity as Robinson waited for signs of life from within the destroyed restaurant. The silence was deafening after the roar of flames and rushing water, broken only by the ship's ambient mechanical sounds and the occasional drip of water from the saturated sprinkler system. Finally, Robinson could see the kitchen's swinging door being pulled open, and the hulking figure of Zach stepped out with a wet towel wrapped around his face like a makeshift gas mask. The big man didn't appear to be fazed by the ordeal, which immediately relieved Robinson's concerns about his condition. Zach stepped carefully over the charred bodies littering the floor, glancing down at a few corpses that were still moving ever so slightly. While some of the creatures remained technically alive, their burnt muscles and damaged nervous systems made it impossible for them to pose any meaningful threat. They could barely twitch, let alone attack. Zach strolled up to the front entrance like he was simply walking up to the bar for another drink, displaying the same casual confidence he had shown throughout their dangerous operation. With a swipe of the keycard, he unlocked the doors and pulled one panel open before stepping out into the entertainment area. "Are you all right, Zach?" Robinson asked. Perfectly fine, Zach replied, though his voice was slightly hoarse. He let out a series of coughs as he tossed the wet towel aside, clearing smoke and fumes from his lungs. Robinson instinctively reached up and patted the much larger man on the back, acting like a parent helping a choking child. He stopped abruptly a moment later when he realized how absurd he looked trying to assist someone who was literally twice his size. Zach finally stopped coughing, standing up to his full impressive height and nodding in appreciation for Robinson's concern. "I'm okay, thank you," he confirmed. "Of course, thank you. That was a ballsy move," Robinson replied. "It was a lot easier than the movie theater, that's for sure," Zach said. "Now what do you say we go get my friends?" Robinson suggested. Zach smirked before stepping over to a box on the wall. He used his elbow to smash the glass covering that contained a fire axe, the sound of breaking glass echoing through the entertainment area. He yanked the tool out of its mounting brackets, brandishing it with satisfaction. "You go ahead, I'll take care of the ones still moving," Zach said. Robinson saw what might have been the biggest smile he had witnessed on the man since they'd met, though it barely qualified as more than a slight upturn of his mouth. Regardless, Zach had risked his life to make their plan work, and Robinson wasn't about to deny him the satisfaction of finishing the job. "Have at it, my friend. I'll be back in a minute," Robinson agreed. Zach gave a mock salute using the fire axe before stepping back into the destroyed restaurant. He took a single step inside before lifting the heavy tool high above his head and driving it down into the skull of a charred zombie that was still showing signs of movement. The blade bit deep, with a wet, cracking sound. Robinson walked around the corner toward the restaurant where Barrett and his remaining soldiers had been trapped for hours. The establishment looked exactly as it had when he'd first seen it, with no signs of the violence that had taken place just yards away. He approached the front entrance and gave a light, almost playful tap on the glass door. A few moments later, Captain Barrett poked his head out from the kitchen area, spotting Robinson through the window. Barrett's face immediately dropped into an expression of mock annoyance as he saw the sergeant waving and grinning at him in an obviously mocking manner. The captain walked over to the entrance, unlocking the door and pulling it open. "Cap, I love you, but I'm here to tell you, my friend, you damn well better live to be 100 because I'm never going to get tired of telling this story in your presence," Robinson announced with glee. Barrett stared at his sergeant for several moments, processing the implications of what Robinson was saying, before breaking into laughter. The sound prompted Robinson to follow suit. "It's good to see you, man. I didn't know how we were getting out of there," Barrett admitted. "Is everybody good in there?" Robinson asked. "Yeah, as good as can be expected. Evans is taking the loss of Gardner pretty hard," Barrett replied. "I know they were close," Robinson acknowledged. "But all in all, we're as good as can be. How about you?" Barrett continued. "We managed to clear out the horde without burning the boat down, so that's a plus," Robinson replied with satisfaction. "Who's we?" Barrett asked with curiosity. "Come on, I'll introduce you," Robinson said, gesturing for his captain to follow. As the two men stepped away from the restaurant entrance, Mary came running out of the kitchen with something wrapped in her hands. The young crew member moved with purpose, clearly wanting to catch them before they left. "Excuse me, Captain," Mary called out. "Yes, Mary," Barrett replied. "Is this your friend who wanted the chicken parm sandwich?" she asked, looking toward Robinson. Robinson's nostrils flared to life as the scent of fried chicken smothered in cheese and marinara sauce reached them. He looked at Mary with the kind of expression a groom might wear when seeing his bride walking down the aisle for the first time. "Yes, ma'am, I am," Robinson confirmed eagerly. Mary noticed the way Robinson was looking at her and the sandwich, causing a shy smile to form on her face. She extended the wrapped food toward him, which he graciously accepted. "Thank you so much," Robinson said. "You're very welcome. And that's not the only thing I know how to cook," Mary replied. "So when everything's safe, I'll cook you something proper to thank you." "I look forward to it, ma'am," Robinson replied warmly. Robinson and Barrett walked back toward the steakhouse as the sergeant bit into the sandwich with enthusiasm. His reaction was immediate and dramatic, letting out a moan of pleasure that sounded remarkably similar to the excited zombies when they spotted a fresh meal. "Oh my God, Cap, you weren't lying. This is amazing," Robinson declared between bites. "I told you," Barrett replied. "Yes, you did," Robinson agreed, continuing to devour the food. Robinson kept stuffing bites into his mouth as they approached the steakhouse entrance. The sergeant stopped just short of the doorway, nodding toward the interior for Barrett to take a look at their handiwork. Inside the burned-out restaurant, Zach continued methodically using the fire axe to finish off the remaining zombies. After 5 straight decisive strikes, he looked over and spotted the 2 soldiers standing at the entrance. He paused his cleanup operation and walked over to greet them. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you standing there," Zach said. "No worries whatsoever, you're working," Barrett replied. "The name's Zach," the big man said, extending his hand. "I'm Captain Barrett. It's nice to meet you," Barrett responded, accepting the handshake. "Likewise, Captain," Zach replied. Barrett looked past the giant man toward the pile of charred bodies scattered across the restaurant floor. Only a few of the creatures were still showing slight movement, their nervous systems too damaged to pose any real threat. "That's quite the body count there," Barrett observed. "The sergeant said he needed help, so I helped," Zach replied with a slight shrug. "Yes, you did," Barrett confirmed. "I don't suppose I could persuade you to help us out a little more, could I? There's still a lot of those things on the ship that we need to take care of," Barrett asked. "I'm happy to help as long as you need me to," Zach replied without hesitation. "Glad to hear it. We'll be moving out in 10, Barrett said. "I'll be ready," Zach confirmed. Barrett nodded his appreciation before walking back to where Robinson stood at the entrance, finding his sergeant continuing to demolish the chicken parm sandwich with obvious enjoyment. "Well, he's on board to help," Barrett reported. Robinson tried to respond, but his mouth was completely full of food, prompting Barrett to raise his hand in a gesture for him to stop talking. "Keep eating. But how long do you figure we have before Sanchez or someone comes back to pick us up?" Barrett asked. Sergeant Robinson's eyes became evasive, displaying a reaction that Barrett rarely saw from his normally straightforward second-in-command. The change in demeanor immediately put the captain on alert. "Sergeant?" Barrett pressed. Robinson's shoulders dropped like a child who had been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to do. The body language told Barrett everything he needed to know before his sergeant even opened his mouth. "As far as the general is concerned, he's unaware that we're alive," Robinson admitted reluctantly. "Are you kidding me, Robinson?" Barrett asked. "I'm not, Barrett. Look, there are a lot of people on this ship who need our help," Robinson explained defensively. "There's a lot of people back on land who need our help too, including everybody wearing the uniform," Barrett pointed out. "I know, but Sanchez asked me what I wanted him to tell the general, and I told him to tell the truth, that the last time he saw me I was running for my life," Robinson explained. Barrett knew about Sanchez's bite and understood that it had been an emotional moment for his sergeant, which prevented him from delivering the scolding that would normally follow such a decision. The circumstances had been extraordinary, and Robinson had been forced to make a difficult choice under pressure. "Okay, but once we get back up to the control room, we're going to have to call the fleet," Barrett stated firmly. "I know, but if we can help a few people out along the way, that'd be great," Robinson replied hopefully. Barrett recognized that his sergeant was right about their obligation to help the ship's survivors. The moral weight of abandoning innocent people to save themselves was something neither man could easily live with. He let out a deep sigh before nodding in agreement. "Okay, let's talk to Captain Hayes and see what we can do to solidify the situation," Barrett said. "Thanks, Cap," Robinson said. "Don't mention it. Now hurry up and finish that sandwich. We have work to do." Chapter 20. Captain Barrett, Sergeant Robinson, Privates Evans and Perry sat around a small table in the restaurant, drinking water and trying to figure out their next move. The improvised war council had formed naturally after their successful elimination of the zombie horde, but the weight of their remaining challenges hung heavy in the air. Empty plates and sandwich wrappers littered the surface around them, evidence of their first real meal since the mission began hours earlier. Off to the side behind them sat Zach, who wasn't particularly interested in the detailed planning discussions. The big man seemed content to let the soldiers work out the specifics, only caring about what part he could play in whatever operation they devised. He casually read a paperback book, occasionally glancing up when something interesting caught his ear, but otherwise remaining focused on his story. In the middle of the table sat a radio, turned up loud enough for all of them to hear Captain Hayes clearly. "All right, Captain, I don't know how long you have our help for, but you have it right now. Before we take off, we want to make this ship as secure as it can be, so tell us how we can help," Barrett said. "I do appreciate that, Barrett. We've been scanning the cameras, and there are several pockets of those people cut up in various places. Mostly, they're confined to hallways and stairwells, which we might be able to handle if push comes to shove, however." Hayes began, then trailed off ominously, putting the soldiers at a bit of unease. "Every time someone trails off like that, the only sure bet is that whatever comes next is something I don't really want to hear," Barrett observed. "Well, Barrett, on the plus side, I can confirm that your streak is unbroken," Hayes replied dryly. "Damn it," Barrett muttered. The soldiers let out a collective chuckle as Hayes continued. "It's the main entertainment district, biggest one on the ship," Hayes explained. "It's the one we walked through when we were walking to the engine room," Jacob interjected. The soldiers looked back to see Jacob emerging from the kitchen with a sandwich and bottle of water in hand. He pulled up a chair and joined their impromptu planning session, his knowledge of the ship's layout making him a valuable addition to their group. "That was a massive area to cover," Barrett recalled. 2 football fields long, and it stretches from side to side across the ship," Hayes confirmed. "Although there are attractions in the middle," Jacob added. "So go ahead and break the bad news to us, Hayes. How many of them are we looking at?" Barrett asked. "It's a little hard to say, but probably 4, maybe 500, Hayes reported. A chorus of groans went up from the soldiers, who immediately began doubting the feasibility of any plan they could devise to handle such overwhelming numbers. The scope of the threat was far beyond anything they had faced so far on the ship. Evans leaned back in his chair and ran his hands through his hair, while Perry stared at the ceiling as if hoping divine intervention might provide a solution. "Captain, that might be a bridge too far," Robinson said. "Yeah, the Sarge is right. We don't have anywhere near enough ammo to deal with a mob that size," Perry agreed. "Could we set up a defensive position and go hand to hand with them? I mean, there's got to be some way for us to make spears or bats or something. Or hell, we can hold them off and let the big fella over there cave their heads in with his fists," Evans suggested, desperation creeping into his voice. The group looked over to Zach, as if they wanted his thoughts on the somewhat flippant plan Private Evans had thrown out. Rather than immediately shooting down the idea, the big man gave a non-committal shrug that left his position unclear. He continued reading his book, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of single-handedly fighting hundreds of zombies. The soldiers continued staring for a moment, trying to determine if he was serious or not. "Even though I have all the confidence in the world in my new friend over there, I'm not sure we should be relying on a strategy centered around punching 400 people to death," Robinson said. Robinson immediately looked over to Zach to ensure his comment wouldn't be taken as an insult. "No offense, big fella," he added. "None taken. Besides, there's only 4 of you, and I'm not sure you could hold the barricade up long enough for me to work my magic," Zach replied. Zach spoke with complete confidence, maintaining his serious expression for several seconds before allowing a smirk to cross his face. The brief moment of humor broke some of the tension that had been building around the table. Robinson chuckled at the big man's joke before rejoining the conversation. "On the other hand, while we might not be able to punch them all to death, we do have one thing that did the trick against a large crowd," Robinson said. "You want to set fire to my ship again, don't you, Robinson?" Hayes asked with resignation. "I'm not saying I want to, but let's be honest, it did work," Robinson replied. "The problem is, there's not a space large enough in that entertainment district that could hold them all," Hayes explained. "The captain is right, the only room big enough down there is the pool. And it's kind of hard to set water on fire," Jacob observed. All 4 soldiers immediately perked up at the mention of the pool, their sudden interest confusing Jacob completely. The change in their demeanor was dramatic and instantaneous, like switches had been flipped in each of their minds. Barrett leaned forward in his chair. Robinson's eyes lit up with possibility, and both privates began looking at each other with growing excitement. The reaction suggested they had just heard something significant that Jacob didn't understand. though he couldn't figure out what made a swimming pool so intriguing. Or maybe you can set it on fire. Can the military really start fires underwater? Jacob asked. We can, but we can't talk about it because it's classified, Perry replied with a straight face. Jacob bought the explanation for a moment before Perry let out a laugh, shaking his head to indicate he had been joking. So, if we're not setting them on fire, what's the plan? Jacob asked. This morning we had to rescue someone from a condo complex. About half a dozen of those people fell into the pool, and not a one of them could figure out how to get out, Robinson explained. Barrett nodded, remembering the scene clearly. They just kept thrashing around in the water, going under and fighting their way back to the surface. Never even tried to swim to the edge or climb out. It was like they forgot how their bodies worked once they hit the water, Evans added. So if we can figure out a way to get them into the pool, they'll be trapped there, Barrett concluded. And then we can take our time putting them down, Evans added. The question is, how big is the pool? Robinson asked. It's the same size they use for international sports competitions. It'll hold 400. Easy, Jacob confirmed. How deep is it? Barrett asked. The first 10% closest to the door is 3 feet. Then it gradually slopes down to 5. The back half, however, is 10 feet, Jacob detailed. We can work with that, Robinson said with growing confidence. But how in the hell are we getting 400 of them into the pool? Perry asked. The question hung in the air as each man tried to visualize how they could possibly manage such a feat. You set up your barricade and I use one of the pool umbrellas to sweep them into the water, Zach suggested, finally joining the conversation with what sounded like a completely serious proposal. That sounds great in theory, but it's an indoor pool. Why would there be umbrellas? Evans questioned. It's a glass roof so that the sun can shine in from the exterior walls, Jacob explained. What can I say? Yesterday was a nice day for a swim, Zach added. Do you think this can work, Cap? Robinson asked. I think I like the idea better than punching them to death. Are there any objections? Barrett replied. Captain Barrett looked around to each of the men gathered at the table, making eye contact with every member of their impromptu team. Each soldier shook his head to indicate they had no major concerns with the proposed plan. All right, let's get geared up and hit the pool. Chapter 21. Captain Barrett led the group of Robinson, Evans, Perry, Jacob, and Zach down one of the crew corridors toward the main entertainment district. The narrow passage echoed with their footsteps as they moved through the ship's interior. Every member of the team was quiet, focused on the monumental task ahead of them and the hundreds of zombies they would soon face. As they got within 100 yards or so of the door leading to the entertainment district, the sound of moaning drifted through the air from somewhere up ahead. The noise was unmistakable and immediately put every man on high alert. Barrett raised his rifle into firing position, anticipating contact with zombies, and quickly spotted 2 figures emerging from around a corner further down the corridor. The 2 former crew members had been ripped to shreds by other ghouls during the initial outbreak hours earlier. Their once crisp ship uniforms were now blood-soaked and torn from multiple bite wounds, hanging in tatters from their mutilated frames. Dark stains covered most of their clothing, and chunks of flesh were missing from their arms and necks where other zombies had fed. Within moments of spotting the living humans, both creatures locked onto the group. They let out excited moans that echoed through the confined space before breaking into a sprint, their arms reaching forward as they closed the distance. Before Barrett could squeeze his trigger, Zach stepped forward and tapped him on the shoulder, prompting the captain to pause his shot. Save your bullets, Captain, I got this, Zach said with quiet confidence. Barrett normally wouldn't allow a civilian to take point against any threat, especially not zombies in a confined space. However, this was no ordinary civilian, and the events of the day had already proven that Zach could handle himself in ways that defied expectations. Before Barrett had a chance to voice any objections, the giant man pushed past him, cracking his neck to the side in preparation for combat. The lead creature was moving a couple steps faster than its companion, who had numerous bite wounds on its legs that were causing it to stumble and slowing its advance considerably. Zach waited patiently as the first ghoul reached him, timing his movement perfectly before wrapping his massive hand around the creature's throat and lifting it completely off the ground with seemingly no effort. The zombie thrashed about wildly, trying desperately to break free from Zach's iron grip. Its arms and legs flailed uselessly as Zach held it at arm's length, using the creature's own momentum to push it back down the hallway toward its approaching companion. As the second zombie got within striking distance, Zach used the first creature as an improvised weapon, shoving it backward into the other ghoul with tremendous force. The impact was devastating, as both creatures' heads collided with a sickening crack that reverberated through the corridor. The collision staggered the rear creature, knocking it back several steps and causing it to lose its balance completely. Zach followed up immediately with another powerful strike, connecting the two zombie heads together once again with even more force. The wet sound of skull meeting skull filled the air, followed by the rear creature tumbling to the floor. Zach wasted no time in capitalizing on his advantage, throwing the zombie he held onto the ground, directly on top of its fallen companion. The two creatures became tangled together in a heap of flailing limbs and snapping teeth, neither able to gain traction or coordinate their movements effectively. Zach stepped up quickly to finish the job, driving his heavy boot into the face of the zombie on top with crushing force. The impact compressed both skulls together with a nauseating wet sound as bone cracked and brain matter splattered across the deck. He continued his assault methodically, the sounds of breaking bone and wet gore smacking together, filling the hallway with gruesome echoes. "Sarge, where in the hell did you find this guy?" Barrett asked. "At the movies," Robinson replied in a completely deadpan manner. Barrett processed this response for a moment, then simply shrugged his shoulders in acceptance. "Fair enough," he concluded. After one final stomp that ensured both creatures would remain permanently motionless, Zach turned around and gave the group a casual thumbs up before continuing down the hallway as if nothing significant had happened. The soldiers followed behind him, stepping carefully around the destroyed remains of what had once been two ship crew members. After a few more minutes of walking, they reached the door that would take them into the main entertainment district. Barrett held up his hand to halt the group. "Jacob, before I open this door, I need to know the lay of the land," Barrett requested. "Okay, the pool we're looking for is about 50 yards up on the right. It's behind a huge glass wall, so you'll see it well before you get there," Jacob explained. "Okay, I can work with that," Barrett acknowledged. Barrett pulled out his radio and tuned it to the bridge frequency to contact the control room. "Captain Hayes, how are we looking?" Barrett transmitted. "They're spread out pretty good across the main floor, however. There's about 20 or 30 of them loitering directly in front of the pool entrance," Hayes reported. "Damn it. Okay, do you have any way to create a diversion, set off a fire alarm or something?" Barrett asked. "It's an all-or-nothing kind of thing. I can trigger a test of the entire system, but it'll set off every alarm on the floor simultaneously," Hayes explained. "Well, that doesn't help us much," Barrett replied in frustration. Jacob motioned for the radio and Barrett positioned the device so that the crew member could speak directly to Hayes. "Hey, Captain, what about Tate's bar?" Jacob asked. "What about it?" Hayes responded. "Is it open? The shutter, I mean," Jacob clarified. "Hang on," Hayes said. A moment of silence passed as Hayes adjusted the security cameras to get a better view of the establishment Jacob was referencing. "Yeah, it is. There's a few of those people around it, though," Hayes confirmed. "It doesn't matter as long as the shutter is open," Jacob replied with growing excitement. "Does somebody want to fill me in?" Barrett requested. "Tate's bar, it's about 20 yards up on the left from where you'll enter. It's fully enclosed with no outside tables, just a walk-up service window," Jacob explained. Barrett nodded his head as he began to understand what Jacob was proposing. "So, if we can get someone over there," Barrett began, "we can create a diversion, pull the zombies away from the pool entrance, get them focused on the bar, then slam the shutter down and wait for the others to do what they need to do," Jacob said, completing the thought. "If it's fully enclosed, then how the hell do you get into it?" Robinson asked. "Through the back service entrance," Jacob answered. "So we just go around to it and get in then?" Evans inquired. Jacob shook his head no. "Sorry, but the door to those service hallways is much further down the main corridor. There's no way to get to the back entrance from our current position, Jacob explained. Yeah, that figures, Evans muttered with resignation. I can take care of it, Cap, Robinson said, without hesitation. Are you sure, Sarge? Barrett asked. Not the first time today I've run for my life and jumped over a bar, Robinson replied with a smirk. Barrett let out a chuckle at his sergeant's bravado, then noticed Evans stepping forward as well. I'll go with you, Sarge, Evans offered. Robinson considered turning down the offer for several seconds, but ultimately he nodded in agreement. Yeah, an extra set of hands couldn't hurt. Especially if I have to come save your ass again, Cap, Robinson said with a grin. You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Barrett asked with mock resignation. Not in this lifetime, Robinson confirmed. Barrett let out a defeated sigh before extending his fist for a farewell bump. Once both soldiers had reciprocated the gesture, he stepped back to allow them access to the door leading into the entertainment district. All right, Evans, don't worry about shooting until we get over the bar, Robinson instructed. So just plow through them then? Evans asked. Like you're breaking through the line and running for the end zone, Robinson explained. I was more of a baseball player, but point taken, Evans replied with a slight smile. Robinson let out a chuckle and shook his head as he placed his hand on the door handle. The moment of levity helped ease some of the tension before what would certainly be a dangerous sprint across hostile territory. Robinson yanked the door open with sudden force, and both soldiers darted through the opening before Barrett gently closed it behind them. They found themselves in the massive entertainment district, a space that stretched out like an indoor city, with shops, restaurants, and attractions scattered throughout. Both men immediately began pumping their legs hard, building up speed as they spotted their target bar in the distance. Between them and their objective stood half a dozen zombies, scattered across their path. The closest creature had no awareness of their rapid approach, standing with its back turned as it stared aimlessly at something in the distance. Robinson lowered his shoulder like a linebacker and slammed into the zombie's back with enough force to send the creature sprawling face first onto the floor. Evans darted around the fallen zombie, maintaining his speed as two more creatures ahead of him heard the commotion and spun around to face their potential meal. The zombies locked onto him immediately and let out excited moans as he continued his charge, but Evans plowed through their outstretched arms, knocking their grasping hands away with his momentum. Robinson had one more creature to get through before reaching the bar, but this zombie was particularly large and built like a professional athlete. The massive ghoul turned and ran directly at Robinson like a charging bull, clearly intending to run right through him. Rather than risk getting knocked down and potentially overwhelmed, Robinson pulled his handgun from its holster and began firing rapidly toward the zombie's legs. His shots were hurried but effective, several bullets cutting through the creature's massive thighs and shins. One round shattered the zombie's right kneecap completely, and while the creature felt no pain from the injury, its legs ceased functioning properly. The ghoul's massive frame came crashing down as it face-planted onto the floor, allowing Robinson to dart around the fallen zombie. Both soldiers reached Tate's bar at roughly the same time, leaping up and using their hands to vault over the polished bar top in smooth, coordinated movements. They landed hard on the other side, using the back counter to slow their momentum and stop their forward progress. As they turned around, nearly a dozen zombies slammed into the front edge of the bar with tremendous force. The creatures reached desperately over the barrier toward the soldiers, but showed no inclination to climb over the obstacle, instead pressing against it and moaning with frustration. Nice moves out there, Private, Robinson said. You're not the only one with moves, Sarge, Evans replied. Both men allowed themselves brief smiles as they raised their rifles and took careful aim at the zombies pressing against the front of the bar. In a matter of seconds, they pumped out half a dozen rounds each in a steady, rhythmic manner. The controlled gunfire echoed throughout the massive entertainment district, creating a thunderous sound that would carry for hundreds of yards. As the ghouls directly in front of them dropped to the deck with devastating head wounds, a chorus of excited moans filled the air from the main portion of the district. Robinson and Evans looked toward the pool area, watching with satisfaction as every zombie that had been loitering near the entrance broke away and began running toward their position. Let's get that shutter, Robinson directed. Don't have to tell me twice, Evans agreed. Both men reached up and grabbed the heavy metal security shutter, pulling it down onto the top of the bar with their combined strength. The barrier slammed shut with a decisive clang, sealing them safely inside the enclosed space. A few seconds later, the sounds of creatures smacking their hands against the metal barrier filled the confined area behind the bar. The two soldiers stood there for a moment, looking at each other and breathing sighs of relief that they had made it to their destination in one piece. "So, what do we do now, Sarge?" Evans asked. Robinson looked behind them and spotted a beer tap mounted on the back wall. He gave the handle a quick experimental pull, watching amber-colored liquid flow out for a second before cutting it off with a satisfied nod. "I say we have a cold one and wait on the cap to do what he's gonna do." Chapter 22. Captain Barrett's hand hovered over the door handle as the sound of gunfire erupted from somewhere beyond the barrier. The sharp cracks of assault rifles echoed through the entertainment district, followed by the distinctive sound of zombies moaning in response to the commotion. He glanced back to Private Perry, Jacob, and Zach, who stood ready to move at a moment's notice. "When I throw this door open, we're going to be moving fast. Zach, get Jacob over to the pool and get those doors open," Barrett commanded. "You got it, Captain, and if there's anybody in there, I'll take care of them," Zach replied. "Of that I have no doubt. Now Perry and I will cover our flank, taking down anything that comes our way. We're going to be weapons hot, so don't wait too long," Barrett continued. "I got the keycard in my hand and we'll get it open in no time," Jacob confirmed, holding up the plastic access card. Barrett listened carefully to the sounds filtering through the door as the gunfire was gradually replaced by the rhythmic sound of hands smacking against metal. The noise pattern told him that Robinson and Evans had successfully reached their target and sealed themselves inside the bar, drawing the zombies away from the pool entrance exactly as planned. Barrett glanced back to the others, giving them a knowing nod. "Here we go," Barrett announced. Barrett pulled open the door with sudden force, immediately raising his rifle and keeping it trained on the mob of creatures that had gathered around Tate's bar. All of the zombies were completely focused on trying to reach Robinson and Evans, clawing desperately at the metal shutter, but having no success getting through the barrier that protected the two soldiers inside. Perry kept his attention focused down the length of the open entertainment area, where additional zombies were running toward their position from the far end of the district. The creatures were still easily 100 yards away, but they were closing the distance with the frightening speed that made them so dangerous in open spaces. Zach and Jacob broke into a sprint toward the pool doors, the larger man's longer stride allowing him to get there several steps ahead of his partner. He pressed his face against the glass barrier, scanning the mostly quiet pool area for any signs of threat. The space appeared largely empty, though he spotted movement near the back section of the facility. Zach glanced over to Jacob and pointed inside the pool area, then ground his fist into his palm in a gesture that clearly communicated his readiness to deal with whatever creatures they might encounter. Jacob quickly swiped his access card through the electronic reader, unlocking the door and pulling it open to allow his much larger partner to rush in first. Zach walked with deliberate purpose along the outer edge of the pool, allowing his heavy boots to smack audibly against the tile floor that surrounded the water. The noise echoed through the massive empty space, creating sharp sounds that would carry clearly to any creatures lurking in the facility and alert them to his presence. Both ghouls near the back of the pool area reacted immediately to the sound, emerging from behind a table and sprinting in his direction with excitement. Rather than assume a fighting stance or prepare for combat, the big man simply continued his steady march forward, showing no concern about the approaching ghouls. When the zombies got within 10 yards of his position, Zach smoothly stepped to the side and picked up a heavy pool lounging chair with one hand, demonstrating the same casual strength he had shown throughout the day. He spun the piece of furniture around forcefully, timing his movement perfectly to connect with both ghouls simultaneously. The impact was devastating, sending both creatures flying sideways into the pool with splashes that sent water cascading across the tile floor. Zach tossed the chair aside and walked to the edge of the pool, looking down at the zombies who were now thrashing about in the water. The two ghouls struggled desperately to keep their heads above the surface, managing to stay afloat for only a few seconds at a time before sinking below the waterline. Their movements were uncoordinated and panicked, showing no understanding of how to swim or even how to move efficiently in the water. Within moments, both creatures had disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only ripples to mark where they had gone under. A couple of gunshots popped off from the direction of the entrance doors, immediately snapping Zach's attention toward the sound. His first instinct was to run back and provide assistance, but he could see that Barrett and Perry had managed to get the doors closed just before the pursuing creatures reached their position. Both soldiers took several steps back from the entrance, their fingers hovering over their triggers as they watched zombies smacking their hands against the glass doors. The barriers appeared to be holding under the assault, but the soldiers remained ready to open fire if the situation deteriorated. "Well, that went better than expected," Perry said. "Keep that same energy for when we open these things up," Barrett replied, knowing that their real fight was still ahead of them. Perry gave a reluctant nod, not particularly wanting to think about the next phase of their operation and the hundreds of zombies they would soon be facing. Barrett turned around to spot Zach and Jacob walking up to rejoin them at the entrance. "Are we good in here?" Barrett asked. "I dropped a couple of kids off at the pool," Zach replied, motioning behind him toward the water. Barrett followed Zach's gesture and could see that there were barely any ripples remaining in the water from where the two creatures had sunk beneath the surface. The pool had returned to an almost mirror-like calm, with no sign of the zombies that had just been submerged. "Well, at least what we saw back at the condo wasn't a fluke. This might actually work," Barrett said with growing confidence. "So how do you want to block it off, Barrett?" Jacob asked. "I don't suppose you have anything heavy in the back, do you?" Barrett inquired. "Should be. Let's go see what's in the storeroom," Jacob replied, already moving toward the rear of the facility. Jacob led the group around the perimeter of the giant pool, their footsteps echoing on the wet tile floor. The afternoon sun streamed down through the massive glass ceiling, creating a greenhouse effect that made the entire space feel extremely warm and humid. The light danced on the water's surface, creating shifting patterns that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. After a few moments of walking, they reached the back of the pool area, where a large storage room was located. Jacob pulled out his access card and unlocked the door, revealing a collection of flotation devices, pool maintenance equipment, and various recreational items used by the ship's guests. As they surveyed the available materials, Jacob spotted what he had been hoping to find stored in the back corner. "That's them over there, on the right," Jacob announced, pointing toward his discovery. Barrett stepped into the storage room, allowing his eyes to adjust to the dimmer lighting. He could make out several large drink carts that appeared to be constructed of solid metal and designed to withstand the rigors of constant service. Barrett walked over and smacked his hand against one of the carts, testing its construction. The impact produced a solid metallic sound that confirmed the carts were built to last. "Okay, let's get these out of here and set them up on the line," Barrett directed. Perry looked at the carts with confusion. "Cap, I know they're a good 4 feet high, but they're on wheels. Even if we lock them down, they're going to get moved around," Perry pointed out. "Not if we flip them over," Barrett explained with a slight smile. Perry considered the idea for a moment, visualizing how overturned carts would create stable barriers, before giving an approving nod. He reached out and grabbed one of the carts, noting that while the wheels made them easy to maneuver, the weight of them was substantial enough to be effective. Before Zach grabbed one of the carts for himself, he walked over to a pile of lane dividers that were used to separate swimmers during competitive events. He picked up one of the sections to inspect it more closely, noting the thick rope that connected the flotation buoys along its length. Zach stared at the lane divider for several moments, his mind working through possibilities before nodding with satisfaction. "You got an idea, Bruin?" Barrett asked, recognizing the look of inspiration on the big man's face. "If we flip the carts so the wheels are up, we can wrap this rope around them and connect multiple carts to make one continuous barrier. We can position the buoys on the other side to help cushion the impact when those people push against it," Zach explained. Barrett glanced over to Jacob, who was in the process of grabbing another cart to add to their collection. Jacob responded with a casual shrug. "It's better than anything I've got," Jacob admitted. "I like it. We'll start getting that set up while you pick out your weapon, Barrett agreed. Zach nodded his approval and dropped the lane divider before pushing deeper into the storage room to search. He made his way toward the back corner where he spotted a stack of large pool umbrellas. He selected one of the umbrellas, which stood 9 feet tall with a heavy metal pole forming the base and supporting structure. The umbrella was designed to provide shade for multiple lounge chairs, making it both large and robust enough to serve as an effective weapon. Zach gave the umbrella an experimental half swing, testing its weight and balance to see how it would handle. The metal pole was well balanced and substantial enough to deliver devastating blows, while still being maneuverable in his large hands. With a satisfied nod, he had found his weapon of choice for the upcoming battle. "This will do nicely," Zach announced. Zach walked out of the storage room carrying his improvised weapon with satisfaction. As he emerged into the open pool area, he demonstrated his comfort with the umbrella by spinning it around his body and settling it across the back of his shoulders. The weapon rested there comfortably as the others turned to watch his display. "Found you something you like?" Barrett asked with amusement. "Indeed I did, Captain. I'll send every last one of them to a watery grave with this," Zach replied. Barrett nodded approvingly at the big man's determination. "All right, let's get it set up, because they're going to keep knocking until we let them in." Chapter 23. Captain Barrett and Jacob stood behind the makeshift barricade they had constructed, which stretched from the wall to the edge of the pool. The drink carts were resting on their tops with their wheels pointing upward, and several lengths of pool lane dividers were wrapped around the overturned wheels to create a continuous barrier. The flotation buoys from the lane dividers provided cushioning on the zombie side, while the rope connections held everything together in a reasonably solid defensive line. The barricade had been positioned strategically in the middle of the pool area, right at the point where the bottom began dropping from the shallow end toward the deep section. This placement would ensure that any zombies pushed over the edge would land in water deep enough to trap them indefinitely. Standing just behind the two men was Zach, who held his 9-foot umbrella weapon at the ready. The massive pole rested comfortably in his hands as he stared out towards the front entrance. He motioned for Barrett and Jacob to take a step to the left, giving him complete freedom of movement from the middle of their defensive position all the way to the edge of the water. "Sorry about that, big fella. If we're in your way, just tell us," Barrett said. "Captain, you may want to have Jacob keep a watch on you, because once I get into rhythm, I get locked in until the job's done," Zach warned. Barrett looked over to Jacob, who nodded his willingness to take on the responsibility. "I'll keep an eye across the pool too, just in case those people try and flank us," Jacob added. Jacob glanced behind them, about 10 yards to where they had constructed a secondary defensive position, using a couple dozen pool lounging chairs. While the improvised barricade wasn't particularly substantial, it would at least provide them with a few moments of warning if zombies managed to approach from their rear. Barrett raised 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle to get the attention of Private Perry, who was positioned near the front entrance doors. The soldier was in the most dangerous position, tasked with opening the floodgates that would release hundreds of zombies into their carefully prepared killing ground. "We're good, let's kick it off," Barrett called out. Perry acknowledged his captain's signal with the thumbs up before turning around to face the massive horde of creatures pressed against the glass doors. The zombies smeared blood against the transparent barrier as their teeth gnashed against the surface, creating a horrifying display of mindless hunger. All of them stared directly at Perry as if he represented their next meal, their vacant eyes tracking his every movement. "Yeah, that's easy for you to say, Cap. You're not staring this down," Perry muttered to himself. Perry took several deep breaths to steady his nerves, his rational mind telling him that opening the doors was a horrible idea, while his training reminded him that the mission needed to be completed. With deliberate steps toward the keycard panel, Perry swiped his access card through the electronic reader. The doors immediately clicked unlocked and began pushing open under the tremendous weight of hundreds of creatures pressing against them from the other side. Perry turned and began running toward the barricade as fast as his legs could carry him, but the zombies were already pouring through the entrance in pursuit. The sound of their moaning filled the air as they spread out into the pool area, their eyes locked on the fleeing soldier. Perry had barely made it around the first corner when he realized that the zombies were going to catch him well before he could reach the safety of the barricade. "Damn it!" Perry yelled out in frustration. Without hesitation, Perry changed direction and stepped toward the edge of the pool, launching himself off the side as hard as he could. He flew through the air, getting his body as flat as possible and hoping to enter the water at an angle that would carry him further toward the deep end and away from the pursuing zombies. Instead of the clean entry he had hoped for, Perry landed with a spectacular belly flop that knocked the wind out of him and sent water splashing in all directions. Despite being underwater and struggling to regain his breath, he could hear the distinctive sounds of creatures splashing down behind him as they followed him into the pool. The realization that zombies were entering the water around him got Perry moving despite his discomfort. He began swimming and kicking as hard as he could, putting distance between himself and the zombies, who were now thrashing about in the water behind him. He maintained his desperate pace for a good 30 seconds before finally reaching the relative safety of the deep end. Perry treaded water and looked back toward the shallow end, feeling relief wash over him when he didn't see any creatures within 20 yards of his position above the waterline. The zombies that had followed him into the pool were struggling with the same coordination problems they had observed earlier. "Perry, get your ass out of there," Barrett shouted from the barricade. Barrett pointed toward the water near Perry's position, prompting the soldier to look down into the depths below him. Even though the zombies couldn't swim effectively, the creatures were still capable of movement along the bottom of the pool, and several of them were walking in his direction through the underwater landscape. "Oh shit!" Perry yelled. Perry immediately returned to swimming mode, moving toward the empty space between their two defensive positions, where he could safely exit the water. As he reached the edge, Jacob bent down and grabbed his arms, pulling him out of the pool with considerable effort. Perry kicked himself away from the edge and lay on his back on the tile floor, breathing heavily from his exertion and adrenaline. "Are you good, Private?" Jacob asked. "Yeah, never better, man. I swear to God I'm never doing that again," Perry replied between gasps. "Here's hoping you don't have to. Now get your ass up because we have incoming," Barrett commanded. Perry rolled over and looked toward their barricade as the leading edge of the zombie horde that hadn't followed him into the water finally reached their defensive position. The impact of dozens of creatures pressing against the overturned carts caused the entire barricade to shift slightly toward them, metal scraping against the tile floor with an ominous grinding sound. Zach didn't waste a single moment, taking his 9-foot umbrella pole and driving it through the front ranks of zombies with devastating force. He managed to penetrate about 5 feet deep into their formation, the circular top of the umbrella smacking against creatures as the metal pole pierced through their lines. With a mighty roar that echoed through the pool area, Zach began pushing the zombies toward the water, forced to use every well-defined muscle in his massive frame to move the crowd of undead flesh. The strain was evident in his face, but his strength proved more than adequate for the task. A moment after he began his push, the first creature splashed down into the pool. Within seconds, the frequency and volume of splashdowns amplified dramatically as 15 zombies landed in the water in rapid succession. Zach smoothly swung the umbrella in a full circle before looking back at the barricade, where the gap he had just created was immediately filled with more creatures. Zach didn't bother to look down into the water to confirm his success, knowing that the sound of creatures splashing down provided all the confirmation he needed. He lined up his next attack, moving slightly closer to the wall before driving his weapon through their ranks once again. Barrett and Perry watched in amazement as the big man shoved another 24 creatures into the pool without appearing to strain a single muscle. His movements were fluid and efficient, making it look like he was swatting away flies rather than forcing literally tons of undead flesh off the platform and into the water. Before they could spend too much time admiring Zach's performance, Jacob's voice cut through their fascination. "Guys, we have incoming," Jacob shouted. Perry and Barrett immediately looked across the pool and spotted 6 creatures that had somehow become separated from the main horde. The zombies were breaking off from the pack and racing down the opposite side of the pool, inadvertently intending to circle around and attack their position from the flank. Rather than wait for the creatures to complete their flanking maneuver, Perry raised his rifle and fired a single shot in their direction. The bullet struck the tile floor near the zombie's feet, sending fragments scattering across the surface. "What are you doing?" Barrett asked. Perry smirked and pointed toward the zombies, whose behavior changed dramatically in response to the gunshot. Each creature abandoned their run around the perimeter, instead turning directly toward the source of the noise and attempting to come straight at the soldiers across the water. Within seconds, all 6 zombies had splashed down into the pool, completely eliminating the threat. "These things aren't that bright, Cap," Perry said with satisfaction. Barrett let out a genuine laugh at his soldiers' clever solution before turning his attention back to their main defensive line. Zach was successfully shoving another couple dozen creatures into the water with apparent ease, while their improvised barricade continued to hold strong against the sustained pressure. The zombies pressed against the barrier tried desperately to reach over it to get to Zach, but even when their fingertips managed to scrape against his clothing, he remained completely unfazed by their attempts. His focus was absolute, and his rhythm was becoming increasingly efficient with each push. "Perry, I'll keep watch on the line. Why don't you see if you can grab us our pool toys?" Barrett suggested. "You got it, Cap," Perry acknowledged. Perry walked back to their rear defensive position, reaching down beside the improvised barricade and retrieving a couple of long poles that had originally been used by pool maintenance staff to fish out items that had sunk to the bottom. However, the soldiers had modified these tools, filing down the net attachments to create jagged, spear-like points. "Thank you, Perry," Barrett said as he accepted one of the makeshift weapons. "Sure thing, Cap. What do you say we give it a try?" Perry replied, hefting his own spear. The 2 soldiers moved to the water's edge and looked down at the dozens of zombies moving beneath the surface. The creatures continued their relentless advance, though at a much slower pace than they had demonstrated on land. Their movements were clumsy and uncoordinated underwater, but they still reached up toward the surface in futile attempts to attack the living above them. The Barrett lined up his first target carefully, gently lowering the tip of his spear into the water until it made contact with the top of a zombie's head. With a violent downward thrust, he pierced the creature's skull, the sharpened point penetrating bone and brain tissue to end the zombie's existence permanently. "That did the trick, Cap," Perry confirmed, watching the creature go limp and sink toward the bottom of the pool. "Good, only a few hundred more to go," Barrett replied with a laugh. Barrett looked back to the entrance of the pool, where zombies were lined up, waiting to get in through the door. Their plan was working, however. It was going to take some time before they finished off the horde. Chapter 24. Captain Barrett glanced down at his watch, noting that the operation in the pool had been going on for over an hour now. His muscles ached from the continuous stabbing motion required to eliminate the creatures trapped beneath the water's surface, the repetitive action taking its toll on his shoulders and arms. The makeshift spear felt heavier with each thrust, and his grip had become slippery with sweat from the constant exertion. Despite the physical discomfort, Barrett continued his methodical work, knowing he had no right to complain considering the incredible job that Zach was doing. Perry worked beside him, grimacing with each downward strike but maintaining the same steady rhythm they had established. The tile floor around the pool edge was slick with water that had splashed out during their assault, making their footing treacherous as they moved from position to position. The big man had been wielding his massive umbrella weapon for the entire duration without taking a single break, maintaining an endless cycle of shoving the pole through zombie ranks and pushing them into the water. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but his movements remained fluid and powerful. Each thrust of the umbrella sent another group of creatures tumbling into the water. Zach's latest push didn't result in much of a splash, however, as the zombies in the pool had begun to pile up in layers beneath the surface. The water had turned a murky red color from all the blood, and the bottom was no longer visible through the crimson haze. The water was now so crowded with undead bodies that new arrivals landed on top of their counterparts, taking several moments to find gaps between the corpses before finally sinking to the bottom of the pool. The occasional arm or leg would break the surface briefly, before disappearing again into the depths. With the completion of his most recent sweep, Zach suddenly tossed his umbrella weapon to the tile floor. The metal pole clattered loudly against the hard surface, the sound reverberating through the enclosed space and startling everyone in the pool area. Jesus Christ, what the hell was that for? Perry asked. The job's done, and I'm taking a break, Zach announced. Zach walked to the back of their defensive position and grabbed one of the pool lounging chairs from the pile they had constructed as a secondary barricade. He set the chair up before collapsing into it with relief, his massive frame making the furniture creak under his weight. Within moments, he was completely settled, putting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. Barrett and Perry looked toward the front doors, scanning the area for any additional zombies. The entrance that had been a constant source of undead for over an hour was now eerily quiet. Well, that's a beautiful sight, Perry observed. Barrett pulled his radio from his belt and clicked it on, adjusting the frequency to reach the bridge. Captain Hayes, do you copy? Barrett transmitted. I read you loud and clear, Barrett. Are you boys all right down there? Hayes responded immediately. Oh, we're fine. The pool is going to be closed for the foreseeable future, but it's looking clear, Barrett replied. That is excellent news. We've been keeping an eye on the entertainment district while you've been working, Hayes confirmed. How's it looking out there? Barrett asked. We count 10 stragglers at the far end of the complex. A couple of them are just wandering around aimlessly, while the rest appear to be injured because they're crawling along the ground, Hayes reported. I think we can handle that, Barrett replied. Barrett, there's one more thing, Hayes added. I'm sure there's a lot more than one, but go ahead, Captain, Barrett responded. Hayes let out a brief chuckle before continuing. I got a call from one of my crew members, Julie. She's trapped in her bathroom and could really use some help, Hayes explained. We'll get to her in due time, Captain, Barrett replied. Barrett, please, she's in room 412. She needs her inhaler, Hayes pressed. Barrett looked over to Perry, who responded with a casual shrug. I say we get the Sergeant Evans to go on cleanup duty while we go handle that. It'll be nice to stretch our legs for a bit, Perry suggested. Barrett nodded in agreement as he brought the radio back up. Yeah, we'll take care of it, Captain, Barrett confirmed. Thank you, Barrett. The route is clear to her room, Hayes said. Barrett clipped the radio back to his belt and motioned for Perry to follow him. What about Zach? Perry asked. Before Barrett could respond, the big man let out a tremendous snore that echoed through the pool area. I think he's earned a break. Jacob, will you keep an eye on things here? Barrett requested. You got it, Barrett, Jacob confirmed. The two soldiers walked out from the pool area and made their way through the entertainment district, their boots echoing on the hard floor as they moved past abandoned shops and restaurants. The area that had been filled with hundreds of zombies just an hour earlier was now silent, with only scattered debris and dark stains on the floor marking the violence that had taken place. They kept their focus on the main portion of the district, making sure the stragglers weren't taking notice of them. Once they confirmed the path was clear, they approached Tate's bar, where Robinson and Evans had been waiting patiently for over an hour. Barrett could hear muffled conversation and occasional laughter coming from behind the metal shutter, suggesting that his two soldiers had found ways to entertain themselves during their extended stay. He raised his fist and gave the metal barrier several solid knocks, the sound echoing through the quiet entertainment district. Come on, Sarge, we got work to do, Barrett called out. A moment later, the shutter door rolled up with a metallic grinding sound, revealing Robinson and Evans, who were both grinning from ear to ear. Both soldiers appeared relaxed and refreshed. An empty beer mug sat behind each of them, causing the captain to give them a disapproving shake of the head. Welcome to Sergeant Robinson's cruise ship bar, where the drinks are always cold. What can I get you? Robinson announced with theatrical flair, gesturing grandly at the selection of bottles behind him. Barrett shook his head at his sergeant's antics before motioning for both soldiers to climb over the bar and rejoin them. As they jumped over the bar top, Barrett began briefing them on their next assignment. Perry and I have to go run an errand. I need the two of you to head down to the other end of the district and pick off the stragglers. Captain Hayes said there are two that are mobile, but most of them are crawling, Barrett explained. Crawling? Evans asked. Yeah, they must have gotten their legs ripped up during the initial chaos. Just find them and put them down. Then get back to the pool and start cracking skulls with those spears we made, Barrett detailed. You got it, Cap, but where are you off to? Robinson inquired. Captain Hayes has a friend in need, Barrett replied. Robinson perked up at the mention of that, nodding confidently to his captain. Barrett and Perry turned away from the bar and began walking toward the exit from the entertainment district. The two soldiers maintained alertness as they moved through the ship's corridors, their weapons ready and their senses tuned for any sounds that might indicate trouble. The ship's ambient noise seemed different now, quieter without the constant moaning and shuffling that had filled the air for hours. It took several minutes of careful movement for them to reach the hallway on the 4th floor of the crew cabin section. The transition from the main ship areas to the crew quarters was like entering a different world entirely. Wooden floors replaced the carpeted surfaces found in guest areas, the walls lacked decorative elements, and there were certainly no fresh flowers or artwork to create ambiance. The lighting was more utilitarian, consisting of basic fluorescent fixtures rather than the elegant chandeliers found in passenger sections. Room numbers were painted directly on the doors rather than displayed on ornate plaques. The two soldiers advanced down the hallway, checking room numbers as they progressed. The corridor was narrow compared to the spacious passenger areas, barely wide enough for two people to pass comfortably. They could hear occasional sounds from behind various doors, some crying, some muffled conversations, and disturbingly, some rhythmic banging that suggested zombies inside. When they located room 412, Barrett positioned himself near the door and listened carefully. He immediately detected the sound of something banging against a hard surface from within the room. The noise was intense and continuous, with an occasional moan breaking up the monotony. "Okay, Perry, I want you to get low and open the door. Swipe the card and push it in," Barrett instructed. "And you're going to put it down before it gets to me?" Perry asked. "That's the plan," Barrett replied. Perry nodded and took a knee beside the door, accepting Barrett's key card. He swiped the access card through the electronic reader, and as soon as the lock disengaged, he hit the handle and shoved the door inward. Barrett had his rifle raised and ready, immediately spotting a lone female creature that had been smacking against the bathroom door. The zombie barely had a chance to turn in their direction before Barrett squeezed his trigger. The bullet tore through the creature's eye socket and blew out the back of its skull, dropping it instantly. Barrett maintained his firing position for several moments, sweeping the small room to ensure that the fallen zombie had been the only threat present. "Julie, are you in here?" Barrett called out. "I'm here in the bathroom," came a muffled reply. Julie's breathing was labored and ragged, as if she was struggling to catch her breath. Barrett rushed into the room as the bathroom door opened cautiously. The young woman who emerged couldn't have been more than 20 years old, and she was clearly having serious respiratory problems as she stumbled out into the main room. Barrett immediately moved to support her, grabbing her arm to ensure she remained on her feet. Julie pointed desperately toward a small table in the corner of the room where her rescue inhaler was located. Barrett gently guided her to sit on the edge of the bed before retrieving the medical device and placing it in her hands. She took a dose from the inhaler, drawing the medication deep into her lungs. After several more controlled breaths, her respiratory distress began to subside and she was able to calm down. However, as Julie's breathing stabilized, she noticed the motionless body on the floor and tears immediately began streaming down her face. "Oh my God, Sandy," Julie whispered. "I'm sorry, but she wasn't Sandy anymore," Barrett said. "I don't know what happened. One second she was sick, she closed her eyes, and then she woke up like that," Julie explained. "There's a lot of that going around today," Barrett replied. "What? Oh my God, there are so many people on this ship who are sick," Julie said. Julie began to get worked up again, but Barrett raised his hand in a calming gesture. "Don't worry, we're on the case. Just sit there and relax for a little bit," Barrett instructed. Julie looked over at Sandy's corpse lying motionless on the floor before forcing herself to stand up. "If it's all right with you, I'd rather not sit in a room with my dead friend. I want to help," Julie declared. Barrett nodded before pulling out his radio. "Captain Hayes, do you copy?" Barrett transmitted. "Please tell me Julie is safe," Hayes responded. "She is, and she wants to help out," Barrett confirmed. "Bring her up to the control room. In fact, you should all come up here. We have communications back, and there's something that you need to see." Chapter 25. Captain Barrett led the group of soldiers up to the control room with Zach, Jacob, and Julie following close behind them through the ship's corridors. The atmosphere was lighter than it had been all day, with the successful completion of their pool operation giving everyone a sense of accomplishment. They chatted casually as they walked along, the tension that had gripped them for hours finally beginning to ease. "I swear that pool is the stuff of nightmares," Robinson said. "Hell, I don't know how you could even see what you were aiming at. It's just a murky mess with all the blood," Evans added. "Well, tomorrow I'll get someone to dump a ton of chlorine in there to clear it up," Jacob replied. "But that place is locked up tight now, right?" Perry asked. "Yeah, I hit the auto tarp, so there's a plastic covering on top and the doors are locked. None of them are going anywhere," Jacob confirmed. "Fantastic," Perry said. Barrett reached the door to the bridge and opened it up, walking onto the control room floor with the others filing in behind him. As they entered the bridge, Captain Hayes immediately led his crew in enthusiastic applause. The sound echoed through the enclosed space as the ship's personnel showed their appreciation for the soldiers' efforts. The group stood there for a moment, somewhat uncomfortable with the attention but soaking in the recognition of their hard work. Barrett raised his hands to get the crew to stop their clapping. "There's no need for that," Barrett said modestly. "Well, I think differently, Barrett, and since I'm the captain, it's my prerogative," Hayes replied with authority. Barrett nodded in appreciation as Hayes gestured for his crew to stop their applause and return to their duties. "So what did you need us to see?" Barrett asked. The expression on Hayes's face dropped suddenly, as if all the joy had been sucked out of the room in an instant. The change was so dramatic that everyone immediately sensed something was seriously wrong. Hayes motioned for them to come up to where he was standing so that they could have a clear view of the monitors. "While you guys were dealing with the entertainment district, we got our communications back. Radios, satellite phones, but we also got television back," Hayes explained. Hayes pointed to one of the larger screens, which was displaying a feed from a foreign news agency, broadcasting in a language none of them could understand. However, the images being transmitted told them everything they needed to know about the situation beyond their ship. The live shot was from Times Square in New York City, and it was complete chaos. Zombies filled the screen as far as the eye could see, with broken storefronts and overturned vehicles scattered throughout the famous intersection. Bodies littered the streets, while creatures moved through the urban landscape with the same relentless purpose they had witnessed on the ship. Everyone stared at the screen in stunned silence, a sickening feeling filling their stomachs as the reality of what was happening on land became undeniably clear. "My God, that can't be real, can it?" Jacob asked in disbelief. Barrett looked over to Robinson, who met his captain's gaze and gave him a subtle nod of understanding. "They deserve to know what we know," Robinson said quietly. "Deserve to know what?" Hayes asked. "The world that existed when you cast off from port is no longer there. I don't have all the details, but what's been happening on this ship is happening everywhere," Barrett explained. The crew members around the control room looked like someone had delivered physical blows to their stomachs, rendering them unable to speak or process what they were hearing. Barrett knew he could elaborate and provide more details about the scope of the crisis, but after looking around at the faces in the control room, he realized that his point had been made effectively. As the heavy silence continued to hang over the bridge, they heard a murmuring from the corner where one of the crew members was talking quietly into a radio handset. The sailor got up from his station and walked over to Captain Hayes. "Captain, there's a General Sutton on the line. He says he's calling about Captain Barrett and his men," the crew member reported. "Tell him I'm on my way back to the control room and will be with him in just a moment," Hayes directed. "Yes, Captain," the crew member acknowledged before returning to his station. Hayes walked over to Captain Barrett, speaking loud enough so that all of the soldiers could hear his words clearly. "Captain, I can't thank you enough for what you've done here. And if you want me to tell your general that you're alive and well, I won't stop you from leaving," Hayes said sincerely. Hayes looked over to Robinson, knowing that the sergeant had already risked his life multiple times to save civilian lives, hoping his words would resonate. "I know you have a job to do, but there's a lot of scared people on this ship who are going to need help, and God knows I'm not equipped for it. It's not just about clearing out the remaining stragglers, but figuring out what to do beyond that. So please, Barrett, Robinson, consider helping us," Hayes pleaded. The soldiers looked over to Barrett, who was clearly giving the request serious thought. Robinson saw the contemplative expression on his captain's face and recognized that Barrett was genuinely considering staying aboard the ship. "Cap, we can do a lot of good here," Robinson said. "We can do a lot of good with the rest of the force too, Sarge," Barrett replied. "I know, but I think these people need us more than the military needs us at the moment," Robinson argued. Julie stepped forward and gently touched Barrett's arm to get his attention, her eyes still showing the trauma of what she had experienced. "I wouldn't be here if you hadn't come to my aid, and there's a lot of people like me on this ship," Julie said quietly. Barrett patted her hand reassuringly and gave her an understanding nod as she stepped back to give others space to speak. Zach immediately moved forward to take her place. "If Robinson hadn't risked his life, I probably wouldn't be standing here either. And the people in that movie theater would be gone too," Zach added. Barrett looked over to the big man and gave him an acknowledging nod as well. "We can do some real good here, Cap," Robinson pressed. "I mean, it's not like the military's going to court-martial us or anything," Perry observed. "Especially if they think we're dead," Evans added with a slight grin. "It sounds like you all want to stay," Barrett concluded, looking around at his men. Robinson turned to look back at Evans and Perry, who both gave him enthusiastic thumbs-up gestures to confirm their position. "I think we do, Cap. I mean, look at that screen. That's the country right now," Robinson said, gesturing toward the horrific images of New York City. Barrett turned and looked at the live feed of Times Square once more, taking in the scope of destruction before letting out a deep, contemplative sigh. "Barrett, it's a new world out there. The odds are stacked against the military, and the four of us aren't going to be moving that needle," Robinson said. "But out here, we can make a big difference," Robinson concluded. "Captain, the general is getting insistent that I find you," the crew member called out from his radio station. "Plus, if we get bored of saving lives in the sun, we can always catch up to the general later," Perry added with a grin. Barrett let out a laugh at his soldier's comment before nodding his agreement. "Okay, we'll stay," Barrett decided. Barrett looked over to Julie, who silently mouthed the words "thank you" to him. He then turned to Hayes and spoke in a lower voice so their conversation would remain private. "Hayes, just tell the general that we went down fighting to secure the VIPs," Barrett instructed. "You got it, Barrett, and thank you," Hayes replied. Barrett turned and motioned for the others to follow him toward the side door that led out onto the deck. The four soldiers and Jacob stepped through the doorway onto an open balcony, immediately feeling the warm sun hitting their faces and the ocean breeze in their hair. "You're already having second thoughts, aren't you, Cap?" Robinson asked. "Yeah, but I'm sure I can be swayed back with another one of those chicken parm sandwiches," Barrett replied with a smile. The men broke out into laughter, which gradually quieted down as Perry spoke up with a more serious concern. "They're going to be good while they last, but how long is that going to be?" Perry asked. "Jacob, that's your department," Robinson said. Jacob bobbed his head back and forth as if he was doing calculations in his mind before responding. "Well, assuming that a third of the people survived, we're going to be looking at maybe 3 weeks' worth of food," Jacob estimated. "Yikes, that's not a lot," Evans said. "We have deep-sea fishing gear, so we can supplement that. There's a desalinization system on board, so water isn't an issue, but we're going to need to find somewhere to dock at some point, assuming we can get the engines fixed," Jacob explained. "Yeah, that won't be a problem," Perry said confidently. "What is a problem is where do we go, because I don't think Florida is going to be much of an option," Robinson said. "We're not all that far from the Bahamas," Jacob suggested. "I wouldn't say no to a tropical island paradise," Evans said. "The Bahamas sounds nice, but first things first, we got to clear this ship and save a lot of lives," Barrett said. "Based on how easy it was to save Julie, it should be a walk in the park," Perry said optimistically. "There's nearly 2,000 rooms on board," Jacob informed them. "One giant never-ending walk in the park," Perry replied with a resigned chuckle. The men broke into laughter before turning toward the ocean, taking in the spectacular view as the sun began to sink lower in the sky. The water stretched endlessly toward the horizon, painted in brilliant oranges and reds by the setting sun. They had survived the first day of the apocalypse and made choices they couldn't unmake. But their journey through this new world was just beginning. The end.